Okay, welcome in everybody. Today we're trying to decide which character we're gonna blast. Well, looks like it's gonna be the monk, and there is actually 4 hours of gameplay here that I want to take a look at. This is a duo from Havoc. I'll link this. This is monk gameplay point of view. PoE, let's go. Yo, Bob, what's up, man? This is in Act 1. 2-player boss. This one seems to be pretty challenging. I would like to see some more dual wield gameplay from Monk. Solo gameplay. Uploaded 5 days ago. Or 5 months ago, sorry. It wasn't updated. But I don't think the class fundamentally has changed much. It's the longest gameplay that we have. Now, I'm gonna be playing mouse and keyboard for sure. No one has early access as far as I know anymore. There was I think it was 10 hours early access, but that's over. I kind of want to see the Act 2 bosses. Look, this guy is showing the skill tree. I could just imagine it's gonna be really rough on controller. Did you upload a video? Yeah, we can take a look. Couch co-op? Yeah, it's not for me as well, but I can see why people are intrigued with it. What time does it release? December 6th. There's a ton of info here. Yeah, I should be playing good on controller. It's just like, I don't like it personally. Hey, what's up, Herbst?
I don't know. It's in my...
The atmosphere is pretty sick. But this is probably gonna show like the Act 2 boss too. So did anybody upload any Act 3 footage, guys? Do you know? This is Path of Exile, not Diablo.
Sorry. I was just elsewhere.
Just chilling elsewhere. Metin? No. There's some Havoc. I'll link it again.
Sorry, I was just elsewhere.
Yeah, they changed 3 to 2 potions. Yeah, 2024, especially now, December. I think also next year, guys, it's gonna be great to be an ARPG enjoyer. It's gonna be a great time to be a gamer, man. It's gonna be a ton of fun for sure. Wanted to check if there's a solo game. This would not be an ideal combination, I guess, having a monk and a barbarian, right? Probably not want to apply that. You can be a bear, let's go. Yo, the monk looks so cool though with the martial arts. The warrior just died. It certainly is a bit weird being couch co-op, right? Look at the monk carry, man. So you can just revive like this in group. Reviving looks super cool. This is PoE 2. It's kind of weird that it shows the HP bar twice. What the fuck? Well, at least I think it's kind of weird. Yeah, so many questions, dude. The graphics look downgrade. Let me see if we are like... Yeah, we're like full juice. But this is also because it's couch co-op PlayStation. But this gives me kind of a direct comparison between warrior and monk. The warrior is the closest. But I'm leaning monk because he's like closer, like a little bit to Spiritborn. Or to D3 monk, I would say. Yeah, the graphics will look a lot better, guys, when you play it on your own PC. Monk seems to carry. Well, they also said that monk's the squishiest class. I think Monk has good DPS, but you're gonna be squishy. Maybe at least until you reach your Ascendancies. No? It's Monk's the Spirit Bomb without speed codes. CGD video? No, I have not seen it. I was not here yesterday at all. You think Monk's carrying this? It's hard to say. Concussion. I like how they like sync the levels. Yeah, so look, Monk starts top right for sure. So this guy went the DPS route. He went the DPS route. There's a full skill tree now, but okay, it's not full. Let me go to the monk part. Okay, it's missing like so much, dude, what the fuck? It only has like half of these active. Yeah, it just says K20. At least you can kind of know where to pass. I know this is mind over matter. So now I'm gonna go the right side here. I will see, it's too much copium right now. There's a jit hub for it, yeah. Oh, this is the burning piglets. Look, there's bacon right there. Skill gems, I haven't looked at them much. I've seen they exist, JJ, but I have not looked at them. Can you link the Ziggy one on YouTube? Gonzalez. Thank you, man. This is from Havoc. I'll link it. Dude, look at the piglets! Mmm, bacon.
The main thing I get from my community, like...
Yeah, so PoE is very new prayer friendly. Man, the Barb is always getting slapped, dude, with the piglets, man. I think the Barb's a vegan, man. He doesn't enjoy bacon. What's he doing? Okay, so they are fighting the Executioner next here. This is gonna be a tough fight. This is the Act 1 end boss.
Open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not.
This is what we watched, like Act 1 end boss, and then we go to Act 2. So we're gonna keep watching from here.
Weak to do the job. I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
You see, like, they can barely DPS because they just do so much damage.
How dare you abandon me after all I've given you?
This boss looks kind of tough, man. Dude, people are gonna be hard stuck. Passive skill tree tutorial.
The main thing I get...
Oh, we can watch this maybe. DM wiped on this guy for 2 hours. Yeah, look, these guys are wiping too. The monk stage. Yeah, this boss looks hard for a new player, man. Holy smokers. People are gonna be so hard stuck here. Yo, reviving takes kinda long. Yeah, we'll definitely be better off playing this in group. Like, you can revive each other, seems very strong. Because it kind of gives you more life, right? Two melee characters is also not the best combination. Revive time increases each time someone dies. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, best tip for new player. Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday to me as well. Don't stay together. So you don't get hit or CC'd at by the same attack. Ooh, they just TP'd out. They don't know. So they have to restart the fight now, yes? Maybe they changed that and it wasn't the case yet here. But usually you TP out, you have to restart the fight. The boss fights are supposed to be hard, yeah. Souls-like. Not Diablo-like, Souls-like. They changed that part, yeah. It's a few months old, guys. But the story didn't change. Exile-like. I don't know, Exile-like, Power-like. Doesn't have the right role to it as roguelike or Souls-like. Not yet, anyway. Oh, they're beating it!
Just wait.
The monk's dead again. Dude, I can see the monk being so squishy. Jonathan mentioned that. That monk is very squishy. eat you. Oh, you can't leave. Yeah, this fight is hard, man. Look. Like, he kind of struggling.
Just wait.
They did it.
First ones, hear me. Feast upon this tyrant's soul.
I guess it's always best to be like in the middle or something, right? It feels kind of weird that the life is like attached at the very bottom. Can't really go anywhere. Okay, now they're going Act 2. We haven't seen this much. This is gonna be the full Act 2 footage.
Betrayal.
Okay, this is Act 2, guys.
This out. The merit. How can I heal thee? How can I advise you?
Yeah, we'll watch a Dreamcore video in a bit. Thanks for linking. Dreamcore is blasting. So this is gonna be like... Is there a Fury 2 wiki? Can you link it? I'm gonna play in group, I think. Group, trading, and all that stuff. I don't like to play alone, like in online video games. I mainly play online games to play together and not alone. Like that's what I think single player games are best for. But we'll see. Yeah, let's see the Act 2 fight. Yeah, no problem. Oh, there's a Fury 2 wiki. This Hoda buff? Ah, not really. I don't even know what the hell he's playing. You like MMOs, but you want to play solo. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, it's where's he complicated with all these potions?
That we betray. I remain a friend. I am a sad. Remain a friend.
Do they have Act 2 boss fights here? This is Act 2. I'll link his channel here. There's some Havoc.
What?
I like the vibes.
Who goes there?
Dude, Act 2 is always a desert. It's like Diablo 2. Even in D3 it was a desert, right? I'm telling you, man, Act 2 in any good game is just a desert.
One of the trails of corruption leads towards.
There's gonna be the Act 2 boss in here. I mean, this video is 4 hours long. Yeah, they're gonna be beating the Act 2 boss.
So much metal for. You could outfit an army with a mine of this scale.
I already did a bar build, Assad. You can see it right here. It's an earthquake Bob. They won't be close to the final boss. Is it gonna take like 4 hours? Yo, man, those, what was it, the wasps at the start of the freaking canyon. Well, they look like 2 one-shot those. You guys wanna watch the Dreamcore video first? PoE is gonna be too hard. Yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna get frustrated. But you know, that's part of the game. Like, it's just a hard game, man. Like, you can't play this game on easy mode, you know, it's always gonna be a bit tough. But they did a way better job in PoE 2. Oh, a legendary! Unique, I guess it's called. But a wand. There's like a Sorg item, no? Yeah, +3 levels to all spell skill gems. That's insane. I think Havoc is the monk. Who do you think the weakest and best class will be in PoE? I think they're all going to be somewhat balanced. Of course, in the end, something is going to be the best. I have no idea who is good or who is bad. I mean, if it was that obvious, the developers would change it, right? Well, I guess not for Spiritborn. But anyways, I think they will change it on GGG's. So what I think is the best class is Mercenary. Overall. But Monk has the potential to be pretty insane too. Jonathan said this as well, actually, that Mercenary, like also for newer players, is one of the best classes. Yeah, this is from Havoc. I think it's like 10 times. Yeah, Witch Hunter Mercenary looks insane. Yo guys, we're gonna have another holy drink, my friends. This is the Blood Orange Bet. If you like some sugar-free drinks, you can check out Holy here. They have hydration, energy, and iced teas. Holy Bold Elixir. Cheers, my friends. Look at this. So much ice in there. Cheerio. Rum Cola, das geht auch. Cheers. No sugar, let's go. This is gonna keep us going, guys. So the plan on launch is to blast for 30 hours plus. This is what's gonna keep us going. Holy. Yeah, Sorg looked insane in some of the footage. Cheers. No, I'm not gonna go 40 hours. I'm gonna go 30. Yeah, guys, 40 hours is crazy. Yes, as far as I know, there's a clan/guild system in the game. Yes.
This is not the place. Quickly.
I love that the entire act is like a caravan that's moving. I will only start at midnight since I have to do finish stuff up, but then I'm blasting all the week. Let's go, man. Is the combat smooth when you tried Path of Exile 2? Yes. Combat was very smooth.
Greetings.
Karn is gonna go for 60 hours? Are you crazy?
Careful, story.
Yeah, guys, I think 30 hours is fine, but 60? Like, how is he gonna survive 60? How? That does not sound possible. without some serious drugs or I mean I don't know. Like okay, to me it's not possible. Like after 40 hours I'm just, you know, like falling asleep. I have done a 38-hour stream. Like without sleeping. 38 hours is my highest, like stream time. So it's probably a wake time of 40 hours. But after that I was dead.
Need weapons?
Yeah, I was really dead though. Like after 40 hours, guys, you should go sleep, man. At that point, it's not healthy at all. Sehr geil. Ja, nee, no drugs for me, guys. Like I'm not doing that shit. Like maybe a bit of coffee. Like I got the holy. Like this is basically this has like a taurin in it. I think this is like an energy drink from Holy. And this one is working really good, man. Like I drink this one, I'm like wide awake. But that only gets you so far, you know. And at some point you should sleep.
For what it isn't worth. So.
Yeah.
It isn't worth. For what it isn't worth.
That's the plan, Zero. Yeah.
The clan lead will be just fine here. Oi, I am Finn.
Yo, Finn. Yeah, they're going like somewhat slow here for sure. Yeah? But look at these monsters, they look super cool. I don't think I'm gonna play solo. I did Wednesday 0 to Saturday morning 11 on WoW release. When I scratched my head, I didn't feel like I had a head. Dude, like, yeah, at that point, man, like, it gets unhealthy. But yeah, I get it. Like, if you don't drink caffeine, like, regularly, it's gonna be, like, very strong. But the PoE, I mean, you know this best, Herbs. Like, can you really play efficiently on Path of Exile when you're tired? Is it that much grindy, guys, in the end? You know, these guys with the stone or the metal shield look amazing. Yeah, I don't understand this sentiment. Like, if I'm not playing Diablo, how am I betraying anyone? It's okay to, you know, enjoy multiple games. Nah, I don't think we're gonna play 6-player. I also hear the game is very laggy at 6-player. I don't know if this was fully tested. It was very laggy in PoE 1, right? Yeah, you're not allowed to have fun, guys. If you play Diablo, then you can only play Diablo. And if you're playing Path of Exile, then you can only play Path of Exile. It's so stupid. You can play and enjoy multiple games as a gamer, guys. It's not a crime. I don't know how this is so hard to understand. Fun is forbidden by law in Germany. Yep, we're having too much fun, guys. The fun police is here. Yeah, we have a special police force for this. If someone's having fun, there is a police force that's gonna nerf that part. Can't have fun. Yeah, Percy looking forward to having fun with both. Yeah, it's Friday, guys. Early access in 1 week. $30 is more than fair for an early access, I feel, guys. That guy is smashing.
No mana. You'll see. I'm not ready.
It looks crazy. Not your dad. After 100% sure after playing Path of Exile, you simply won't get back to before. I see what you're saying, Big Ass Goth, but I'll definitely play both games. But we'll see. I mean, who knows what the future brings, guys? Like, I don't want to. Like, I have no idea. Like, we'll see. But I like to play both games, you know. Does anybody know when the stash tabs go on sale? Man, the Monk's looking so good. Look at the... Monk just has this like built-in dash like Spiritborn. When is the stash tabs going on sale? Every 2 weeks? Okay, so it was not last weekend, so it might be this weekend then. So, do you think there's gonna be a sale? Oh, you go ascend into the ground. Do you think there's gonna be a sale? On launch? Because I still have all these coins and I don't have stash space and I need. Yeah, Monk looks fast, that's why I like it better. I mean, Warrior is closer to Barbarian, but it looks very slow. Yeah, it's like rigged if there's no sale on launch. Yeah, good vibes. Yeah, they are doing league content releases like every couple months, I think, like 2 to 3 months. Yeah, okay, Herbs. Yeah, okay. I mean, I have like 2 quad taps or 1 quad tap at least. Mongo Warrior. PoE won't get boring? Okay, is that true, guys? Path of Exile won't get boring. And not for a long time, probably. But at some point, you're gonna be done with everything. Like, in PoE 1, I can see it on Twitch. Like, there's like a big circle, a cycle as well. The league launches, it's very popular. After 2 months, almost no one's playing. It's gonna take a... I think before we finish, or before most people finish the endgame, there's already gonna be a new endgame, pretty much. Yeah, PoE 2 is a release, it's way different. It's not gonna get boring for a long time. Ooh, rip. We're having a direct Monk Warrior comparison right now. Definitely Logan then. Do you think they'll get to the boss? Yeah, cast seems very strong.
I've no more room.
Are they gonna fight this boss? Yeah, the progress looks very slow for sure. This was Wrathbreaker. The reviving looks super cool. So they're like level 20 or something now. Oh, this is the part I've seen in a trailer like all those years ago. Yeah, I don't know why people are going so personal. Like, if you want to enjoy both games, just enjoy both games. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yeah, dash monk. Look, he's dashing. You see it?
I need more time.
Yeah, but the class is really the Ascendancy, though. But Monk looks very squishy. The Monk does look squishy, man.
Just wait.
There's no way he's dead again. Dude, the Monk's decorating the floor. Now we can watch all these.
You'll see.
Yeah, newer players will definitely feed a lot. Dude, but the Monk looks so much fast-paced, dude.
Just wait.
Your Monk is spamming the healing potion. This is from Havoc. Oh, that's not the right link anymore. Link is channel on a sec, I need to find it again.
Let us see what the
New waypoint.
store for me.
Yeah, I'm always subscribed. Havoc is the guy. Think they buffed the Monk? Monk died again.
Hold them back while I open
They
the
did
gate.
say that people died the most on Monk, right? Jonathan said that in the interview 2 days ago. Is it necessary to buy the more expensive supporter packs? Not at all. You can just buy the basic supporter pack, $30, and you can always upgrade later. You know, like if you get the $30, you get into the game, you like the game, you enjoy playing it, you can always upgrade your supporter pack after. There's no FOMO. You don't have to have any fear of missing out. You just buy the basic pack. If you don't know which pack to buy, guys, buy the basic pack, you know. And if you later on decide you like the game, you want to support the development more, and you also want to get some nice perks in game, then you can always upgrade to like the $100 version or whatever, right? I think this is the way, guys. Just get the $30 and then see how you like it. And if you like it, you can spend more if you like. Nice and easy. No artificial FOMO is created. No, you know, guerrilla psychology tactics to get you to spend more money. It's just a fair and transparent system. It's just a fair, transparent system. Yeah, I got the 480 pack.
Just wait.
Yeah, you can VPN to Brazil and get it cheaper. I mean, whatever. There's a lot of tricks.
We can allow the
I don't even know if this is this like legit now? Like, I know VPNs, they always like advertise with this like regional pricing. And like you can like circumvent like all the movie blocks and stuff. Is it even legit? Is it illegal? Yeah, it might be. So be careful with that. Yeah, regional pricing is important because like obviously income is different. Oh, look at all these boys. You can play up to 6 players. Yeah, not worth the ban. I mean, like you do it. The class of Whirlwind, there is an ability called Cyclone, but it's not in the game yet. Yeah, because regional pricing is like a very big advantage for people living in like lower income countries, so you shouldn't abuse the system for sure. That kind of sucks if you are abusing it like that. This is the energy shield, right? That thing on his life bar. Yeah, now it's coming back. Okay, yes. It's very subtle. You can still see it's there. Maybe there are settings to control where the UI is going. I would love to have my camera like all the way on this side. Yeah, ES is gonna be very important on Monk, I feel. This is PoE 2 gameplay in Act 2. I have not seen this act at all. In most of the footage I've seen, they all were stuck in Act 1. Or didn't make it, like, because it was only very... Ooh, there's boss fight here. Oh, don't let the monk die again, man. Come on. Looks like they have some good DPS. It's inevitable, monk will die. Why do you think the devs are the worst? Can you explain? For some reason, like people like a lot, like flame the developers in any game a lot. This is couch co-op, yes. What do you think about the witch class? Yeah, looks pretty strong. But it's not for me to play a summoner. I like to do the damage myself, if that makes sense. Like, I don't like to rely on pets too much. Yeah, people are always having a big debate, but most people say Ben is the absolute giga chat. It's just...
Quickly!
This guy. Blah. Oh. No debate.
No natural sandstorm. We must
Yeah, I don't know how he looks like, so for me, this is just how he looks
Let
like.
us return to the caravan and entreat Zarka's
Ben is the faker. Yeah, yeah. Faker in League of Legends. That's Ben in PoE. There you go. Blah. But I think there's this too.
This, we would. I have my. We understand.
Yeah, just share POB. Ben is good at mechanics, winning races.
Remain a friend.
Yeah. I mean, Ben, though, doesn't really do, like, build guides, you know? It's not, like, his kind of style as far as I've seen. He did a build, or he did, like, an explanation strategy guide for Lilith in D4, because he was, like, the first player to beat her in hardcore. That was fucking great, actually. Because it was actually a tough fight, Lilith in D4, when she came out. It was really tough. They nerfed her ever since so many times. But he doesn't really do build guides.
An essence of water.
Yeah, this is great at that. I mean, there's so many great people. This doesn't look better than Diablo. Well, you can decide it for yourself, but I mean, you know, you're allowed to play both games. And also, the graphics is gonna look way more crisp when you play it on your own PC. This is like streamed on a YouTube video, then on Twitch, like with a lower bitrate and stuff. It's gonna look a lot better when you actually install this on your own PC. You know what I mean? Yeah, Gazi is the minion king. Zooming, Top Gun. There was also Young. Ah, there's so many people, man. I'm still learning, yeah. Art director is super good. Yeah, and art director, we watched the history the other day. If you haven't seen that, there's like a history of GGG. It's a great video, man. Yeah, it's the history of grinding gear games. Kaiser is a milligod, yeah, for sure. I can't stream in 4K because I live in Germany and we have Internet. Internet Germany. It does not work. I can't stream in 4K, and also Twitch doesn't allow it either. Highest you can do on Twitch is 6,000 bitrate. Doesn't work. You know, they're crushing this boss. Easy.
The Vastari Desert.
Yeah, German internet is dog shit. You don't have to tell me, man. I've been fighting with my internet for like a century, for a decade, not a century. Basically, I've been fighting with my internet for a decade, and it's still not fixed, bro. Yeah, but I can't. I don't have good internet, rabbit. I am from Germany. It doesn't work here. RIP season. Dude, they killed this boss. Wait. So they blasted this boss like easy, and then they got attacked by a bunch of snakes. And they all got murdered. RIP. Boss killed, instantly dead. Yeah, I can't get a fiber connection here where I live, guys. I don't live in a big city. No fiber. It's not there. Yo, they just got instantly murdered by those sneaky snakes. Poison issue, okay. Yeah, but even in the capital, man, even in Berlin in Germany, the internet's like shit. I remember I was like riding a railway in Berlin and I couldn't even call my sister. Like, it was fucked up. Like literally you're in the train of Deutsche Bahn, like first of all, every second time the train's too late already. And then if the train is there and you finally catch your train, you're gonna arrive half hour late and you can't even call the person that you're meeting that you're late Because the fucking, like, phone doesn't work sometimes. That was my experience. I mean, that was like 10 years ago when I was in Berlin, but oh my god. It was so bad. I don't think they're starting in the train. There is a very, like, small mobile version of Starlink. How do you think the developers will react to Path of Exile's true success? Do you think they'll change the core game? I don't think they need to change anything. I mean, if there's a positive reaction, the game is popular. You don't need to change it, right? Like, you keep doing what you're doing because it's popular already. It's great, and you keep innovating. But, I mean, they already... You know, the game gets popular because they made good decisions. Not making the game pay to win. You know, respecting players' time. Having a lot of endgame. I think just more of that, you know? No, like, you know... psychology tricks to sell you some RMT. You know what I mean? And they just keep doing what they're doing. They just have to make sure that the servers are good. And Jonathan seemed a bit, at least concerned with that. Obviously, it's a luxury problem to have more players than you expected to have, right? Because he said something about they were expecting basically as many players as a league start in PoE 1, and that is about 300,000 players. But it sounded to me that in terms of pre-orders, there's way more people. So I'm expecting like roughly like 500,000 plus, probably more, between 500,000 and 1 million. 500,000 would be super good. And I mean, well, if they have 1 million, that would be completely insane. Because the game isn't even out, it's early access, and the launch is next year. Easy 1 million? Man, 1 million would be crazy. I don't think it's easy 1 million. I think 500,000 and it's already like big success. Anything more than that, like if they have double, that would be crazy. That will be easy 1 million. Man, 1 million people is a lot. We'll see. I'm pretty sure they'll post on X about it. Follow me on X, by the way. 500,000 would be a huge success for early access, dude. Keep in mind, the 300,000 number that they have on League Start, that is free-to-play number. I know there's a lot of hype for the game. But with 500,000, they can already be super happy, dude. Super happy. Peak concurrent, I can show you. They posted this. Oh, this cool. This guy looks cool. Right here. 350,000. This is their peak concurrent players. Peak, absolute peak. But this is PoE 1, free to play. And Jonathan said in an interview about 2 days ago, that he was expecting 350k-ish again. But judging by the pre-order number, it looks like there might be more. Oh, now the Barb died finally. The warrior. Yeah, 500k is a reasonable, realistic prediction. I think 1 million, that is a bit of copium. Obviously, that would be fantastic. But if there's 1 million players, the servers are gonna go down. Like 90%. Like if there's, I don't think they are ready for 1 million. You underestimate console. Yeah, okay, that's pure PC number, right? Yeah. Well, guys, my prediction is anything between 500,000 and 1 million. I'm thinking like it's gonna be like 700k or something. Like more than 500k, I would say for sure. And that's already gonna be very good. But I'm not talking Steam number. I'm talking like general. The monk's dead again. Damn, dude. $1 million easy. Bro, I don't think it's gonna be easy 1 million. That would be completely insane.
You'll see.
But keep in mind, guys, it's not the game launch. The game is not launching. Yeah, that'd be crazy, that'd be crazy. Like more than 1 million boys. Oh my god, dude, yes. Elon is gonna play, yeah. I mean, we'll see how much time he has for sure, right? But yeah, I posted this the other day, guys. He's gonna play. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys. Hope you had a good day yesterday. One last calm breath before we log in next week and blast. Who's ready? I'm in. Yeah, they're gonna log in. He's ready, guys. Share this. Elon who? Yeah. Elon who? Damn. I'm in.
Just wait.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how it's gonna work with the loot filters like earlier on. I mean, guys, we're just gonna go in, like, we'll check. And I wanna blast to the end game. Are you ready to be enlightened? Dude. I'm just in kindergarten in terms of PoE knowledge, guys. We're gonna get there slowly, but really, I'm in kindergarten right now. 6 million players, there's no way. I think realistically, it's gonna be between 500,000 and 1 million players. Dude, I mean, if it's gonna go over 1 million, like well over 1 million, this is gonna be like completely crazy. I did play PoE 1 for like 30 hours. So I have not played. I mean, 30 hours of playtime is like I haven't played. You know, I didn't play at all. Because that was like also a few years ago. Like, I don't even remember. I don't even remember jack shit about that kind of stuff. Maybe we'll play some. Do you want me to play some PoE 1 like tomorrow or on Sunday? We might. 30 hours is nothing. Yeah, so I haven't played. Basically, yeah. After 10,000 hours. How many years is 10,000 hours? Even if I play 10 hours a day, every day, and this includes like Christmas and like every day 10 hours, it would take me, man, 1,000 days? That's like 3 years. Yeah, that's like 10 hours a day for 3 years. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's 3 years of 10 hours a day. Ooh, this is an interesting question. Can you guys, do you notice, chat? Can you activate HP bars? Dude, the monk is feeding, man. Can you activate HP bars in PoE? It's in the options, you can. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, so the answer to that question is yes. The answer is always yes, basically. Like, yes. I mean, in PoE, you know, you think you have a problem, somebody else already had it. Bing. Dude, yeah, the inventory sorting on a controller looks... I mean, it's always difficult to me. Like, I could not do that, like, properly. Like, sorting the inventory with a controller. Do you think they're gonna get to the boss? I mean, I really like the martial art fighting style of Monk. But the Monk looks so squishy. This is beta. No, this is not me playing. This is from Havoc. I think the video again. I really should keep his channel open, man. Keep asking me. Havoc Poe. It's a channel. Poe. Path of Exile. No, he's using a quarter staff, I believe. Level 25. Yo, who's doing that fire? Is that the monk? Or is that the enemy? $14,000 hours. So you're just beginning. Yeah, I'm a new player. I only have 5,000 hours in the game, you know. Still learning. Oh, now the Barbarian is dead. Oh, the monk's fighting. Oh, this is an elite. Dude, why is the view so weird? Rip. Yo, man, look, this looks kind of tough, guys.
Just wait.
And the Barb is also almost one-shot the warrior. I mean, it's maybe not the smartest idea to play double melee. The reason why I love PvE is that there's always something to do. When I play other games, when going around the corner, I always expect something more, a little extra. Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is from Havoc. I don't think he's a noob, guys. I mean, it's just, I mean, everybody is essentially like a noob, just means a beginner. Everybody's a beginner in Path of Exile 2, guys. What do you mean? Like, we're all noobs. We are all noobs. I mean, there's obviously some people that have a lot more knowledge, but nobody has really played PoE 2. So, in some way, we're all beginning. Obviously, there's a big advantage. If you already have 10,000 hours of knowledge in PoE 1, that's gonna help a lot. Yeah, Havoc is like one of the best racers as well, yeah. It's a tough game, guys. I guess you'll see when you play. Like, it is really tough. I mean, I only played like 4 hours, but those 4 hours I played at Gamescom, it was really tough. It's a very hard game. It's gonna be very hard. Dude, I can already see the salty tears on Reddit, guys. It's gonna be crazy. People are gonna get freaking hard stuck. Even in Act 1. Dude, people gonna be hard stuck in Act 1, boss. I'm telling you. And they're gonna go on Reddit, and they're gonna go on the forum, and on X, and everywhere, and they're just gonna complain, man. Dude, there's gonna be so much salt. I love to see it, man. You can't just play the game on easy mode, you know. Yeah, everybody is playing on the same difficulty. Like, you are a beginning player. You are playing on the same difficulty setting as Ben, for example, like a well-seasoned PoE speedrun veteran. Like, you're playing on the same difficulty. There's no difference. It's gonna be tough, guys. There's no easy mode. There's no shortcut in this game. And they did make it more accessible already. It was even crazier in PoE 1. From what I hear. I mean, I can't talk from experience. It's just from what I hear. PoE 1 was even crazier. There's no easy mode, no. Well, I think there isn't. Everybody's playing on the same difficulty, right, chat? Like, you can't choose easy or hard mode. Like doesn't work. Like everybody is just playing in normal mode. That's it. Like normal mode is definitely a hard mode. Yeah, everybody's on the same page. Yeah. Well, okay, you can play like, what is it? Toothless, Ruthless, or you can play solo self-found, hardcore. That's the hard mode. That's the giga hard mode. Like this is just everything is you do is you play in hard mode by default. But if you really want the crazy, then you go hardcore, solo self-found. Then it's crazy.
No warrior.
There's no Ruthless yet in PoE 2. Okay. So there's solo self-found hardcore, but no Ruthless. Solo self-found is only available in hardcore? I don't think so. I think you can play softcore solo self-found and hardcore solo self-found. So there should be 4 modes, right? Trade softcore, trade hardcore, solo self-found softcore, and solo self-found hardcore. That's it. Those are the 4. So by default, the player base is already divided by 4. The player base, I mean, how many percent of player base is playing hardcore, guys? Maybe like 5%? Ooh, this is boss fight.
My king nears.
Let's get a bit louder.
Just wait.
Oh, Forsaken Sun. 10% max? That's a lot of people. You think 10% of all players are playing hardcore? That's a lot. I don't think it's 10%. That sounds very high, but I mean it might be. 10% is extremely high, guys. In most games, like 5%. Smash. Oh, this was in the trailer. Yeah, you can't like use macro lockouts. No cheating. I'd be surprised if it's 10%. 10% is crazy. Under 1% on early access. Yeah, that's more realistic, I think. I think it's less than 5%. But yeah, I'm not gonna play hardcore. The game is already hard enough, guys. At least for like a new player. Like you're a new player like me, don't play hardcore. It's just stupid. Yo, they kind of have good DPS, the Monk and the Barbarian. Like, look, they are beating this guy. He almost died. Hardcore is for tryhard, yeah. I'm not gonna start hardcore, are you crazy? I haven't even played the game ever. Like, for real. I played it for a few hours, that's it. Oh, that was a sick fight.
That wound.
Immortal.
Such sorrow deserves release.
That love. Thank you.
Dude, she's burning. Dang.
I never expected divinity could be such a curse.
I'm deciding between Monk and Warrior. I'm leaning Monk right now, but I truly don't know. I haven't decided yet. I'll decide probably next week, guys. It's too hard to decide, man. I don't fucking know. Monk or Warrior, they're both great. It's impossible to decide right now. Need more information.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Thanks for your sacrifice. 07. Yeah, but we don't know what the strongest class is. I think, ideally, guys, there's no clear winner here. Ideally, different ascendancies and different classes are gonna be strong for different kind of things, and maybe even strong for different stages of the game. I think, early on, Mercenary, I mean, this is just pure copium and speculation. Mercenary looks pretty strong, from what I've seen. Especially the Witch Hunter, early on, looks very strong. But the Monk looks the coolest. I was like thinking about going Mercenary as well for this. I'm still like not decided. Like, I'm definitely not going Ranger.
Yes.
I'm definitely not going Sorcerer or Witch. There's a, I'd say like a 55% chance I play Monk. 30% I play Warrior, and like whatever is left, like 15% I play Mercenary.
I'm forbidden by the terms of the Third Pact from invoking the right of flame myself. I must send an emissary as my...
Any reason not going for Sorc? Well, I kind of like the melee playstyle, and then as a mercenary I would pretty much play it because it plays like a shooter, and that's like a true, unique and new experience. But I played Sorc in plenty of video games, right? I feel like the Sorcerer doesn't really add anything like new in terms of like interesting gameplay. Like, it's a Sorc, it does elemental stuff, it looks super cool, but it's just not like that exciting for me, right? Like, while Mercenary is something completely new. Like, you know, like basically playing like a shooter. Like, basically as a shotgun. Yeah, Monk, Flicker Strike, and Warrior is just like a barb. Like, it looks cool. That's like kind of my reasoning. And I don't like summons, I like to do damage myself, so the Witch is out too. And I don't like Ranger, because I don't like this archetype that much.
Just wait. I can't.
I don't think they're gonna make it to the boss, guys. How far is this in the act?
Power.
You could do Monk with a crossbow, yeah, I could. But why would I? Like, I like the melee playstyle. Well, you can do a mercenary with a sword. Right? Like, if you really want. Yeah, you should only judge by the senses. Yeah, and Witch Hunter looks really cool. But so does the Darkness, man. Like, what are these? These are the mods, you mean? These things? Yeah, but Huntress not in the game. I agree, it looks sick. Huntress plays like Jabazon. That thing was fantastic, by the way.
You're safe.
We know the 6 classes, yeah. It's all on the website. It's Sorcerer, Witch, Ranger, Mercenary, and Monk and Warrior. Those are the 6. This right now is Monk on the right side and Warrior on the left. Well, they might be switching the positions, but that's pretty much it. Chronomancer with 200 weapons. I mean, yeah, you can do crazy things like that. That's what Path of Exile is about, right? Like, you can go... Like, you can log in and go crazy. Like, you can go truly crazy. Log in. No Templar Druid. I don't even know what that would be. Ooh, man, like the DPS is so crazy. It's just like some trash monsters and the life boom drops instantly. They will release the other classes one by one. It sounded like they are releasing Huntress and Druid simultaneously. I would expect it in like 2 to 3 months. So probably in like February. It looks like, would you say that's fair, guys? Huntress, Druid in February. Yeah, February-ish, something like that. Not if, in.
Just wait.
Around there. Maybe a bit later. Maybe at the beginning of March. This is a beta. Yeah, Druid's gonna have Bear, Wolf, and then maybe Cat. They haven't shown it. End of January. I think it says January 21st. Wolf is not confirmed. It was. Maybe not fully. Gameplay is fantastic. The video is here on Havoc's channel. I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom for a second. This is Monk and Barbarian. Sharknado. A crab druid form. Oh yes. That'd be fun.
First ones cannot help me here.
Prendergast? Crap Daddy. Your druid performing into a crab. A flying crow. Oh, that could be many of them. Sorry, what's the context for this? I'll link the video here from Havoc. Danke dir. Grüße. Bra. Gonna transform into... Well, I don't know, man. That's certainly gonna be exciting. Dude, it seems so easy for them to die. What the fuck?
Just wait.
Wait, did he just get one shot?
Just wait.
I don't even see. No, that was the Bob. Look.
Just wait.
It's not the monk, it's the Bob. The warrior. Lol, look at this.
Just wait.
He just gets one tap by that freaking spider. It's a warrior. The spider just ate that guy. Dude. People are gonna be feeding in this game. They were nerfed? Okay, yeah, that looks crazy. Just gets fucking one tap.
Tempered by flame.
Like just boom. Looks like the monsters can crit. Yeah, I don't know about that part. They might be able to do some like sort of like crit. Oh, it was a shooting one. Okay, it was the spider projectile. Great amulet. Oh, they have a cut here.
Just wait.
Yeah, he did cut the video a bit.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, like most of this pre-footage that I've been seeing, like people are blasting on their controller. I don't really know why. But apparently people like to log in on controller. It's a bit weird, but yeah, I mean, just let them do whatever they want to do, right?
Just wait.
You just wait. Ooh, look at these. Whoa, look at these enemies. They look so cool. Look at these zombies. Look, they're like way too... They're super squishy. The monk just one-shot them. It definitely feels like the monk's doing more DPS in this footage, no? The monk, I think, also dies more often, but he's doing more DPS. That's hard to say, though.
I'm not ready.
Oh, that's a big dead end. It's Attack on Titans, yeah. Yeah, inventory management on controller is rough. You look at the porting of the monk! That combat fight looks so cool. Yo, they're gonna go to the Act 2 boss. How far is this in Act 2? Does anybody know? Are they close to the boss? I heard the Act 2 boss is super tough. But that's what the M said.
the dreamer.
Oh, here it goes, guys. It's not the that's not the final boss. Dang. Yo. This guy looks very tanky. Oh, he's like destroying a part of the arena. Yeah, it's man, that's gonna be so fucking crazy. Yeah, look, the arena is like, it's like Lilith, it's getting like burned to pieces, smashed to pieces. But they're doing a good job at dodging. I just feel like he just wanted to do DPS. He almost got hit. 7 days, log in, man. Oh, we're gonna soul lock him. Yo, the bell did a lot of damage. Guys, log in and play.
Just wait.
Oh, they're getting him. Yo, the bell looks super good. So the bell is reflecting the warrior's damage hits too. Get him, boys, get him. 3 weeks off.
Escape before they realize the dreamer did this.
Dang, they did it. Yeah, we're gonna make a clan. I don't know how many people can be in the clan. We'll make a clan for Diablo 4 refugees and more. Are we gonna call it D4 refugee? Refugees? Now we're gonna call it good game probably. Oh, they're back in the town, boys.
This?
Yeah, 50 of those boss fights. Diablo-like enjoyers. D4 exiles. That's actually a good one. I'm a D4 refugee. D4 exiles? Or D4 refugees? We'll see. Path of Diablo-like. DL, Diablo-like.
This is not the place for violence.
Diablo-like is pretty good. You're not gonna call it D4 bad, guys. Come on. I mean, it's truly a Diablo 2-like game. Like, Rod Ferguson wasn't wrong about that. They took heavy, and they said this, GGG devs, they said this multiple times. Chris Wilson as well as Jonathan Rogers. It is a Diablo-like, or Diablo 2-like game in a way. They took many of the great features that we loved in Diablo 2 and they kept cooking on them and they improved them. They made it ready for a modern audience and it's great. Is Diablo 2 like? He said this himself. We just watched the history video. He literally... Guys, he literally called it like that. I'll show you the video. I'll show you the... I think a lot of people have the timestamp. Like, that's literally exactly word for word what he said. Let me check. We'll play the quota. It's Just give me a sec.
A Diablo-like game, and
How does anyone live in this
I think it's this.
forsaken wasteland?
We'll check this in a sec. Look, look, look. This was at Exile.
or like wanted.
These are the chats.
But
The bold, the brave,
Then,
the blaster.
a few years after that, I got a random message where Chris was saying that him and Jonathan were thinking about, or like wanted to make a Diablo-like game, and
Diablo-like game.
that sounded amazing, I thought. So
Let's go.
And for context, you were living in Sweden at the time.
Back in the Diablo-like game. They literally said it. Yeah. That's it.
Just wait.
Diablo 2-like. Diablo. Yeah. He called it Diablo. That's fine though.
I need more time.
Can you link it next now? I don't know which one. Hey, wait, the one where they congratulated Blizzard? Yeah, that was very... That's what Rod should have done. That's what Rod should have done. That's how Brits say it, Diablo-like. Okay. Yeah, it was accurate at the time. No, this was last year. D3 was definitely out. That was at ExileCon last year. Check the video. ExileCon was last year, 2023. Yeah, it was last year. That stage.
Just wait.
Yeah, the buff sounds good, man. Was it 2019? Okay, maybe it's 2019. But even then, Diablo 3 was already out, so the argument still stands. Even if it was in 2019. Oh, they died. Diablo 3 was already out. Oh, my day. Dude, it seems so crazy for new players. 2009? Okay, I don't know. It said ExileCon. I don't think there was an ExileCon in 2009. But that's what they said. Okay, yeah, he was talking about a statement from last year or from 2019, that something that he said in 2009. So by that standard, I understand what you're saying. Either way, just watch the video. Like, watch the quote. You can make of it what you want. And they didn't just like they kept cooking on the systems and they improved them. You can clearly see this many times in many cases, like the weapon switching. Like it also not only does it weapon switch like in D2, it also switches like your passive skill tree with it.
Just wait.
Yeah, one man left, you're right. That puts, there will be competitive modes. I mean, maybe some Path of Exile 1 gamers can answer this. So what competitive modes can we expect long term? I think on launch, dude, they just keep feeding. This is gonna be tough, man, on Act 2. I think on launch, there's not gonna be any ladder, no gauntlet, no leaderboard, no nothing. But long term, guys, what do you think we can expect? Race to 100. Just race to 100? Okay, but that's like, that's a bit boring, no? But yeah, like race to an Uber boss, to beat an Uber boss, that's a bit cooler, the gauntlet style. Yeah, sleep deprivation contest. Who can handle the game without sleeping for the longest? Yeah, I don't think level 100 is that entertaining. I think like having a hard boss as the end goal is cooler. Yeah, this special gauntlet with crazy mods. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. But they said GGG was asked about this, and I believe they said early on they are not looking to like organize this kind of stuff. Doesn't mean that this or like community can't organize this. But at least DGD, I think, said that, you know, they have more focus on the early access, like getting feedback to the game and like getting the new systems and getting all the classes out before they're going to do these kind of races. So this is probably going to take half a year plus before we have like any sort of like official race, would be my guess. Again, it's just speculation, guys. We don't know for sure. Yes. Yeah, the warrior looks a bit slow. Right now I'm leaning like towards the monk. The monk here, he's on the right side. He looks a bit like fast-paced and cooler right now. Just about like feeling a lot as well. Like the feeling on the monk just looks more smooth, faster, if you will. Races are drama, but why? Like, what's the example of a drama in a race? Like RMT, account sharing. What's the drama? Mafia, people cheating, like how? No dramas, dudes are coping in chat. I didn't really hear of any drama in regards to this. I heard a lot of drama, you know, about other stuff like account sharing, like real money trading, even up to like mafia structures in Path of Exile. And dude, they keep dying here. This looks so hard. But I didn't hear about like race drama. PoE drama equals your build is bad. Okay, yeah, I heard about that as well. But doesn't matter. Like, okay, your build is bad, but you can just play whatever you want. Like, you can even play a bad build. And you can say, this is the build I play. I mean, if you like this playstyle, you can play this. Doesn't mean it has to be the best. Or you copy my build drama. Well, nobody owns a build in any video game. But we had this drama a lot in Diablo as well. Where people just like, you know, I don't know, like whatever, like claim it's their build and nobody else can play it. The craziest thing is, you play a build, you make a video about it, and then you're complaining that somebody else is playing your build. Like, that's just crazy. Like, why then make a video? But you should give credit where credit is due. Like, if you're like getting the inspiration by some other creator or something, like, then you should definitely, like, I don't know, link his video, give him a shout out or something like that, right? Yeah, but like nobody, they claim ownership. Like, this is crazy. Like, nobody has like the copyright or the license of a build. Like, it's absolutely disgusting. Like, nobody owns a build in a video game. That's just crazy. Like, I made this build so you can't play it. What? PoE drama, 6-man parties abusing game mechanics, so they get nerfed to everybody. Yeah, Jonathan can maybe claim all the builds. Yeah, but how is that a bad thing, one man's left? This is how you could call it like the swarm intelligence of the community. Like, the entire community is jumping into Path of Exile 2 and they start cooking on builds. And it's gonna get improved, it's gonna get improved. A lot of persons give their ideas. A lot of players, you know, like maybe figure out new mechanics. And the build revolves. But this is usually a community effort. It's very rarely only one person or like 2 persons. You know, it's usually like multiple people and just the community, the swarm intelligence of the community. Dude, man, this looks really rough. They keep on dying here. They're like level 25 or so. Yeah, I mean, if you like literally copy paste. Okay, like if you're literally copy pasting a build from somebody else, like if you're actively doing that, you should definitely give them credit, right? Give them a shout out, link their like POB or whatever, right? But sometimes, and I know this might sound crazy to some people, 2 or maybe even multiple individual people can come to the same conclusion. Like, let's say, I don't know, like you play a Flicker Strike build Flicker Strike is like a very popular skill. I don't know, you make like a good build around Flicker Strike. And some other guy might also make a good build around Flicker Strike without ever looking at your content. But then still nobody owns the build, because Flicker Strike is just a popular skill to play. But you can't say, just because you made a video, like even before the release, that Flicker Strike might be cool, you can't claim that this is your build. Like, I don't think it works like that. Like, that's crazy. Like, yeah, 99% of people copy a build. But it's just learning. Like, if you don't want people to copy your build, well then maybe don't make a video. Dude, like, they die again. Is it not a popular build? I mean, I don't know. I'm just like rephrasing what people are saying in the what people were saying in the chat.
Just wait.
Yeah, I mean, it might work a bit different in PoE. Like, we'll have to see. I mean, if I'm taking inspiration from someone's build, like, I always try to put the video and the planner in the description. But sometimes, like, I make any build. Like, this happened to D4. I make any build. And not every time, but, like, I make any build. Like, I don't know. Let's say I do a Hoda Bob. Whatever. I play a Hoda Bob, I make a build about it. And they're gonna die again. Fuck, it's hard. This game is so hard. I make a Hoda Bob, I make a build about it. And then I didn't look at anyone else's streams or whatever. Like, I just started the season on Hoda Bob, I made a build. I don't know, I do like some high content of it, whatever. We make a video. And then on that YouTube video, sometimes there's comments, oh, you stole that build from person XYZ. And then I click on the link that they sent. I never even like saw this person, you know? Like, this can happen a lot, because people can come, at least in Diablo, very easy to the same conclusion. In PoE it might be a bit different with how specialized and how many like different choices there are, right? But yeah, you can't send a copyright strike because somebody's playing Hoda Bob. Like, it's just crazy. Yeah, I invented the Quill Volley build. I was the first player to equip it ever. I have the proof, man. Just upload a video like a day before launch, like you using that skill. Here's the proof. This is my build. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, you have hundreds of variants. Of course, if you're using like exactly the same combination and you saw it from another creator or like from another, like, it doesn't even have to be a streamer, like even just like a guy in chat. You can just like, I don't know, like leave his tag, like give him a shout out, leave the link to the video. This is Act 2. Oh, this is the boss fight, maybe? No, it's a done. Yo, they are feeding here, man. Yeah, you could copy a build, but you couldn't probably not afford to do it. Yeah, that can happen a lot as well. I think you should really try to understand the build, not just copy it, but like not everybody has time for that. There's an early access, no spoiled boss fight. Well, if you want to avoid spoilers for boss fights, you should leave the stream right now. Because there's gonna be the Act 2 final boss fight in a bit. I don't know how far along they're in Act 2 now, but they're pretty far, I think. And this was a streamer client from a couple months ago. Well, content creator and journalist. They don't do like a full client. It's just like a limited access, like on an event for a few hours, I think. Oh yeah, I'll link the video here. This is from Havoc. I linked it like 20 times. Leave a like here. Great player. He's one of the veterans, man, and it makes me concerned. They might have changed this since then, but they are dying so much, and like they are only like experienced PoE 1 players, as far as I know. Yeah, you can revive. You will see it. Like maybe somebody will die here. Yeah, Havoc is a Giga gamer. It's just a hard game. I think Havoc is playing the Monk. Yeah, and I don't know why he's playing on controller. Is he usually playing on controller? Maybe he was just testing it. He doesn't even... I mean... maybe it's not even exactly him playing. Like, I don't know, maybe he just got the footage from a friend. Like, I'm not 100% sure about this. Rob, from the blog, escaped the Diablo prison. They're saying I shall be enlightened. But I'm definitely looking forward for the endgame. No one plays with controller. Well, these two people here do. Couch co-op, yeah, they're just testing it probably. So especially if you're a keyboard and mouse player, you're gonna have a hard time on controller. So that's also another handicap. Trying to learn how armor works? Yeah, dude.
The main thing I get from my community, like,
man, we went into the 47 pages PhD doctor thesis about Leech in PoE 1. That was my introduction to PoE mechanics. We were learning about Leech in PoE 1. It gave me the biggest headache. I should have not started at that. It was a 47 pages document. I was like, is that how every mechanic's gonna be, man? Like, what the fuck did you link me? That was crazy.
Join the dead, you so defiled.
I got G502 right here. Shit, I can't see my camera. Shit.
There it is, boys.
I can spin to win on the wheel. First day at school, leeching. This is a skill that you have to know as a streamer. Leeching. And reacting. Comic, graphic. Actually also React content is crazy on YouTube too. Leech is one sentence in PoE 2, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go to university to get my PoE PhD, man. It's gonna take 10,000 hours though. I'm like, you know, 50 hours in, if even. Maybe not even 50 hours, maybe less. This may PoE University. Yeah, we wanted to watch those. But it's like about PoE 1. I wish this would make PoE 2 University. Is he planning that? That would be dope, man. That'd be the best stuff ever. Like a video, this PoE 2 University, like, I don't know what we know so far or something. Right? That'd be dope. This looks so dope. The atmosphere and the music just feels so good together. Yeah, we checked the Dreamcore. We watched all the videos. I think he made a new one today. We'll watch it after this. This like the boss fight should be in half an hour. I think it's the same, Evade. I would suggest getting it on Steam. Here's the footage. It's yeah, this is Act 2. Like, I want to see the Act 2 final, the Act 2 boss fights.
As with the other, if you find Liluma's body,
What should a PoE noob study to get ready? Yeah, that's a very tricky question to answer.
Aspires to be so beautiful.
Melee looks dog shit. Do you think melee will be bad? I don't know, man. But melee is definitely my favorable playstyle. Melee not bad. Like melee is really bad in D2. Melee, I think I heard, is also pretty bad in PoE 1, like mostly. Or it used to be. They buffed it a lot, right? Melee. I remember melee was really bad in D2, man. ZGD logged out. I think Subtractum, I can't pronounce his name, like Subtractium. He also logged out the mercenary. Titan is the ascendancy of the warrior. One of the ascendancies. Current PoE 1 league saw a lot of improvements to melee. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, Subtractum. Yeah, he made a great video about Mercenary and then he played Sorcerer. Sorcerer looked so much better than the Mercenary, dude. But you should just play whatever feels most interesting to you. I don't think melee is bad, guys. I think they are like, yo, what? I think they are like balanced. How did he get on this? Look at this. He's like going on the pillar. That's so cool. Look at this. Look, he just getting on a pillar. What the fuck? He just literally goes on the pillar. Oh man, that looks so dope. Yo, hey guys, what's up? Welcome in, my friend. Ru2, one of the PoE veterans. Thank you so much, my friend. So Ru, if you're still here, big shout out, man. Have you decided on a starter class yet? We're just having a big discussion, watching this gameplay here from Havoc, which is also a PoE old cat. He's also a PoE veteran. We're just having a big discussion whether melee... Some people were saying melee still looks bad. But I don't have cat W. Okay, wait, I gotta get this emote. He wanted to play Spell Monk. Dude, yeah, I'm between Monk with Darkness or Warrior Titan. I really want to play melee. I'm like a melee enjoyer.
when I have
Let me set 7TV for this cat emote, guys. I'm gonna get it, okay? I'm gonna need to embrace the cat memes. I heard there are a lot of cat memes. Is it this one? Cat W, this one? Use emote. Hey guys, we should have it now. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, we got it. Sorry, boys. Dude, how many kitties? I can't even see if he wrote something, man. Let me see. I went through my league starter ideas already on stream today. Took like 3 hours. Okay, dang. Are you gonna make like a highlight video of that, or like a video with like your plans for YouTube?
I'm not ready.
You're very interested in watching that for sure. Like 3 hour stream. Yo, great stuff, man. I'm looking forward to it. I think there's gonna be a lot of new players, guys. If you have not seen, we just got confirmation. Elon Musk is gonna play too. So there's definitely gonna be a lot of new players, a lot of D4 refugees, if you will. I was posting this yesterday. Happy Thanksgiving, guys, everybody. One last calm breath before we log in next week and blast all the way until next year. Elon Musk says, I'm in. Let's go, man. Yeah, we are gonna log in, guys. Next year is 2025. Okay, 2026. Okay, we're gonna play for 1 year and 1 month. Okay, you can disagree or agree with what Elon Musk is doing. I understand that. It's very polarizing, but it's gonna be very good for Path of Exile to see even a more broad audience of people coming into the game and enjoying or getting to experience this beautiful game for the first time, you know? Dot cat? Okay, we're gonna get that too. How many are there, man? I have the one with Ben. There's also cats. Is Elon gonna stream? Well, if he's gonna stream it on X, guys, he's gonna have a couple million people watching. It's definitely gonna give Path of Exile, you know, like another like exposure to a different kind of audience. That obviously not everybody of that audience is gonna stick around, but some of them will. You know, let's say there's, I don't know, 10,000 new players coming in. Maybe 10% of them are gonna stay around. Dude, how many cat emotes are there? I'm from Germany. Ja, ich bin Deutscher. Oh, this looks like a boss fight? Maybe not. This is Act 2 gameplay from Havoc, guys. I'll link the video again here. Maybe leave a like, leave a comment here. And this is like one of the... This is a couple months old footage though, but it's looking a bit rough for the melee players here, I think. But, or the game just looks hard, you know? The game will just be really hard. Well, Tencent has like a market cap of like $500 billion, so that's a lot. Okay, they revived it. Tencent has a big investment in Tesla. I think they had a big investment in Blizzard as well, which is now Microsoft, I guess so. Yeah, for me it's between the Warrior Titan Ascendancy and the Monk Children of... I don't even know exactly how to... The Darkness Monk. Wait, what now? Looks like they split up. Wait, what happened? So wait, the Barb can jump over? What's the Monk doing? Look, he can't get there. He's fucking stuck. Chayula, yeah. Chayula. Wait. Okay, you can just port your allies in. What are you gonna do if you're a solo Monk? I don't get it. Wait, another Monk L? Like, what the fuck? Look, the Barb just jumped, or the Warrior just jumps over. And the Monk is RIP. You can go around. Okay, I didn't see the map like it goes around. Okay, so the Warrior is just cheating. Wall hack. Link Jammy Mao, okay. Elon WH, yeah, just jump, man. Yeah, Warrior almost died. Dude, we have, like, they keep getting one shot, man. The Monk is also getting one shot a lot. There was like a spider. They were fighting like a Giga Spider, like half an hour ago in this act. And they were just getting one shot by that, like elite spider or whatever. Like, they had some spider projectiles. People said they already nerfed those. Yeah, the health is crazy, man. Yeah, look, he just jumped over it again. Okay, and then they're like pulling the Monk in. The spiders got nerfed, okay. Yeah, they look insane. Like, those projectiles he didn't dodge, like, he would just get one shot. This is, I think it's the end of Act 2. They should be fighting the final boss of Act 2 soon. Very curious how the middle fight's gonna go. I think the M was saying he was, like, pretty stuck at the final boss in Act 2. It looks to be very difficult. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like, the game is hard, no matter what. Is this like a walking cannon? This is co-op. And normally, obviously, multiplayer, you still have the full screen for yourself, but this is a couch co-op. Oh yeah, you can follow me on X, by the way. I like hard content. Yeah. But if you are a new player, man, I think people are gonna be pretty salty. Like, there's gonna be many new players, right? And they did a lot to improve the new player experience. But man, I can already taste the salt on Reddit. There's gonna be so many new players, and they're gonna be mad because they're gonna get hard stuck in Act 1. They make their character, they play a little bit, and then they are hard stuck at some boss. They're gonna get filtered, man. Yeah, to say it in the words of Chris Wilson, man, they're gonna get filtered, dude. Reddit is gonna be fuming. Get filtered, man. As per usual, base. Okay, we need to get some rolling emotes, some more emotes rolling. I'm looking for this one too. Dude, they're all cat emotes. How are there so many cat emotes? Insane cat? Okay, let me check. Insane cat. Dude, what the fuck is this one? Oh, it's trending. Okay, we gotta add insane cat though. Okay, add it. This one is going, man. Are you mocking me? They say, hey lad, D4 bad. Yeah, we're trending, guys. Any other cats? There's so many cats in the chat. Oh my god, there's so many. White time. Okay, let me add those. Oh, is this gonna be the boss fight? Does anybody know how close they are to the act boss? Sure, white time. This is a dancing cat. Wait, there's white time 2 and 3? How many are there? How many cats do you want? Yes.
And that makes you predictable. The end of Marraketh's tyranny is nearly at hand.
Okay, why are there so many, man? Oh, here he is, guys. It is not the final boss, though. Okay, white time. It's just like manual labor adding them on, man. White time 5 is trending. Okay, this is where we'll stop, though. This is enough white time in this. Soy cat, okay. This is gonna be... Okay, we can add like 5 more cats, but then it's fine. Oh man, this is not a Tomb Lord, guys. Not a Tomb Lord. Did I not add blah? I think I added blah. Yeah, I have blah. There's a Santa bar. Ooh. Okay, does middle look bad or no? Look at this, man. They just get slapped. Maybe they didn't dodge. Okay, I think that. Okay, is it fair to say, guys, as a new player, you don't want to stand at the same location? Like, look at this. They're both standing at the same pixel, and there's like a circle, and they get slapped. They definitely want to be careful with that, I think. Is that a fair tip?
And that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradun is now.
Yeah, the AoE was really small. First rule of PoE, don't stand together. Thanks, guys. Good recommendation. There's so many cat enjoyers. What is this, man? Cat or dog? Torgal. Second rule, always run in a circle. Ooh, the warrior got one shot again, man. Dude. Yo, this is rough. Yeah, well, that's salute.
You are relentless. And that makes you predictable. The time of the Faradun is now.
Do we do it with a cigarette? Oh man. This guy's smoking. Yo, by the way, we got a fresh haircut for the new PoE launch, so we don't have to leave the house for the next 2 months, guys. Which one is the Gav one? Okay, wait, wrong version. Okay, wait, we'll watch in a sec. But which one? Which one? There's so many of them. The Gav, this one. Oh yeah, it needs to be the cat one, of course. Okay, sorry guys. That was not my intention. Of course, the cat one. How could I miss that? Rob is prepping. Like, I think we're more prepping the emotes, man. Yeah, sure, it's gotta be the cat one. I don't know what the fuck I did. Rate this. Dude, can I even show this on Twitch? Bro, who did him dirty like that? What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? Who did this? Yeah, we saw the fight, sorry. There was a cat on my screen, I don't know. My screen. That's the true Ru form. Oh my god, man. Bruh. Dude, he died again. Oh shit, man, this is tough. Dude, I'm gonna die so many times to this boss. So what do you think, guys? Is Ru gonna do these deathless? With the power of the kitty? No, this is the... Yeah, this is actually warrior is dead, you're right. This is gonna be me, guys. I'm gonna be feeding. This is gonna be... I mean, coming from D4, guys, it's gonna be a little different. Because, you know, in D4, boom, one shot. And I mean the boss. Now, I'm not gonna go hardcore. Wait, is Ru 2 gonna go hardcore? Dude, that. Like, melee looks tough here, that's for sure. 10-hour campaign enjoyer. This is him as a kid. Who would shave the head bald, man? What the fuck? No, stop it. Visibility of your character. Melee is gonna be rough as a first character. But I really like melee. Would you guys not recommend me starting a melee character? Because I'm thinking either warrior into Titan or monk into Child of Chayula. Darkness monk. Don't listen to the hater. I mean, I don't think it's hater. I think it's generally like still good advice. Go melee, go armor. Easy game. Yeah, play whatever the fuck you want. That's what I'm gonna do anyways. But I wanna make like, you know, let's say, like you are a Diablo 4 player, and now you're getting into Path of Exile. Tips and tricks. The good thing is to open those, I mean, you can call them Diablo refugees with open arms to the community, guys. So the community grows on both sides, right? And I'm still saying, like, you can play and enjoy both games. But there's no point, like, being toxic to the players coming over. Obviously, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But I don't think it's good if, and I don't have this experience so far. I have a very positive experience. But I don't think, like, oh yeah, you know, D4 player, bad, blah, blah, blah. Like if the community is like open to some of the Diablo refugees, it's just gonna make the PoE community larger and better. D4 stray cats. Even if you think D4 is bad, does not mean that the players coming over is bad. It's actually good. But again, you can enjoy more than one game, and you can play more than one game. We're gamers. More competition, always good for us. Yeah, all the PoE players, they are Diablo refugees, or have been at some point, right? I mean, many of you, no, not all of them. I never want to say all. That's what the chat comment said. But in general, I think, dude, this boss is tough. They're actually beating it though. Come on, revive him. The monk's carrying. Ooh, he did it. Wait, they almost died. That is an exciting boss fight. Fuck yeah. Nah, I don't like, I mean, mercenary is still on the list, yeah. Don't do it. They died again. Man, the monk is carrying with 1 HP. Dude, this boss is... People are gonna be feeding, man. They're gonna be hard stuck. There's no OP classes, I think. I think GGG, the developers, they are playing the game a lot themselves. You can really see it when Neon or Jonathan were playing the game. You know that they play a lot, like by the way they play. So I think there's not gonna be some completely OP broken class, like at least not an obvious one. Like with Spiritborn, it was like pretty obvious. Like Spiritborn, I said it like even before. Spiritborn is going to be 10 times stronger than any other class, and it ended up being like 10,000 times stronger or 1,000,000 times stronger. But here, I don't think we're going to have that. I think like maybe, okay, one class might have some unintended mechanic, but you can't really say to a new player, oh, go this class because it's so broken. We simply have no idea. Like we have no idea how the end game is going to be. We have no idea who's going to be good or who's going to be bad. We'll just have to wait and see. I think you should just play whatever the fuck you want. Just, this class looks cool, yeah, then play that. Dude, is he gonna revive him or is he gonna kill him? Just kill him. This is hard to watch. Get him. Is he just doing basic attack or is it just me? Oh my god. Oh bro, look at this. He just revived him. Oh! Boom! got slapped, man. Oh, come on, it's gonna happen again. There's no way.
Just wait.
Yo, this spawn captain. Man, this boss is tough, bro. Oh, they did it. W. Easy W, man. They did it. That looks like a tough fight, man. Yeah, we're gonna be feeding, dude. Yeah, Sorg time machine. Can you just like stop time and then revive? Hey, thank you, Zero for the sub. To Herbst. Hey, let's go. Hey, appreciate the support, guys. Let's go. Nice, nice, nice. Monk carry.
They escaped, they seem to.
Very important PoE2 information. What is this?
We have their trail. I
Show you how to craft a cool as fuck claw.
Bro, this one has like 1.5k views. Like, what the fuck is this, man? I don't even want to show this again. This fight looks tough, man. I don't know if Rue would approve of this, man. It just looks... Is he like really embracing the meme, or... It's a crafting guide? Rue 2, I approve. I don't know about that, man. Oh, you made it on stream? Are you trolling me? It would be deleted? Dude, it's like some video. Like, how can he delete it? Okay, it's with his content, though. It's a command in his chat. Okay, guys, this is a crafting guide for...
Hi, Rue here. Today I will show you how to craft a cool as fuck claw. Step 1. Fracture attack speed.
Oh. This game fucking sucks, dude.
This is important lore to learn.
This game fucking sucks.
Okay, so far I learned PoE 1 sucks.
Oh, missed again. Oh boy, dude, we failed 5, dude. I failed 6 of them in a row. No, I failed another one, guys, right?
Oh man, the sad music with this.
Like that, right?
So he just like completely gets mad or what? Like.
Step 3. Augment fire.
So is he just gonna like...
This game is fucking garbage.
I think chat was enjoying it. This is chat right now, man.
This game is fucking garbage.
This is chat.
I hit the button. On fire. It's done. Guys, it's done. T3 fire, guys. T3 fire. Right here, guys. Guys, T3 fire. 2 to 3! Are you fucking kidding? 2 to... Are you mocking me? Are you fucking mocking?
Okay. Yeah, I see where it's going, man. Like, that's a true reaction, man. Let's go! I'm just like, huh. Are you mocking me?
Just what I need.
I'm looking forward to crafting. Let's like immerse ourselves in the world a bit more. In the world of Path of Exile. 1 Rue 3, yeah. But I don't have Meow? How do I not have that one? Okay, this is like one last caddy mod I have to get, of course.
Into the thick of it.
This must end here, no matter what.
No, I have Meow. It's just small capital.
War is the last resort of the sane against the tides of madness.
How are there so many caddy mods?
Into the thick of it.
We have all the caddy modes now. I guess he has one with full caps lock, but whatever. Yeah, guys, it's fun. I still have 300 emotes available. We can add another 300 kitties. It's fine. Guess meow with capital M. Guess that's what's the problem. Okay, it's trending. This is a Christmas meow. Santa meow. LMO. Okay, but that's also a cat one or what? Yeah, but there's so many. I think the one from the office is the best, yes?
Just wait.
That one should be the best.
I'm not ready.
You can trade, yes. The one that you linked. Oh, okay, this one is even cooler. Okay. Everything has to be cat themed. I think the one from the office was cool. But jiggling, is that like a booba emote? I don't really want to like necessarily have this kind of stuff. Maybe if it's anime. Oh, it's a cat one, okay. Jiggling cat. I thought this was a boober. Wait, I already have it. Okay, maybe the non-capital one. It's like stupid that it's capital sensitive. I think this is from. This is also Havoc who's playing the monk. I think he's playing the monk. It doesn't really say. But here, this is his video. I'll link it again. It's almost over. Are they gonna fight the final boss? Yo, they're fighting on the caravan. Or on this, like, yeah, moving city. Yeah, the jiggling, I was like 99% sure it was gonna be some booba emote. But you guys saved me, it was a cat emote. Yeah, I mean, according to this video, Millie looks rough. Did he beat the Act 2 boss fight? It's only 10 more minutes, then this is over. Yeah, the game is tough, guys. Newer players are gonna grieve. I don't know what it means pre-nerf. Like, what did they nerf? Yeah, I think I'm gonna play melee. Like, fuck it. Like, if people say melee bad, I don't believe it. I believe it when I see it, kind of thing. Like, no, like, people didn't play, you know, like, okay, maybe it looks bad, maybe it doesn't look bad. I'm pretty sure the developers have it balanced in at least some way. Obviously, there might be something that is, like, super broken.
Give no quarter!
Into the thick of it.
This is such a cool idea, like, fighting on the caravan. Melee bad. D4 bad. What did Havoc say? Because he played this, I think. Toxic cat, by the way. So what do you say? Play melee. If everybody plays range, then you have melee POV. The damage of the monsters, you mean. The damage intake, not damage output. This is my hideout, yeah, maybe. Thanks, Herbst. Appreciate it.
Give no quarter!
Monster damage has been nerfed. Yeah, okay, but that is benefiting melee and ranged about equal, no? And keep in mind, as a range, you still need accuracy. Nah, they don't splatter. Oh, what? See, it's just like suddenly some random monster just like... He's not even an elite. They just rip. This is from Havoc, I'll link it again. Streamer man, one more emote that is needed to be a certified PoE streamer. Okay, thank you so much. This is Glorp. But which one? There's a cat one for this one too. Okay, this is a green cat. Is it this one? Chat? Okay, certified PoE streamer now. But I didn't even play the game, guys. Come on. I gotta play a little bit. That's the one, okay. Yeah, this seemed to be from older playtest. Yeah. I mean, every playtest is old, guys. Nobody is playing the live game. No matter which video you see, it's old. Because, I mean, that's the definition of a video. It was recorded at an earlier stage. It's not live. If you want to see actual gameplay, it needs to be a live stream. But this is not.
Just wait.
But there's Ben said. Which combination? Is it capital S? Okay, I need Ben set. Yeah, I've been part of that. I've heard that a lot. But I thought I had one. Can you link it to me? No, I have normal blah. Ben set. This one? Full caps lock? Okay. I don't know if it's this one. But Ben said. This is all just campaign. They're not even at the Act 2 boss fight here. Yeah, Ben said full caps lock. Yeah, teach me the PoE modes, man. There's many. Oh, there are so many. And I think 88% or 99% of them are revolving some cats. But Ben said. Yeah, Ben said, just don't get hit, guys. Just don't, like, if a new player, best tip, don't get hit. Don't question the cats, just meme along, yep. Ooh, they're feeding. Oh. I'm just really, like, if like, veteran players are also struggling, like, you know how casual is gonna feel playing this game. Dude, the tiers are gonna be crazy on Reddit. I'm telling you, day one, man, people will just be hard stuck in Act 1 at the final boss or something. Hard stuck in Act 1. No, maybe not even the final boss, like the... What's it called? Like this ghost boss. The ghost boss seems pretty hard from what I've seen. I've seen some warrior footage. It was from like a WoW player. And man, it was rough. Like warrior fighting this, like, I don't know what he was called. Like a ghost boss. Skeleton ghost boss, like, dude. Yeah, I don't think Ben is gonna struggle or Wu, or like some of the veterans, definitely not subtract him. I don't think he rage quit. Like he just said like that mercenary is not a class for him. And then he went on Sorcerer and he basically one-shot him. He basically one-shot him. Yeah, I'm not done with it. Like, I'm in kindergarten, dude. Yeah, I mean, he got GG staff like on the first boss kill. Oh, this is ending. Yeah, they rip again. Yo, man, this is freaking tough, guys. This looks really tough. Here's the video from Havoc. Check it out, my friends. But I do have a footage of the... apparently, this is the final boss fight. This one was streamed to Billy.
One way or another, this
is this true, guys? Ooh, he looks sick. I don't know how close they were. Bow before your king.
Bow before your king.
Super old. Well, I just want to see the boss. If you have a newer video, you feel free to link it. I just want to see the boss fight. It might be old footage. We need this one? Okay, I will get it. Thanks. Listening. Yeah, are you listening? Ben said, guys. Okay, maybe this is like super old footage. It got uploaded 3 weeks ago, though. Okay, we're gonna go here so people stop asking about the flask. I don't know, man. This is old footage. Yeah, we're gonna watch Dream 4.
My people, the era of the Faradun is now.
Guys, if you have better footage, just link it to me. I have not seen this boss. I just want to see his mechanic.
Go, my queen.
Hard to find. Yeah, unless you have a link, I'm not gonna look. Because it's old footage. Right now you only have 2 flasks. It's like shifting the area a little bit. Yeah, this boss certainly looks pretty tough.
I call the winds.
Feel my wrath!
I'll gift to you. Fall, damn you!
Healer ready to log in. So the M was like had a hard time. Basic attack DPS build. Well, I think I was listening to some of the M's stream and he said he actually did pretty okay with just basic attacks. He's like a good old synergy, guys, just basic attack build. I mean, this guy's also not using any mana flask. Yeah, I guess he's just beating it, right? Maybe he's dying. He's running out of potions. Yo, people are gonna be feeding on this boss. Multiple tries, he didn't defeat it. Havoc's Fury to review. He has a bad build. I think he's dying. Actually, the boss is dying. Do you think he has culling already? Or at least the video is gonna end. ZDPS is a Quinn build, yeah. Ooh. Oh, so this thing is doing a lot of damage. Oh, that's cool. Bow before your king. Yeah, that's crazy, guys. Well, unlucky. RIP season. He just posted it or what? 13 days ago, and I don't see it. People recommended the which one was it? Let me see. Path of Exile will shock the world. Do you want to watch this one here from Legendary Drops? And there was another one that people recommended me from Dream Core 2 hours ago. Every PoE Keystone or Legendary Drops will shock the world. Path of Exile 2. I think it truly will. And this guy, like, I always just like it because of the title. You can watch Dream Core before. It's like a bit. Actually, they're both. He really knows what he's talking about. Yeah, I'll link this. This guy's great. He has, I think he has like a full tutorial list. I learned a lot because, again, I'm a Path of Exile beginner, guys. I was watching his, this playlist here. This is a big recommend.
Welcome to another Path of Exile.
I think this one has like way too few views. You should really check this out. This playlist has helped me so much. Like I watched, you see this? I watched all of his videos. We watched them together, man. Like he explains the mechanics really well. I really enjoyed it. Hey Mojo, what's up? Good evening, man. I don't want to say better than anyone, you know. Like he's great, and I think Talkative Try is also great. But Talkative Try is not really, or it doesn't really strike me like as, you know, like the full mechanic build guide guy. Why Dreamcore is like very technical in his analysis, and I think he explains it very well. Yeah, he's great.
All sorts of things to discover. You may even find a lonely man who will give you a unique item for free. Each in-game mechanic needs to have a Pinnacle in-game encounter. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2.
Ooh.
I've covered some of the PoE2 Keystones in videos about their particular section on the tree, but not all of them. So this video will serve as a full overview of every Keystone that will be on the tree for PoE2's early access launch, showing where they're located and discussing exactly how they work. So here we are on the footage that I recorded.
Dude, you just hovered everything? There is, by the way, there is a DB on GitHub already here, where you can see, well, basically every node that is known about the tree here. Like, look, we can hover these. This is like on GitHub, like posted, and like it basically has like, yeah, I don't think they have all the nodes yet, but there's a ton of them here. So they already have like a lot of them unlocked here, and yeah, we kind of know like some of the nodes already. I think a lot of them have no information yet, but this one basically you can already like go through it and check this. I'll link this here too. It's like the GitHub link. Yeah, I'll link this. It's not fully, guys. There's a lot of nodes missing. We only have like all the stuff filtered out that we know.
In my playtime in Los Angeles, and we're beginning with Resolute Technique, which is unchanged from Path of Exile 1. Your hits can't be evaded. Never deal critical strikes.
You know, this is already like pretty insane.
This keystone makes it so that the accuracy hit check calculation is bypassed because the enemy cannot evade your attacks. As long as the attack makes contact, it will hit, but at the cost of preventing you from dealing any critical strikes.
It's probably very good for a ranged guy, yes?
Blood magic has changed a little bit, and it's also moved quite significantly on the tree, now finding itself at an equal distance from the strength and strength int starting locations. This one removes all of your mana and makes skills cost life instead of mana. It doesn't grant 10% more life like it does in PoE 1. This one is very interesting considering that all characters will now have their entire mana pool, as reservations now use spirit instead of mana. It's hard to say exactly how useful blood magic will be without knowing how difficult it is to manage standard mana skill costs in the endgame.
Yeah, I guess he's right. It has definitely a lot less value now that you don't have like 90% of your mana reserved.
Next up, we have Avatar of Fire, which has slightly moved towards the outer side of the tree, but remains in the strength-aligned area. Avatar of Fire has changed a bit from PoE 1, making 75% of all damage types be converted to fire while preventing you from dealing any non-fire damage. This means that it will also convert chaos damage too, which is new in PoE 2.
Ooh.
We know that damage conversion scales differently in PoE 2. You can only scale the portion of converted damage with modifiers that affect fire damage dealt.
Okay, so if I have physical damage, let's say I have 100 physical damage, I convert 75%, which is 75 damage, into fire. I now have 25 physical, 75 fire. If I now get 10% fire damage increase, it's only going to increase to 75, right? So I only get 7.5. And if I get 10% fire, it's only going to affect the 25%. So I only get 2.5. So there's not really like that big a point converting it, unless you can get... There's also like extra fire damage. Yeah, I understand that. That's like on top. But this is basically just have the fire damage tag. Obviously, you can apply like an ailment, like burn or ignite. I think it's called ignite, right? Yeah.
The downside modifier of preventing
But then physical damage also inflicts bleed.
Fire damage on this keystone means that you'll need to find the remaining 25% conversion before you take the keystone to prevent losing a chunk of damage.
Oh yeah, because, okay, yeah, else you don't even deal any of the 25%, yeah. Okay.
But overall, this keystone has a lot of potential to completely convert any damage type over to fire and allow abilities to be played in completely different builds. Giant's Blood has been a fan favourite since the moment it was leaked from the Tokyo Game Show a few months.
This is like also one of the biggest reasons I'm considering going warrior. It's like two-hand weapon, smash, you know? That's crazy.
It's back. And we're finally able to get the confirmed
big
wording on this
damage with this one.
You can wield two-handed axes, maces, and swords in one hand.
Okay, I need the
double
huge
attribute
actually.
Requirements of weapons.
This one I'm gonna get.
So this keystone is confirmed to not double the level requirement of two-handed weapons, as I had speculated may be the case in previous videos. And you can dual wield two-handed weapons, but to do so you'll need a mammoth amount of attributes, particularly strength. This keystone is such a fun one, and it's hard to say how strong this is without knowing how accessible attributes will be, or how high the standard attribute requirements are on the top tier two-handed weapons. But if PoE 1 is anything to go by, you may need somewhere in the region of 850 strength if you want to dual wield the highest level two-hand maces. That's a lot of strength, but there is a very big difference in what is gained from attributes going into PoE 2. Where you not only gain a lot more life from strength, but you also have extremely limited life scaling on the passive skill tree, making this investment into strength a lot more useful than just satisfying the Giant's Blood requirements. I expect to see some fun builds using this one. Next up we have Unwavering Stance, which has moved a little bit closer to the edge of the tree. This is a really interesting keystone with a massive trade-off. You can no longer make use of the dodge roll, but your stun...
What? That's massive.
Threshold is doubled. Now, from everything we know about PoE 2's endgame bosses, the dodge roll is going to be an extremely important factor in staying alive. But this keystone seems to suggest that it may be possible to tank some of those very dangerous abilities given the correct setup. Stun threshold is based on a character's maximum life, so this keystone naturally pairs well with a character that is investing a lot into life scaling, such as one using the aforementioned Giant's Blood keystone. We're also not sure just yet how difficult it will be to invest into defense against stuns. We don't know if stun immunity will even exist.
So what does stun threshold exactly do? Does anybody know? Like, does it increase the chance that we stun, or we can stun longer, or how does it work? It's harder for you to be stunned. It's the other way. It's defense, not offense. It's a defensive one. So you're basically having like... Is it like you're getting stunned for like half the time? Like half the duration? Or is it you have a less chance to even get stunned in the first place? Yeah, you're stunned. It says yours. Yeah, you're right. So it's a defensive passive. It takes more to get you stunned. Okay, the stun duration would still be the same. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Bulwark's location is exactly opposite Unwavering Stance, which is fitting considering it also modifies the dodge roll, but these two keystones can't be used together. Instead of disabling dodge roll, Bulwark makes it so that you lose your avoidance frames at the beginning of the dodge roll and you'll no longer avoid...
But what we learned, the dodge roll, you have these avoidance frames, but you can still get hit. You don't have iframes, right? You only have avoidance frames. So you can still be a hit if you start from a dodge roll out of an AoE attack and it hits you while you're dodging, it can still kill you from a boss. So it's not an invisibility frame, like you're not immortal. No iframe, just an avoidance frame. Take 30% less damage from hits while dodging. Okay, this one's big.
Avoid those incoming projectiles or strikes. In return, you'll take 30% less damage while dodge rolling. Okay, this one actually seems to be very good for a few reasons. One is the location on the tree. Many builds here will have good life scaling and decent recovery, which pairs well with consistent mitigation. But something really important to mention about Bulwark is that the 30% less damage from hits should be present for the full duration of the dodge roll, not just the avoidance part of the roll towards the beginning.
That's true.
Add to that the fact that this keystone makes it so that your dodge roll can now be used to help mitigate the damage of any incoming area of effect hits that previously couldn't be avoided with a dodge roll, and I can actually see this keystone being picked up quite a bit.
Okay, I could see
Iron Reflexes is unchanged from PoE 1 and finds itself in a very similar place on the passive skill tree as well. This one converts all of your evasion rating into armor, preventing you from evading but improving mitigation against physical hits.
That's pretty cool.
However, there is something important to mention here about conversion in PoE 2. We know that damage conversion will work differently, in that it will no longer remember its origin types and therefore will only scale with modifiers that affect the end type. One would assume that the same conversion system would exist across all mechanics in the game, and that would mean that the portion of armor you gain from converted evasion wouldn't scale from any increased evasion modifiers, and would instead only be affected by modifiers that would affect armor. Glancing Blows has moved all the way to the lower side of the tree and has...
Hey, yo, Maurice. Danke für den Raid. Yo, welcome in, guys. Maurice, are you hyped for Path of Exile? We're learning right now about Path of Exile. There is certainly a lot to learn, my friends. Grüße gehen raus. Schönen guten Abend an alle. We're gonna stream in English, but you can ask even German questions. I'll do my best to answer. I haven't really decided, like, finally on which starter class I'm gonna play. That's why I'm here. Yo, man, that's so great. I'm looking forward for the launch, guys. I'm freaking hyped. Guten Abend. Ja, willkommen. Watch the dev stream today. Dude, the dev stream, like, it truly blew me away. There's so much stuff. Yeah, I think right now I'm tending to play Monk. Like, I'm not 100% convinced yet. Monk or Warrior? We're going with the big melee, guys. Like, look, I already made this, man. Like, so I'm not 100% sure. Look, we already have this one as a good starter screen. Starting soon on the Warrior. But I also am gonna make a Monk one, so I'm not sure. Like, it's very hard to decide. Yeah, but Monk, the problem with Warrior, yeah, Warrior is cool. It's very barbarian-like, but the problem is the Warrior is so slow. It feels really slow. I don't know if it's only me. Yeah, I'm not considering the Darkness Monk. That's what I'm leaning towards too. Do you know, Maurice, if you're still here? Have you decided on the starter class? Like, you decided all. Darkness Monk, log in. You get faster on every class. Yeah. I mean, in the end, you'll be faster for sure. It's very hard, I think, to like decide fully on the starter class. It's not easy. Well, yeah, guys, we have some news. Elon Musk is also ready to log into Path of Exile. It's gonna be lit. Leap Slam is confirmed. I actually don't know for sure. Dual Staff Monk. Whoa. Yeah, just a two-hander for sure. We'll see. We're watching this skill tree analysis here. If class available equals Monk, then yes, kapow. Maurice likes Necro, so he's gonna go Witch. Oh, yeah. I know, he likes Necro a lot. So, yeah, okay, minions. Yeah, the Witch looks pretty powerful, man. Especially the video that we got to see of the minions. Like, they were just so fast. I was like, man, like, if only they would move so fast in Diablo. Here, look at this video.
At those skeletons, boys, and they're all...
Like, look at them. Look at the boys. They just move around so fast. Yeah, and then they have some like crazy skeletons. And even here, the mages, like the ranged guys, like, man. Ooh. Yeah, I liked it a lot. Somehow will own simulacrum mechanics. Yeah, people said that. We'll see.
And they're all...
Let's keep watching this. We're learning like a little here. Like we're watching. What is this?
What is up, everyone?
No, Path of Exile. Every support gem revealed. Okay, yeah, we can check that. I still need to learn a lot about gems, guys. I have no idea about the gems.
Been restored to its original pre-nerf state.
Block chance is doubled. Dang.
Chance is doubled, but you take 50% of damage from blocked hits. By default, a blocked hit does no damage, but this keystone will help in being able to more consistently block incoming hits thanks to...
And I think there was a shield where like you basically give your block chance. There was a unique that gives all your allies your block chance. Combining this will be insane.
Having a higher block chance at the cost of now taking half of the damage from those hits. But there's something important to be mentioned with glancing blows, and that's the new active block mechanic in PoE 2. If you're using active block, you probably don't want to use glancing blows, because this keystone will make you take 50% of the damage of incoming hits, even though you already have 100% chance to block hits from the front during the raise shield animation. With that said, however, glancing blows is still a great keystone to boost passive block gained from your shield or other stats. And keep in mind that a blocked hit also prevents any on-hit effects such as ailment application, even if that hit deals damage due to glancing blows. The true power of glancing blows though has always been when it's combined with recovery on block, so we'll have to wait and see if those kinds of modifiers exist in PoE 2.
If they're unique, it's gonna be crazy.
Next up we have Oasis, which finds itself in the middle of the strength, dex and dexterity starting areas. This keystone prevents the use of charms, but grants more recovery from flasks. Now, charms are a new equipment slot which functions in a very similar way to flasks, using charges to automatically activate on a certain condition, such as taking cold damage. Importantly, charms can also be used to help solve ailments like bleeding or freeze.
So you're gonna completely remove basically 3 of your like flask slots to get big recovery. And more would mean it's a multiplier straight away, right? Like you just get 30% more.
Activating upon receiving the ailment to immediately remove that ailment. This keystone prevents their use entirely, and I'm not convinced that the upside is strong enough to justify it. Yeah. One consideration here may be mana flasks, as we know that mind over...
So how exactly does a flask recovery work, chat? Do you just get flasks recovered over time? Is it on kill? Or how do you replenish your... I mean, you go to town, you replenish them. But how do you replenish them on a boss fight, for example? So on a boss fight, unless the boss has minions, you can't really recover it. That's why the boss fights are going to be tough. Because most... I mean, okay, some bosses have ads for sure. Yeah, this is not the recovery speed, I understand that. It's the amount that they, let's say, your flask has 5 seconds, whatever, recovery, or 5 monster kills, and then you get 100 life, now you're gonna get 130. Like, I mean, that part's pretty simple. Okay, and the boss fight is gonna be tough.
The matter has a lot of potential.
It's gonna be tough.
But the location on the tree for Oasis doesn't lend itself
especially for new players, man. They will just run out of flask and then don't know what to do.
Well in a mind over matter build. Vile Pact finds itself moved towards the left side of the bottom of the tree, and it now makes all Life Leech instant, but prevents the use of Life Flasks.
Yo, this is insane. And the Darkness Monk has Mana Leech instant. Vile Pact. But okay, the downside's pretty big. I think the Monk has Mana Leech instant, and then there's no downside. But the downside here is crazy.
We know that Leech is being simplified in PoE2 to always leech a percentage of damage dealt, whilst the limiting factor will now be how much leech resistance a monster has. Instant Life Leech will still be a very strong modifier to have, but the trade-off here is that you need to kind of always be dealing damage in order to recover that life, as you won't be able to use your Life Flask in situations where you're required to stop attacking and move out of the way.
Yeah, maybe it's gonna scale with monster level, right? Like maybe a level 90 monster is gonna have, I'm just gonna say it on a number, level 90 monster, 90% leech resistance. And as an example, right? Like, I could see it like that. And level 10 monster, only 10% leech resistance. Could be like something like very simple. Yeah, I heard that Khan is gonna log in for like 60 hours, but I don't know, like 40 hours minimum. That's crazy, man. Like I'm gonna be playing for like 30 hours, but dude, 60 hours is ridiculous. 60 hours, man?
One notable change from PoE1's version of this keystone is that life regeneration is still in play for the character. So it's possible that you could forego the Life Flask entirely and just focus on Life Leech and Life Regeneration as your sources of recovery. Elemental Equilibrium is similar to PoE1's version, but instead requires a specific damage type to then inflict the correct exposure. If you deal fire damage, you'll remove fire exposure and inflict lightning exposure. Cold damage will remove cold exposure and inflict fire exposure, while lightning damage removes lightning exposure and inflicts cold exposure. An important note here is that it looks like this keystone will no longer provide a larger exposure than other standard applications,
okay,
and it will likely inflict a 10% exposure as long as that remains the default exposure applied by non-specified sources. This keystone will be very strong if you're able to inflict ignites with cold damage, if something like the Elementalist...
Yeah, this still gets like a little bit complicated, like with the conversion and then like some elemental damage plus the other elemental damage. You gotta like really think about what you're doing.
Exists in PoE2. Heartstopper has moved to the middle between the Dex and Dex int start locations, and it's been changed quite significantly. It now lessens damage over time taken by 75% if you've started taking damage over time in the past second, but makes it so that you take 50% more damage over time if you haven't started taking damage over time in the past second. Okay. The use of this keystone will reward fast response times to moving out of damaging areas or cleansing damaging ailments, to ensure that you're never taking damage over time for longer than a second, preventing the downside modifier from proccing.
No way, dude.
Remember that this keystone doesn't track each damage over time instant separately, and instead just checks if you're taking any sources of damage over time. For example, let's say you get inflicted by a bleed which barely deals any damage to you but lingers on you for a long while. If you
unless you start moving.
Step into a damage over time ground effect and the bleed has been on you for longer than a second.
Yeah, this guy's great, guys. Here, I'm gonna link the video again. Dream Core. I watched like his entire like new player series, and it's been a blessing.
That means you're no longer considered to have started taking damage over time in the past second, and you now have the downside modifier active on you, and you'll be taking 50% more damage over time from all sources, including both the bleed and the ground dot.
Dream Core.
The upside of this keystone is incredibly powerful, but the downside is equally as devastating if you fail to notice a damage over time effect on you, so you need to be very careful when using this one. Next is Acrobatics, which also finds itself between the Dex and Dex int starting locations, right on the outside of the tree. Acrobatics changes the type of hits that you can evade, from being just projectiles and strikes, to now also including previously unevadable area of effect hits. But it does so at the cost of causing you to lose half of your evasion rating.
I don't think this is worth it, right? I don't know. I would just not take this one. Like, just dodge, like, just gotta get, like, somewhat good and dodge the ground AoE and keep your evasion rating, right?
The downside of this keystone is absolutely brutal, but its effectiveness really relies on how much...
I would never take this one. It's good. I don't think it's that good. Like, just dodge the circle on the ground. I mean, okay, it's not that easy, just dodge, but you know,
Evasion,
eventually, you need to learn it eventually anyways. You can't just stand in there. Because you're not guaranteed to evade it. It's like not guaranteed to evade. I think they don't... So the way I understand it, in terms of monsters attacking you, there's no difference between a spell and an attack, as far as I know. Is there? Like in Puri 1 there is. But I think you can evade like anything that's not a ground effect, right? Like the monster attacks you with a mace or a sword, or it shoots a fireball. It's all evading. Yeah, there's not. Correct. Okay, good.
Reasonably expected to obtain.
I'm always talking about PoE 2, guys. PoE 1, I'm sorry, but I don't really mind, because I'm looking forward to play, and like many of you and many people are looking forward to play PoE 2. Yes, I mean, PoE 1, that's going to be a great standalone game as well. It's going to get regular updates. If you still want to play that, you can. But for me, it's mostly about PoE 2. It's still good to know the history, though.
Likely to be very powerful in boss fight situations where you now have the chance to evade powerful slams, and a lot less powerful in a standard mapping setup, as in those situations, your evade chance will be much lower against far more incoming hits.
So what does can evade all hits mean? It means that you can also evade boss AoE attack hits and stuff like that.
Youth finds itself moved all the way across the other side of the passive tree, in the middle of the Dex int aligned portion of...
Exactly the same game, Joe, minor changes. I don't agree, PoE 2 main. I think they made big changes. I think they made a lot of changes, man. I'm gonna link the channel again. We link it like every 2 minutes. Here's the video.
The tree. This one makes recharge from the energy shield mechanic apply to life instead, while making life flasks recover energy shield instead. Now this can be quite a powerful keystone if the mechanics of life recharge function as they do in PoE 1. Taking damage to energy shield while Eternal Youth is allocated in PoE 1 will not stop or prevent life recharge from starting, and if this function still exists in PoE 2, using your life flask to keep your ES topped off to always buy time for life recharge to begin could be quite strong. However, do keep in mind that energy shield's base delay before recharge begins is 4 seconds in
I think that's literally just how the guy sounds, man.
PoE 2, up from 2 seconds in PoE 1. But you can of course still invest into modifiers to speed this up.
Make a list of good channels to watch. Yeah, I can't make that list, I don't know yet. But for me, there's like 10, 20 different channels that are great.
Chaos Inoculation
so
finds
far.
itself in the same
and probably there's more, even more that I haven't even uncovered yet.
Location in PoE 2 as it was in PoE 1, and it also does exactly the same thing. Your maximum life becomes 1 and you're immune to chaos damage. In PoE 2, a hit that would cause...
Ooh, this is the one, man. This is the one to play on Monk, boys. Actually, you might not even need to play this on the Darkness Monk, because you're already getting max 10% max chaos resistance and double chaos resistance. Maybe you don't even need this one on the Monk.
Cause bleeding must deal damage to life to...
Thank you, Oxford. Much appreciated.
...to inflict that ailment, which means a character using Chaos Inoculation is effectively immune to bleeding. Chaos damage also removes twice as much energy shield by default instead of bypassing it in PoE 2, but CI makes you immune to this damage type, completely negating that downside. At the same time, Poison bypasses energy shield by default in PoE.
Now you won't die immediately because there are other ways to basically... Is it Mind Over Matter, right? Is that how it's called? There's another key passive that makes you... that makes incoming damage go to your mana instead. And you also have energy shield on life.
PoE 2, but since Poison deals chaos damage, that also won't be an issue for a character using CI.
MOM.
Depending on what gear is accessible and if there's any powerful ascendancies that lend themselves well to making use of CI, such as the PoE 1's Trickster, this keystone has a lot of potential to be really strong. Resonance is located close by and changes the types of charges you gain by changing one out for another. Power charges are gained instead of frenzy charges, frenzies instead of endurance charges, and endurance charges instead of power charges. This one will be one of those keystones which immediately enables a build or two in allowing you to gain a type of charge and spend that charge in a build that previously had a hard time in doing so. Keep in mind that charges in PoE 2 do not grant any inherent stats and are used exclusively to empower ability usage.
For example, Flicker Strike, I think you need the power charges for.
Speaking of charges, Conduit is located in the middle of the Int and Dex in starting locations and makes any charges you gain be gained by allies in your presence instead.
But that means you don't gain it, right? If you would gain a charge, it's like you don't get it. It's just the allies. Huh. It's like for minions, yeah.
Because charges no longer grant stats, this one is unlikely to be useful for any minion builds and is instead targeted at group play, allowing for a character to generate charges for their party members to quickly spend on powerful abilities. Eldritch Battery is in a very similar place to its location in PoE 1, but its modifiers are massively changed. This keystone will now convert all of your energy shield into mana. That is wild. We know that in PoE 2, mana is going to be...
So you combine this with Mind over Matter, right? So Mind over Matter, all your life damage goes to your mana, and this converts all your energy shield into mana. Okay. Then you gain crazy recovery.
Much more of an interesting mechanic on the average build, as all characters will have access to their full mana pool to make use of unless they're using blood magic. Eldritch Battery is going to be a way for characters to gain incredible amounts of mana, which will be particularly useful with Mind over Matter, which now makes 100% of damage be taken from mana before life. There's potential here for a character to use this keystone together with Chaos Inoculation and Mind over Matter and completely focus on building a giant mana pool and having a large amount of mana sustain.
That's so cool, man.
As mana then becomes their only hit pool.
In Diablo 2 with the energy shield, you only had like ES Sorcerer in Diablo 2, but it was only possible to skill telekinesis as a synergy to get to like 95% reduction, so you'd still take 5% damage. But that was crazy. And then you go like 5,000 mana with Meditation Aura.
But just like with Iron Reflexes, it's important to mention the change to conversion. If non-damage conversion follows the same formula as damage...
Like big battle orders from Call of the Ancients, or adding like a Barbarian. And then you're going like Frostburn, and dude, like you have like 5,000 mana with Meditation, like it's completely broken.
Conversion. The portion of Energy Shield converted to mana will not scale with any modifiers to Energy Shield, and will instead only scale with modifiers that would affect mana. Whispers of Doom now moves more towards the top middle of the tree and is now a keystone, providing the additional curse but doubling the standard curse activation delay. We know that curses in PoE 2 will have an activation delay after they've been cast before they take effect. This keystone is very strong if you're able to apply curses using another method, such as with Blasphemy or Hand of Chayula to fully bypass the downside.
So there's no delay. If you make the curse into an aura with Blasphemy, it's going to instantly apply. Right? PoE University. Yeah. But that one is like focused on PoE 1, but I heard many great things about that. Right, yeah, okay.
Necromantic Talisman is essentially the same as Necromantic Aegis from PoE 1, only it makes your amulet apply to your minions instead of your shield. We don't know too much.
This is this is the mum. Hey mom.
Much about amulet modifiers in PoE 2 or whether there are any interesting unique amulets to pair with this keystone. But the loss of the amulet slot in the context of PoE 1 is quite significant in terms of scaling minion damage, so we'll need to wait and see what's available for this keystone. Ancestral Bond will completely remove the totem limit and make the only restricting factor for placing totems the amount of spirit you're able to acquire. Each totem place will reserve 100 spirit while
this could be very good for warrior then, right?
Active, which is around the same amount of base spirit that an automated metagem will reserve. We don't really know much about totems other than the few attack totems we've seen. The interesting thing about the attack totems we've seen so far, both Shockwave Totem and Ancestral Warrior Totem, is that they both have their own base damage.
Wait, it's nerfed now, or this is the nerf version? I don't know how much spirit you can get. Like, you have 100 base. Yeah, it got nerfed. I think it would be like very strong. How much spirit are we gonna have? Like probably like 300 max. Yeah, so it's not gonna be that great then.
Rather than using your weapon, which means you could
already nerfed it,
theoretically
boys.
use a one-handed mace and a scepter in your offhand for spirit gain to help enable this keystone. Mind over matter is pretty much located exactly where it was in PoE 1, but it now makes all damage be taken from mana before life, essentially making your mana pool your primary focus for scaling EHP. The downside of 50% less mana recovery is very significant, however,
it's huge.
as this affects all forms of recovery over time, including regeneration, leech, and mana flask usage, unless it's instant. This new version of...
So does a mana flask usually restore instant mana or mana over time? Would this also affect mana leech? But leech is instant. No. There's a passive that makes... Let me open this. So it would not work on the monk like that, right? Because there's a passive that makes the leech instant on monk, and then it's not over time. So would it affect that? I think that was in the PoE DB. So instant leech will not be reduced. Okay, finally. Yeah, it makes mana leech instant. Raid is always something over time. Did he make a new video? I think we watched, yeah, Snappo seems like a great guy. I think we watched this video like 2 or 3 days ago. Okay, so the theory is, I mean, we'll see. The theory is it won't be reduced.
Mind over matter unlocks some synergy with the new Eldritch battery and with Chaos Inoculation, a combo which previously didn't function together. Zealot's Oath also has significant changes. This keystone now makes excess life recovery from regeneration apply to Energy Shield whilst preventing Energy Shield from recharging. What exactly is excess life recovery from regeneration? Well, this is likely to mean any time your life is full, your life regeneration is instead put to work to recover your Energy Shield. This is quite a powerful keystone for builds which have some Energy Shield but are also consistently in the thick of battle, such as a melee warrior who's unlikely to be buying enough time for their Energy Shield recharge to begin naturally.
Okay, excess life recovery from generation is applied to Energy Shield. But Energy Shield does not recharge. Sounds like a pretty big downside though. I love it, man, how these are structured, that they always have like a big upside and also a big downside that you have to deal with somehow.
However, it's important to note that the actual amount of life recovery is applied to Energy Shield, not the modifiers themselves, meaning percentage-based life regeneration modifiers will still scale from your life, making this keystone considerably weaker in combination with Chaos Inoculation, outside of the use of flat regen modifiers. It also has significant synergy with the new Eternal Youth, as the downside of Zealot's Oath specifically prevents Energy Shield from recharging, but Eternal Youth makes life recharge instead.
Yeah, there is also on here, right? Mana Leech also recovers Energy Shield. I mean, with a monk, it looks like you can. Wait, but if we are taking consuming questions and we take Zealot's Oath, let's take a screenshot of this. It's the same effect, no? Like, we're not generating any anyways. Cannot recharge energy shield. Energy shield does not recharge. So if we take both, we only get the same downside twice. And then we get only upsides, right? Like if we take both of these, it's the same downside. Does not recharge, does not recharge. So we're not recharging anyways. And then we can just use this. So that's gonna be pretty cool. So that means, wait, that means that our life leech also becomes mana leech. Right? I mean, the downside is still that energy shield does not recharge, but we already get the downside if we choose consuming questions. It says region. Access, okay. Access life recovery from regeneration. So what does it mean, regeneration? Like, it's just like, I don't know, you regen 5 life every 5 seconds. So life leech wouldn't work. Well, still sounds pretty interesting, though. Life per second. Okay, how do you get that? Is it like a stat on an item? I mean, we'll see where we get it, I guess. But this is like, you only have one downside and you get 2 upsides. It's the same downside. That's pretty cool. Let's keep watching.
Bypassing this downside. Lastly, Pain Attunement has moved far from the top right area to the outside of the Strength Int aligned area. Its modifiers are also massively changed. It now makes characters have 30% more critical damage bonus while on low life, but a 30% less critical damage bonus while on full life. We're not sure yet if abilities such as Petrified Blood will exist in PoE 2, so the usefulness of this keystone will rely on mechanics that can force a character to be on low life, or to be considered to be on low life, to activate this upside. And there you have it, every keystone in Path of Exile 2's early access build of the game. There's some really interesting ones in there and some big changes from PoE 1 as well. Thanks for watching this video, and as always, stay tuned and stay safe.
This guy's great. That was Dreamcore. What a chat. Here's the video.
Main thing I get from my community.
Yeah, maybe I can watch that video after. I'm gonna get a quick snack, guys. I'm gonna show you some Hunters gameplay. This is confirmed to be the next character coming into the game, but yeah, make sure to check out Dreamcore. Dude, Dreamcore, definitely check out his channel and check the playlist for beginning mechanics. That was lit. That was very good.
Sphere skill.
I'll just be right back a sec. Just give me... I need to go downstairs for a sec.
Because we just got the Storm Sphere skill as a quest reward, now would be a great time to switch back to spears and use some ranged
This is the Evasion. Next class confirmed. This and the Druid are going to release.
Fires a lightning projectile which splits on contact.
Thank you, Cassidy. Welcome in, guys. Thanks for the 5 gifted. Much appreciated. I'm just going to get a snag real quick.
The other skill we're using here is called Blazing Lance. Blazing Lance creates a trail of fire from the ground, dealing damage over time. However, if you're willing to stand in place for long enough, you can throw a second spear that will fan the flames for much more damage. We've just found a unique spear. It's called Devata's Wind. This spear has an extra modifier that synergizes really well with Storm Spear. When you disengage, you get 2 additional projectiles on your projectile skills.
But left on their own, men will always seek to take their place.
Criminals! Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land.
The only result is pain and death.
The demon is escaping! Kill her!
Get them! Only 20 years since Kitava fell, and already corruption spreads like a plague through these shattered lands. Wretched malevolence lurks in the shadows. It is our calling to put it to an end. It must be done if Rayclast is to survive. Among ancient ruins, evil grows once more. The seed of corruption advances, spreading dread and despair. We must give chase. These sands hide countless secrets. 3,000 years of dormant malevolence. We must hunt down the seed and put an end to this madness. If Rayclast is to survive.
Was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me. This world will be reborn. No
danger lurks around every corner. What happened to my forest? Prowler!
freeze!
Madness. Famine and plague besiege us. The very earth is being poisoned. The Count's men, once our protectors, have turned on us. And now, they come for me. Get out here!
Are we logging in or what?
I must be the one
Almost
to
done.
face this nightmare. No noose this
Got some snacks.
I'll remove your head myself! But I need not do it alone.
So ready to log in. Oh yeah. I just got some snacks.
I've lived in this forest all my life. And if there's one thing I've learned...
Oh, this is nuts.
It's that a ranger must never miss. A beast will hunt you. But it is the cruelty of man I fear.
We're gonna blast on the A. And no story.
There is no truly escape.
I never really care for the story much in these kind of games. I'll probably end up watching like a full video cut of the entire story with all the cutscenes. But even in Diablo, like I'm not much of a story Andy. I just don't really care too much.
Escaping the Count's justice.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land. After her!
RIP season. Yeah, story and POV KW. I mean, they made it better. Okay.
This exile has changed me. No more running. No more fear.
You won't.
More
The
running.
way this guy, man, look at this big hammer.
No more fear.
You won't get away this time.
Less than that. Less than 7 days,
I
boys.
will put an end to this madness.
Ready to log in. 6 days, 20 hours, boys. Easy, 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 easy.
Are you ready to sacrifice? Sacrifice everything to become...
Dude, you're gonna be sacrificing everything. IRL time. Are you ready? No more haircuts.
Are you ready to sacrifice? Sacrifice everything.
Everything.
To become...
Social life. This is our social life now.
Do you have the strength to sweep aside this world
I will tell
and
you
build
food.
it anew?
I must.
Sacrifice. Sacrifice sunlight. Sacrifice everything. Val engineer. Okay, Crossbow, we know this guy.
Path of Exile.
Dude, we're ready, man. We're ready to sacrifice everything. Oh boy. Yes, we are. Sacrifice everything. I'm so ready. My body is ready. The game's looking pretty good. Yeah. Yo, I would even go more than pretty good. Look at this, guys. The countdown. Less than 7 days, boys. Ay. Yeah, I understand it, Rabbit. For sure. Let me in! Let me in! Yeah, it's gonna be fun, boys. Yeah, I need 100 gigabyte, man. I don't even know if I have that much. Yeah, we have to delete some stuff, guys. We need 100 GB. 100 gigabyte is big. That's a lot of gigabyte. Need to delete some not safe for work stuff. I see. Man, they all look so good, dude. Like, look at this one. You skipped rent to buy the $480 pack. Okay, you definitely shouldn't skip rent. You need a place to live, dude. Are you crazy? Don't skip rent. Like, the $30 pack is fine. You can always update later. There's no fear of missing out because you can just get it later. Like, don't cause yourself some financial stress, man. $30, that's gonna get you in, man. While supporting the game. Sacrifice everything. Yeah, the dude sacrificed his rent. What the fuck? Yeah, he took it literally. Sacrificed everything. I don't even have a house anymore. McDonald's internet. Yeah, he's just gonna be in a Starbucks. In a Starbucks Wi-Fi for the entire launch. 24/7 Starbucks. He's gonna get one cookie and a coffee. And he's gonna be there for 7 days straight. Just sleeping in a Starbucks coffee. on the Wi-Fi, man. You ready to sacrifice Bitcoin? Yeah, well now it's almost at 100k. Yeah, sacrifice sleep. That's me. At least the first night. That's gonna be wild, friends. You're ready to sacrifice. Yo, whose hammer is this? Yo, this one looks sick, yo. Yeah, I don't know whose hammer this is. Sacrifice going to Mars is the hammer of the gods. Yeah, truly. I mean, look at that guy. That's a Titan attack? Wait, is it that big? How are you gonna lift that hammer? This guy is like, I don't know, 500% size modifier. In Steam, it's $15. That doesn't sound legit. Titan hammer, yeah, maybe. Ooh, this one is the Elementalist. Witch. So this dude is one of the Act 2 bosses. We saw that fight earlier. Man. There's the monk again. Thing is, I never went this far as to look at this guy. Man, this boss is tough. There are a lot of bosses. They look sick, yo. They look really good. Yes, they look fantastic. Like some of these, man. Ooh, holy shit. Wow, they look amazing. I can't wait, yeah. This guy... Yeah, the mercenary man, he's just shooting a laser. This is like a laser from Star Wars. The other guy is like, what the fuck? How does this guy just have a laser beam? Look at this. Straight out shooting laser out of his shotgun. Kamehameha. You'd always travel back, man. Come on. There he is, boys. Monk. Monkey. Yeah, guys, we got a haircut. Did you not hear the trailer? We need to sacrifice everything. I got my hair cut now. So I'm ready for 2 months of blasting. What do you mean? Like if you need to get a haircut, you need to do some groceries, you need to do your laundry. Now is the time. Fresh cut, fresh season. Yeah, I'm gonna feed, boys. It's gonna be a busy day, yeah. Get ready, guys. Yeah, we got the holy ready. Not even energy, man, we just got the holy. If you want some good sugar-free energy, guys, for the launch, and trust me, this one works really well. They also have iced teas and other stuff if you're interested. You should check out Holy, guys. 10% off with my code ROB. They have amazing energy stuff. It's really good. It's gonna get me going, for sure. I'll shower on Thursday, then I'm good for 2 to 3 months. Oh, yeah. This is the Asmongold shower. I see. Yo, Ben already beat this boss, by the way. Yeah, just get 1 shower done now, and then you'll be good. Bro. Dude, but the thing is, the shower, like, it wakes you up. Like, when you're really tired, you can just go take a shower. And then you're gonna feel, like, pretty refreshed. For at least some time. Obviously, it doesn't work, like, indefinitely. At some point, you gotta get tired. Okay, that is a dope picture. Just open the window. Okay, yeah, that works too. Wait, is this the boss the monk was fighting? Monk?
Here in the jungle.
I think it was, right?
Depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago.
This should be Act 3.
Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of our 6 new character classes, called the Monk. In PoE 1, we had one character class for each of the combinations of strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When looking at the design of PoE 2 though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for strength int, but it doesn't really sound like something that a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design new character classes to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength int has the Templar or the Druid, on dexterity you have the Ranger or the more spear-focused Huntress, and on dex int you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 Ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in the way that only that class has access to, but they both start at the same location in the passive tree. The quest rewards you're offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class, but of course...
Wait, who starts with who?
Ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in the way that only that class has access to, but they both start at the same location in the passive tree. The quest rewards you're offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class, but of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content.
This is Act
Looks
3
like we've
boss.
come across the boss for this area. In PoE 2, every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign.
So
and they all have unique mechanics to learn.
And he gets slapped once, half HP.
As you've seen from watching Mark fighting, the melee combat in PoE 2 has a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it. The
That's
Monk
so
in
great.
particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength.
In one hit, all his energy shields half his life.
Stay still.
It looks so hard to get ranged attacks in, melee attacks in.
So, as Mark has been playing, you might have noticed these blue markers over enemies. Mark has a skill equipped called Killing Palm. Whenever an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull with Killing Palm. Successfully executing the cull will give you a power charge. This is an important skill for the Monk, since many of his skills interact with power charges. One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill at the right point when you need it. We've done a lot of work in PoE 2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock on to the cullable target, and will even do a small amount of pathfinding around obstacles. We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use...
That's insane. I didn't even notice. It's gonna do a minimal pathfinding around to avoid objects.
The skill, nothing is going to get in your way.
That's crazy.
Once you have some power charges, you need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But do it with some power charges and it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles. One thing you'll notice here is that like almost every melee skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a bit of extra movement built in just in case you need it. Using the skill within range and you'll do a flip in place, but use it at a larger range and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without any time penalty.
I didn't even realize like how crazy this is designed, man.
In PoE 2 you also get a short period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction? In order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a cullable range. You've got a few options. If you want to charge right in, Whirling Assault is a good option. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it? Generally speaking, you never lose control of your character.
How's the skill called?
Whirling Assault is a good option.
Whirling Assault. I want to check that real quick. So we can just go here, right? So we can go to the Whirling Assault. Advanced when hitting enemies around you with a series of spinning strikes. 66%, 31 mana. Missing stats? Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, no one has the full information.
It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it? Generally speaking, you never lose control of your character in PoE 2. If you make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits in on the monsters, getting them into range of your cull. Follow up with a Killing Palm, then finish off the rest of the pack with your Falling Thunder.
Is this in better quality somewhere?
We've now entered the Vaal Mechanarium. This is the place where the Vaal built the various constructs they relied on to power their civilization.
Now this is a find! A Vaal ruin that hasn't been looted? I wonder why nobody's been in here before.
Should be last year, right?
One useful feature that we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you are, to give you more information, help you with quest objectives, and so that you don't have to always go back to town. In this case, we'll call in Alva to find out what to do.
This mechanism, if powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
As Alpha said, we need to find a soul core to open this door. Let's explore. If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a good option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps the enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back. So it's
the knockback looks really strong.
Great option for keeping smaller, but high damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back, so trying to push back some giants isn't going to be effective. And there's the soul core. Let's get back to the door.
Your fate is sealed.
Does he not have a minimap up here?
Consider me impressed. I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in if you find anything else.
If you need to defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal. Glacial Cascade creates a wave of ice that moves slowly in front of the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it. But if you can find a way to make a monster stop at just the right place, it can be very effective. In order to do that, you probably want to freeze monsters. The monk has a few different tools to do this. A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage on the first two hits, but attack 3 times in sequence and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with that freeze, then roll back and finish the job with a Glacial Cascade. Now, remember how Glacial Cascade had that extra damaging spike at the end? If you've hit a frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage.
That's really cool.
Oh yeah.
But it shatters doesn't mean it's dealing AoE.
Amount of damage. Oh yeah, I just casually mentioned rolling back before. Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll. There's no cooldown, no limitations. It even has a bit of built-in pathfinding so you don't get stuck on things. When you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things will not hit you. That's because while rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another really important function of the dodge roll is that it lets you cancel out of almost any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck doing a long animation when something is about to hit you. It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and it makes dodge roll feel like a very
dodge roll has no cooldown whatsoever. It's
reliable
crazy.
way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it makes sense that he would have a few more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze. The great thing about this is it puts you at a good distance to follow up with Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage. Hey look, another Soul Core.
Do we have this footage in
Another
higher
skill you can
quality
use to
somewhere?
get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is another palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on your target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the Wave of Ice might not be enough to get that freeze off, but you really want to get that Glacial Cascade damage bonus.
Face your demise.
The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill now, and
here is the Flicker Strike.
Another skill that consumes power charges. If you've played PoE 1, you know what to expect. It's a great finisher for tough boss fights, and it looks pretty impressive too.
Why is it a great finisher, chat?
Face your demise.
Another door. I wonder what could be in there.
Yes, culling.
In order to take down this boss, we're going to need all the tools in the monk's arsenal, especially the combo of Freeze and Glacial Cascade. If you're a PoE 1 player, you might think that you can't really rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it, but in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target, or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses, because freeze just trivialized them. Because of that, freezing was something you only really used while pack clearing, and not something you could rely on as a core part of your build for boss fight. In PoE 2 though, all crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun, or whatever other CC mechanic you might be using. It's a little bit like poise from games like Elden Ring, though the meters tend to be a lot smaller than those games. When you freeze an enemy, it increases the amount of freeze you need to do another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means it will not get
But isn't he like missing his freeze? Is this the freeze?
out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses.
That's sure. So when the hell is he gonna get thrown? Okay, it was written after. Okay, it's not in here yet. This is footage from last year. No, this guy's pretty tanky. Yeah, but in order to CC, you also must do damage. Lumley's, cheers, man.
Face your demise.
So in the end here, he was frozen for quite a time. At this point, there
Blackjaw
was
has
no
dropped a
indicator.
consumable quest item, the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit.
That's nice.
In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is a permanent stat bonus to your character.
That's great.
Your end comes.
It's only for the first time though, I think. The best class? There's no best class. The best class is whatever you gonna enjoy the most. Whichever playstyle you like, choose it. Super happy that there's no best class. I mean, at some point there will be, but we don't know. Best class, whatever you're gonna enjoy the most. Whatever gets you playing. For long. Ah, the monk's looking very good. Very good.
In order to help us with this next area, we're going to call in a sorceress. Mark's friend Octavian is going to send a friendvite, which we're going to accept, and then they can play together. The Sorceress is the new intelligence-focused character in PoE 2. While the Witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the Sorceress is themed around pure elemental destruction. Let's have a look at how she plays.
All the vaunted technology of the Vow, and look where it got them.
Got the tech.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the canal systems. But it isn't charged. There is still latent energy in this machinarium from its ancient operation. These lines in the stonework should lead to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores to spin them up, but everything looks to be in surprisingly decent condition.
Warrior or
Maybe
mercenary?
the golems have been maintaining it.
Well,
in any case, it should still.
it's hard to
function.
decide, man. I can't
We'll
make a
have to
decision for
remove that
you.
large core from the wall, of course, but that shouldn't.
So much cool stuff, guys.
We have some skills here that you'll probably recognize if you've played PoE 1 before, but they feel a bit different to play now. Spark is great in these tight passages since it bounces around. We've added a Pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room of targets. For a more single target focused skill, Arc is a good choice. It does more damage to the first target you hit.
Spark log in.
Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be good to use Ice Nova. It hits all enemies around you and slows them down with chill. Just be careful. Getting up close and personal isn't the ideal place for a sorceress to be. She doesn't have the defenses of a more melee-oriented character. If you want to help with the sorceress's weak melee defense though, you could use Arctic Armor. In PoE 2, Arctic Armor is a buff that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character.
This is
the
all
base type
Sorc,
that you
right?
get right on the starting beach, and it's quite likely that you're going to outgrow it. So that is the base. Just put it on and spam to your heart's content. Now this particular staff is the base type. Metagems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them,
Okay, this looks
changing how they
different
work. Previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back.
I think this is the boss fight,
Now
right?
we just have to remove it. Oh dear. Now we just have to remove it from that construct. I'll give that to you.
Get back!
I think he died here. So this is group play. Octavian and Neo. It's a hard boss. Yeah, lightning is like vulnerable with a shock effect. Wait, so this attack, it goes out, it goes out, it goes out. So you gotta stand here, here, or up here. If you don't dodge, you're toast, guys. one is insane. Where's the one hit? Yeah, you can't. Ooh, we almost died. W.
So that's Path of Exile 2. Your next question is likely to be, when is the beta?
Yeah, early access. It's not even beta anymore, man. We can log in, guys. It's not long. How long is it now? Should be 6 days, 19 hours. Something like that. Yeah, we should maybe make that the timer, right? This would be what, a browser source? I think you really just need a timer. I don't know how big we want it. Probably like somewhere in the middle here. Is it too much of a tease to have the timer? Toe of the camera. The problem is I'm moving it so much around. Cannot make it fit perfectly. That's why it was not fitting. Okay, easy fix. I'm probably gonna move around so much anyways. This is this boss. That's how we got there. Yeah, this is insane. Looks good. It's not exactly even. I can still do it better. We can do like this. Almost perfect. Counting the seconds.
Main thing I get from my community.
Yeah, we kind of have to. This is about skill tree. I want to see the one from legendary drops first. That footage was fantastic. Building the hut. Oh, he's also alive. Path of Exile will shock this world. I just cut my hair, yeah. It was very long. I'm gonna go Dark Monk if I go Monk. I'm gonna go Titan Warrior if I go Warrior. Or the Darkness Monk if I go Monk. think that's the coolest one. Well, in my opinion, anyways. So we've seen this. Path of Exile will shock this world by legendary drops.
Of Exile 2 for 8 hours straight. You jealous? And you guys have
8 hours, boys.
No idea what's in store for you. What's crazy is that you've seen the trailers, you've seen the reveals, but you don't know until you actually get your hands on it. Oh, God, is it glorious. We're talking about an Elden Ring Baldur's Gate 3 level step up in a genre that has needed it for far too long. Lord knows we didn't get that from Diablo. What a disappointment that was. Actually, you know what? This channel originally was supposed to be a Diablo channel. Most of my first videos were ARPG driven. I was talking about Last Epoch and Diablo, and if it wasn't for them, thank you, Blizzard, you guys jaded me into turning me into the industry commentator that I am today. So I actually kind of owe my career to you for making me so salty. You know, in the very beginning, when you're choosing your character in Path of Exile 2, all of the other characters get hung. They all die. It's so grotesque. It's so unhinged and depraved. There's so much respect for the audience and our maturity and the game's maturity. This game is unafraid to be itself. It is so authentic. And it's one of the things that I think games over the last few years have been missing. We've had a few, and this is definitely one of them. The game is absolutely incredible. It is a transformative experience. It was a game that I could barely put down. They basically had to drag me out of there to get me to stop playing it. And I can't wait to talk about it with you guys. I want to talk about how it felt.
You're like, I want to keep playing, man. Let me in.
How it looked, and what the future of this game is going to look like, and how big of a deal this game is going to be. You guys.
500,000, 1 million players concurrent.
This is going to be a monster. I'm going to start off by saying, while I am an ARPG veteran, I am not an ARPG pro. My first isometric ARPG was Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2, and then Champions of Norath, and then on to Diablo 2 once one of my friends got a cracked version for my mom's computer. While I love these sort of games, this genre hasn't changed all that much. The only thing that we typically see is some fidelity upgrades, some additional systems, or some expansions on existing ones. For most players, especially ARPG players, change isn't really necessary. The fact of the matter is, we just want more game to play, more loot, more classes, more skills, more bosses, and more hours to slowly become symbiotic with our computer chair or our couch. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but ARPGs for me are kind of like meditation. While build crafting and comparing items requires you to be conscious, the gameplay itself doesn't. My brain seems to empty as I click through a level, tapping my same abilities over and over again, slowly disconnecting from reality as my screen is filled with visual effects. However, Path of Exile 2 is one of the first times that I've ever felt fully engaged by a game like this, and it's crazy how far they've taken things. When I got the chance to sit down and play the game at an underground event in Los Angeles, I played as
underground event, boys.
The witch, monk, and spent most of my time on the sorceress. From the onset, the character select screen where they all line up to be hung for their crimes, ending all of the characters other than the one that you choose, I screamed, finally another game that isn't afraid to be insensitive, to shock, or to treat the players like an adult. I can't be the only one that has felt like, outside of a few outliers, more and more games have been trending towards these sort of soft modern themes and art direction. Path of Exile
censorship and woke.
2 subverts this rule entirely by welcoming you into this desperate, grotesque, and
we
beautiful
get 500,000
world.
players.
Blood-spattered walls, ritual sacrifice.
Jonathan talked about that a few days ago in an interview. That they were expecting like around as many players as a League launch, but now seeing how many people actually pre-ordered, they are scaling up their server infrastructure. So League launch looks to be 350,000 concurrent as peak. So we might be looking at 500,000 plus is what I think.
Piles of burning entrails and some of the most horrific creatures imaginable. This world intrigues you. It begs to be explored because of how forbidden it feels. Like you're 10 years old and you snuck in to watch a horror movie only to find yourself having nightmares for the next week. Oddly specific, I know, but my dad accidentally swapped my Power Rangers movie for Hellraiser. It's no wonder that I've never gotten a piercing. Everything from the character designs and fidelity to the sound design and environment is a cut above the rest. It's one of the most impressive sequels that I've ever played. I feel like in a lot of cases when it comes to sequels, most developers will just kind of phone it in. They reuse a lot of assets from their previous titles, they make minor improvements, they throw in a new story or a new character, but Path of Exile feels genuinely fresh, like an actual evolution of their original title. Spells and abilities are rendered beautifully. None of it was taking away from the game's performance, no matter how much was going on screen. Enemy attacks are clearly telegraphed and easy to read, no matter what environment you're in. Each zone I played in, whether it was the swamps, the forest, the farm, the town, or the manor, all of it looked visually distinct and interesting. There was something so intriguing about Path of Exile's art style.
Oh man, they got to blast for 8 hours, guys. 8 hours they played.
And their direction in this game and how it's evolved over time.
We caught it all the gameplay.
It definitely borrows from a lot of popular fantasy and cultural history. It takes on a life entirely to itself. And in the case of Path of Exile 2, it tempted me to explore every area fully rather than just push on and grind. You'll hear me reference this a few times, but this game shares a lot with Elden Ring. Sometimes you just want to walk around and look at the game, look at its environments, and marvel at its architecture. Something altogether foreign in a genre like this. I'm sure some of you guys are going to find this odd, as it's not something that people typically go looking for in a game like this, but I was floored by the game's sound design. I think we've reached an apex where great graphics can't really impress you all that much anymore, and developers need to find other ways to intrigue players, and Path of Exile 2 does just that. The
Life is not fair, a whole 8 hours. Well, this was just one event, but yeah, I played for about 1.5 hours twice, so I have like 3 hours. And there was people that went to like 1, 2, and then 3 events. They probably have like, yeah, somewhat like 15 hours playtime. And that's still nothing in a game like PoE, right? I played the Spiritborn 100 hours. Yeah, I'm more like 50, but yeah, actually more than 50. Yeah, maybe like 70.
Combination of the character abilities with the sound design engaged me far more than games normally do. The crack of a lightning spell, the swing of an enemy's giant
like
axe slamming into the ground, the crunch of killing an enemy. There is this oppressive weight to all of it, and it makes the game feel real. You feel that impact.
I feel also like in Diablo, it's from what I heard, it's way easier to solve the game than to solve PoE, right? Because the amount of time I played Spiritborn before it launched, we could basically solve like all of the game already. But I don't know, in 8 hours, like I don't think even there was endgame in this server.
Feel the power of your abilities, and that.
So they maybe finished Act 3 story. So they probably know like up to the story, to Act 3 story. But after that, like who knows? Act 3 final boss fight. Something like that. But you don't know the end game.
Of your enemies, and there's a certain weight to all of that, and it just adds to the experience.
PoE pros have 15,000 hours. Yeah, but that's PoE 1, right? Like we're talking PoE 2. Which is, yeah, obviously a lot of those like knowledge, experience will transfer over, but it's still like a different, or like lots of parts of the game are different in PoE 2. Yeah, obviously not everybody is starting at the same like skill knowledge level. Like it's not gonna happen. Like if you have like 10,000 hours in PoE 1, like there's a massive advantage, of course.
Experience of playing this game, it makes it feel almost tangible at times. The music in the game is absolutely fantastic as well. They do such a good job of creating this oppressive atmosphere. That's the only words that I could really apply
just enjoy
to
the
it.
game,
Whether you're
you know,
walking in an open
so
field, or you're in the forest, or walking through the halls of a building, you feel this building tension at all times. And the boss fight music is even better. It really makes it for an epic experience more than anything else. The game feels haunting at times.
The boss fights are crazy.
I love it. You know, I'm not somebody that
challenging.
normally gets caught up in things like sound design or the visuals of games, but I sit back and I'm looking at this game and how much quality it offers, and it's not even finished yet.
Okay,
and thinking to myself, this game is going to be free.
Standing desk for the win.
People are going to be able to play this for free.
That's the craziest part, guys. The game is free. That's like the wildest thing, right? You like think of all this end game, all these characters, like the story, everything. and I just realized it's free to play. It's gonna launch with 36 basically characters, and it's free to play. That is absolutely insane. What is this? There's a cooking video. Remember that meme? I don't mind a good cooking video, man.
Fully priced titles that don't deliver this kind of quality.
Yep.
And we're
And that's
talking
early access.
Like the vast majority of fully priced titles don't deliver this kind of quality. I'm almost jealous of the people that get to play this once it's fully finished and that's their first time playing it, because it's going to be insane. I don't want to spoil anything for the narrative or anything like that. I think they've done a fantastic job with this, much better than they did with the first Path of Exile. I realize, I think I've talked to a couple people, they said that, you know, the first game's story was just kind of something thrown together, a vehicle just to get people through the game more than anything else and get them to the end game. But you can feel that they really tried to work hard on this, really tried to flesh out the narrative, the world design, all that kind of stuff. And it comes together in a way that's like truly holistic. It really feels well fit together. The voice acting is superb. Absolutely superb. I think that
it's really good.
What's really unique about this experience with Path of Exile is that you're going to have people that will come to play this just for the story. And
I want to
fine.
blast,
And
guys.
I think that's great
Fuck.
to be able to make a game that will do that. 'Cause
Herbs, we gotta
ultimately you're just
play.
gonna continue to bring people back, because eventually they will expand on some of that content later on down the road. And
That's right.
That's the way to get a lot of people.
So I legit think, guys, before the majority of players beats the end game, they're only gonna release more end game. Like, you're just gonna be like about to be done with the end game, or before you're done, there's just more new end game. It's gonna be so crazy, man. Wait, what's the sad news? Who is a time machine? Message me. Would you not travel backwards? You would travel forwards in time if you had a time machine right now? Is there a way to hibernate? I mean, maybe if you transform into a druid, there might be a chance. Yeah, the average player won't even make it to endgame. They're gonna be just hard stuck in the story. I don't regret much in life, but I regret not giving PoE a chance 10 years ago. Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat. I'm in a similar boat. So many people have asked me to, you know, like get into PoE 1. I tried like twice. But I never really got into it. I've never really gotten into it. And yeah, I think I would have loved the game if I, you know, would have been able to kind of like surpass that like initial filter or whatever you want to call it, right? Like, I got filtered. Hand hold and run, okay. So you want to go like slow, Herbst? I mean, I need to do a hand-holding run. I will see. We can discuss later. Thanks for the feedback, though. Now with PoE 2, we're on the same boat. Hand-holding is not PoE? Well, that's always for you to decide. Oh, it's always nice to, like, you know quite some mechanics already. Filtered by the skill tree, my first time. Yeah. I mean, I didn't get filtered by the tree. I think I got filtered by the end game in a way. I, like, blasted through the story. I just grinded through it. But, you know, after that, it was pretty overwhelming still. Like, even if you make it through the story, like, doesn't mean that you're gonna, like, you know, get really into the game.
The door, at least at, you know, at the start of things. We've seen that with Diablo 4. There was a lot of people that really liked Diablo 4 just for its story, and then they ended up sticking around and playing it longer than that. I think the same thing's going to end up happening to this game. But I wasn't expecting this to be as immersive as an experience as it actually is, and it's just because of how much work that has gone into really fleshing out this world and bringing up all of these other aspects of the game that, in a lot of cases, in this genre, kind of goes by the wayside. People don't really pay attention to that because all the players can think about is, well, you know, playing the end game, and obviously we're going to be getting to some of that stuff as well. But man, I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's actually kind of hard to describe what the experience is because it's just that great. But it gets even better. Isometric ARPGs are more known for being...
It gets even better, boys. I think you're underestimating how complicated PoE2 will be. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty complicated. But they also like try to make it a lot more compact, a lot more condensed, a lot more simple in many ways. For example, what they did with the skill gems and stuff. Yeah, we're going to go back to school. It's not going to be as complicated as PoE1, but it's still going to be pretty complicated. And for a newer player, that might be a little bit off-putting or pretty tough to deal with at times. I can fully understand that part.
Click to win games rather than anything else.
Click to win.
While crafting and randomized loot drive the experience, the combat has always been more of a vehicle that gets you into these game systems rather than the reason why you actually play these games. It's one of the things that I think that this genre has failed to evolve over the years. It's 10 years between Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, and the combat still hasn't changed that much. Even Path of Exile and Last Epoch don't really feel all that much different than a standard ARPG experience. However, Path of Exile 2 is the first real evolution in the genre, and I think it's going to make a huge impact on how this game is going to be received and how many people it's going to bring into its audience. Now, I mentioned this in my interview with the game's technical director.
There are going to be many, many refugees. I'll tune my hype down quite a bit, so the 2 to 3 hour launch won't faze me. You think we're going to have a queue at the very beginning? How do they usually handle it? Like I mean, I'm pretty sure they can see exactly... Like, it's not like on launch of a league. Like, now they know how many people pre-ordered it. But what is the big problem? They exactly know how many people pre-ordered it. They can probably add another like 20% that will buy it on the evening of. So they know how many people are going to log in. There's gonna be a queue counter? Like you can't just play? What? Is this confirmed already? I don't even remember ever having like a queue in like Diablo, for example. But yeah, I guess it can happen. Oh, we'll see. I mean, we can be patient. Like, what was the Vessel of Fate? It was like the late 6 hours anyway. PoE always has a queue. Yeah, but that's PoE 1, right? I believe they have a whole new infrastructure for this game.
For Jonathan Rogers, but every single fight, every pack of enemies, every
10-minute queue, like that's perfectly fine. But like he was talking like 2-hour queue. That's crazy. I remember Lost Ark, man. Like, yeah, what's Lost Ark, right? Like on Lost Ark, you would have like 6-hour queues. I remember those seagulls in the Lost Ark loading screen. Oof.
Feels like a meaningful experience. I jokingly said that Path of Exile 2 doesn't feel like a second monitor game anymore, but I really meant it. I was fully engaged in every
second monitor game. That means like you watch a movie meanwhile? Yeah, okay, if the servers crash. Yeah, okay, to boot them back up. Yeah, that makes sense.
conflict. Enemies hit harder than they normally do, and they have far more complex mechanics and abilities than they normally would in a game like this. You couple this with the game's dodge mechanic and its movement abilities that are actually tied to some of your abilities, and you have an experience where you are actively dodging, strategizing, and engaging with enemies rather than simply hiding them around. Boss fights are insanely well delivered, with many of the mini-bosses even having second phases, switching up their attack patterns and throwing unique combinations of attacks just to keep you on your toes. I struggled for a while at the final boss of the first act because I wasn't prepared for an actual boss fight, something more similar to an MMO than an isometric ARPG. Not only did I have to dodge their telegraphed attacks, but at one point, The boss would hide itself in a snowblind, and the only way for me to know when they were going to attack next was to listen to their call out and their voice lines. I had to wait until they stopped talking. This sort of design had me actively engaged while I was playing the game, and
Dude. I'm like always like double checking, okay, can I actually watch this on Twitch? But then I realized, yeah, that's on Twitch right now. Yeah.
It had me floored, honestly. Half of the time, I was dying out of sheer shock and joy, struggling to believe what I was seeing and loving every second of it. But I think what sets Path of Exile 2
Path of Exile is not a second screen game, guys. Hello?
apart from any other ARPG, and in a lot of cases, just a lot of games in general, is its use of spell and ability interactivity.
But do you know what I have on my
Throw
second
up an
monitor?
ice wall and then throw another attack to shatter that ice wall and send those shards forward. Cast a ring of fire around yourself and send out bolts of electricity to combine it with the fire damage and deal increased
Put it
damage
back
to
and was just
enemies.
getting to the plot?
Path of Exile 2 had
I don't
skill
think there's a
gems that could
plot.
trigger other skills, but
Maybe
we
on
now have
another website.
abilities that react to one
There's a
another
happy ending.
in gameplay, creating an infinite amount of possibilities. You have AoE attacks on the witch that will actually cause your summons to deal more damage.
66,000 channel points on her stream? What the hell,
Or
dude?
explode them for extra damage. You have combo abilities on the monk that will transform the attack of another skill. There is so much
I
to
love it how she has an emote-only chat.
play around with here, and you're constantly thinking about what kind of crazy combinations of abilities that you can come up with, and it just makes you want to play the game more. Player agency is something that I think is sorely lacking in games today. I think it's one of the reasons why we saw games like Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Ring reach such incredible heights. It's because players want to feel like their character is their own, that their playthrough is their own. And
That's not me.
When you combine with how engaging the combat is, with the increased movement and the skill expression, players are going to latch onto this in a way that I don't think that they were expecting to. I mean, the distinct nature of the classes alone are going to knock players on
Gotta
the floor.
research.
While I only had the time to play as a few characters, I was shocked with how differently each class played. In a lot of games, a ranger is effectively a physical damage mage. Many abilities even share the same function or look, but in Path of Exile 2,
It's time,
I'm
man.
flipping in the air, I'm dodging around, I'm slowing down enemies and trying to create distance. With the Sorceress, I'm tactically trying to
wasn't me.
place my spells so I can combo them together for extra damage. With the Monk, I'm waiting until enemies get to low health. I'm finishing them off to get a combo charge and then use that to power up another ability and take out a group of enemies. Path of Exile 2 feels like the breath of fresh air that the ARPG genre...
A rotted druid. This is the druid from D4, man. He's rotting. Yeah, either slow warrior or speedy monk. Speedy monk Zales. I mean, I really don't know, dude.
has been gasping for. A game that redefines what it means to engage with combat, build variety, and player agency. It's not just the continuation of Path of Exile, it's a transformation, a step forward that challenges the stagnant design philosophies that we've come to expect from this genre. Every moment feels deliberate, from the unique playstyles of the classes to the intricate interplay of the spells and abilities and the sheer thrill of combat itself. This game asks for your full attention, rewards creativity, and respects your time and skill. If this is where the future of ARPGs is heading, then it's about time that we left the old paradigms behind and embraced something new. Path of Exile 2
Hope you had a good stream.
Doesn't just
And,
promise an evolution,
enjoy the
it
game.
delivers one. And honestly, I can't wait to see how it changes everything. I'm getting the exact same vibes that I got when I was playing
good.
Baldur's Gate 3 in early access. This overwhelming frustration that I know about something and I've been playing something.
Check our D.
And everybody
Let's go.
else has no
Totally
idea how
chaos.
great it is. And all I want to do is just tell them. I want to shake them and wake them up and say, this is going to be the best thing ever. Because
This is what people have been doing to the Diablo players, yes? Listen to it again. Imagine the Diablo player. And, I mean, also other games to a degree.
playing something and everybody else has no idea how great it is. And all I want to do is just tell them. I want to shake them and wake them up and say, this is going to be the best thing ever. Because I really do think this is going to be one of the best things ever. They took quite literally every single aspect
Thanks,
of their
Zero,
previous game
for
and
gifting
improved
us up.
upon it in a meaningful
So you shake them? This is the best game ever?
way. And then on top of that, they didn't sacrifice any of the depth and any of the quality that they had before.
Oh, boys, man, I'm freaking hyped.
All the things that this franchise is known and
It's a
loved
fact.
for are still here. everything is still here.
So you're gonna log in?
It's just better or it's easier to engage with. You feel the respect and attention to detail throughout the entire game. It's remarkable what they have done with this game. And I think it really does come back to this idea.
Oh, Mercy, you're gonna blast too? Did you play PoE 1 before?
Jonathan Rogers brought up in my interview with him. And it's just that they made the game that they want to play. And they just hope that other people share their taste. And for me, it feels like a game that was made for me. This game feels like what little kid LD was thinking games would look like when he grew up. This is the game when I was sitting around slamming flaming hot Cheetos, jamming out to Iron Maiden and playing Champions of Norath. This is the game that I thought would come out. And it's coming. And it's great. What's crazy
gamers.
about all of this is that
this is probably gonna ruin my life. I've already said goodbye to my friends and family. Rex. Oh man. Yeah, that's hitting hard.
it's not even done.
Oh, can I open this?
We're talking about a game that's going to be in early access. Only half of the campaign, only half of the characters, and who knows whatever else they want to go ahead and throw into the game.
Yo,
We're not even talking about the seasons that are going to come then after.
Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys.
Such a bright future
PoE
for this
high.
game, and I want to talk about it.
Check out Vince, my friend.
In early access, this game will only feature the first 3 acts of the campaign, which totals a staggering 25 hours of story content with a complete endgame experience, including 7 endgame systems for progression as well as character assessment.
7 endgame systems for the early access.
Ascendancy, which unlocks class-specific subclasses. We don't have full-price titles that launch with this level of content, and players get to play all of this in early access.
I said this before. I legit think before the player's gonna finish like majority part of the end game, GGG is already gonna release more end game. So you'll never be done.
Once this game is fully released, it's going to be a behemoth that will only continue to grow in content. And what I love the most about all of this is the ability to get in on the ground floor. I can't be the only one that avoided Path of Exile at times because the game just got away from me. The more content was added, more league mechanics were introduced, I just felt like the game had too much to learn. The game had gotten too far away from me, and I didn't have the time to learn it. Path of Exile 2 marks a fresh start and an open door for new players to come in at a somewhat even ground level with veteran players. And I think that that's going to have a massive impact on this game's success. For the unanointed who haven't played Path of Exile 1, I'll break down what exactly is going to be delivered and why it's such a big deal. At the preview event that I attended, they had mentioned that they had came to the realization that having players test the endgame and grow the endgame before the game's release was the most important thing to do, and it was also the easiest thing for them to do, which makes a lot of sense. They've been making seasonal content for a few years now, so putting out that kind of content and growing the end game is probably pretty easy for them. On top of that, this is what many of the players come to play their game for. This is what the majority of the concurrent audience is going to be consuming. So it's incredibly important that this part of the end game and this part of the game is fleshed out and ready for launch. Now, that's not to say that the campaign or story is phoned in or anything. It's incredible. It's obvious that they put a lot of care and effort into this game's campaign, and I think people are going to be shocked by how great it is. However, people come to these games for their end game, and it needs to be meaty enough to keep people playing. It's funny that a Diablo-like game understands this better than Diablo itself. With that said, in Path of Exile, players get to create their own endgame experience. You don't have to engage with all of the mechanics in Path of Exile, and I'll be honest with you, it's not recommended to do so in the first place. Find the ones that you enjoy, learn everything about them, and then farm out the unique rewards and grow your character's power and continue forward. Now, only for early access, because we don't have the other 3 acts of the
more Diablo-like, man. Yeah,
campaign,
they keep doing this.
Players will run through the campaign a second time on a higher difficulty. Later, this is going to be removed once the game is fully released.
Yeah, check this. Elon is going to play.
You'll get access to the Atlas map, this huge map with its own skill tree that accompanies it, and you get to cultivate your own endgame experience through these systems. This is going to be huge for new players because the original game had such a massive backlog of content that it was hard to know.
Here it is. Here's it. Here's it. The succubus is so sick. Does this work? Log into Path of Exile 2 next week and blast all the way until next year. Who's ready to log in? Look who replied. I'm in. That was yesterday. Let's go, guys. This is it. Elon Musk is gonna log in with all of us. He's in. Elon Monk. He's so gonna log in. Let's go. Reschedule Mars. Fun. Ooh, less than 7 days, boys. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Oh man, this is gonna be so wild, dude. Yeah. That's it.
Where to start. And when we're starting with 7...
He said this about League of Legends. Well, I'll find you the clip. He said this about League of Legends.
I've never seen something like that, and the noise of it when it was going up.
To basically the Mars transfer.
Here.
What's harder, this or Greater Rifts in Diablo? This is much fun.
Greater Rifts or Rocket Science?
Did you ever play Fortnite?
No. But I did play Quake and a bunch of other first.
No Fortnite.
League. Did you play League?
Is that X?
League. If I start playing League, it will damage the space program.
If he's playing League, it would damage the space program. Wait until he experiences Path of Exile 2, is what people are saying. Yes? Once that happens, we might need to reschedule Mars. Mars has to wait. Guys, he's pretty good at time management, I believe. Pretty crazy time management. We're gonna be fine. He's gonna log in, and we're gonna log in on Mars at some point.
Endgame.
It's fine.
Game activities, that's
just clone himself.
Already enough, but this is going to be something where players are going to be able to test everything, find what they like, and move forward with whatever they want to play for their endgame. While 7 endgame systems sounds like a staggering amount for most games, it's a drop in the bucket for Path of Exile, and I think this more condensed early access experience is going to lead to far more new player retention than the studio likely.
Yeah, I'll make a list. There is a very, very good beginner list. His name is Dreamcore. I would definitely suggest you watch that one. I don't know if I can go to playlists. Here, playlists. Here.
Welcome to another...
This is literally one of the best playlists. From Dreamcore. Welcome in, log in. You need to give me access. E-Mail habe ich dir geschickt.
He expects. What's crazy about all of this is that Path of Exile's early access is $30 USD, and it doesn't feel like an early access game.
30 real dollars.
Complete polished experience with staggering depth. From the 3 acts of the campaign, which alone provide 25 hours of story content, to the 7 distinct endgame systems, it's a package that rivals, if not surpasses, many full-price titles. And of course, Grinding Gear Games does the...
I'm between Warrior, Monk, Sorg, Ranger, and Mercenary. Please help. Like, you haven't even narrowed one of them down?
Most consumer-friendly thing possible by making sure that those supporter packs also give you $30 of in-game currency. Enough for you to use to buy some cosmetics and maybe even some stash tabs. It's a transparent and fair way to support the game while also getting yourself set up with some customization and convenience as you dive into this massive game. Path of Exile 2 is raising the bar not just for ARPGs, but for what players should be expecting from games in general. And I haven't even gotten into the fact the game is going to double the amount of classes it has once it actually launches. 12 classes to play as. That's insane.
12 classes, 36 Ascendancies. That's so crazy.
There's so much content that's going to be served to the...
How much content do you want, guys? How much content are we going to get? Fucking yes!
And for most people, they're not even going to have to even pay for it. You can support it if you want. You get early access. But you don't have to. You just go play it for free once it's fully released. That is crazy to me. It's crazy. There's so much value for the customer, so much value for the player. You know, when I was sitting at the event, I tried to be mindful. I tried to be professional and take notes and look at minute details and think about what kind of content that I could serve to my
I'll check that
audience. But
later.
instead, I was just enjoying myself. I was just jamming the game, having a great time. I sat next to Wolfhard FPS, another YouTuber, a good buddy of mine, and I just kept looking at him and going, damn, this is good. And he's like, yeah, it is. And everybody,
The bros, man, the bros.
everybody at the whole event was like that. Everybody was just so excited and just enjoying the game so much. And what makes me really happy about that is
That's fucking
the gaming
good.
community is going to receive it the same way, which gets me even more excited because it's just going to be a bunch of people that are going to be like, this is awesome. And then somebody else is going to be like, I know, right? And yeah, that's what you want. It's the reason I got into making videos. It's one of the reasons I play games to begin with. I miss those days back when I used to work at GameStop and Halo would launch or something like that, and people would just be losing their minds. And this is a game that people are gonna lose their minds. For 8 hours, I played this game, and I loved every second of it. They had to peel me off of that chair at the end. I literally played until they were shooing us out the door.
He had so much fun, man. He didn't want to leave after 8 hours.
And you can see
early access,
how much
man.
these developers understand their game, understand their audience, and know what they're trying to deliver. It is on display across the entire game.
It's been dragged out, yeah.
Very
Security! This guy's not leaving!
rarely see, and it is something
He just had so much fun, dude.
incredibly special. You'll be seeing more Path of Exile content from me, by the way. I have a few more videos that are planned, a couple other things that I want to dive into.
What a guy.
There's a certain type of video that you guys may have seen on this channel that has yet to come out for Path of Exile, and believe me, oh, it's coming. But, man, I can't wait for this game
It's
to
coming,
release.
boys.
I can't wait to play more of it. I can't wait to talk about more of it with you guys, and I also can't wait to see what the reaction of the rest of the industry is going to be. Usually this is about the time that we start to see some people
It's gonna
pop
be
up.
like the Baldur's 3 kind of reaction. Like, you can't expect us to make these kind of games, you know? This is not the industry standard. Something like that.
Rest of the industry is going to be. Usually this is about the time that we start to see some people pop up and say, you know, want to throw their 2 cents into the bucket, and you know, it usually ends up being a little bit tone deaf, but who knows? Maybe everybody will just universally like it, and that'll be the end of the story. Yeah, probably.
I hope it's gonna level the entire ARPG market genre, like all that kind of stuff. Just make better games, man. It's just gonna like inspire other other like studios, creators, whatever, like also to make better games. It's great. Competition is good for the market. It's gonna be better products for us gamers. It's a massive W.
Why not? Anyway, Exiles, we're going in. I'm going in on this game. Get ready to log in. Outside of that, stay cool.
Get ready to log in.
Stay safe, my friends. I'll
Dang.
catch you guys in the next video. Subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video with your friends.
What a guy. Yo, here's the video, guys. A legendary drops. I would have liked it before I even finished watching it. Based. Yes, I'm jealous. 8 hours gameplay, man. This guy's like, give Diablo a break. First time making an Exile-like game. The game will change my life. Well, it might literally do. The legend himself never thought I'd see the day Asmongold made the last microtransactions all the count. Damn, people are positive, dude. Ooh. Yeah, looks to blow all our minds, man. This is too crazy, man. Too crazy. Last time I saw so many positive people was during COVID. Oof. No, it's like can't wait, man. COVID positive. Goddamn. Support Gem League video. Can you link it? Support Gem League. Like, what does it mean, leak? Like, it's a data mine? Somebody recorded it? Like, well, how do you find this leak? Somebody broke NDA. I don't think there is an NDA no more. Once you get a taste of PoE, you literally have standard how ARPGs should be. Could be. It's not a leak. Yeah, like why do people call it a leak? Like somebody just, like they gave them access and duh, they're gonna record it. They were allowed to record. Like how is it a leak? Havoc Gaming. Okay, this is the wrong one.
Here are 29 things you might...
Havoc, Path of Exile. They leaked it. Okay, can you send me the video? I don't see it on this channel. One day ago. Why did I not see this one? This is like a different channel. He has like 2 channels or what? I was watching on another channel. I gotta subscribe to this guy twice, man. Havoc made me subscribe twice, man. He has such good content. We just subscribed to both of his accounts. Sneak peek. Yeah, it's not a leak. Like, he just recorded it, dude. Okay, guys, but we need to learn some mechanics while we look at this. Okay, I think I gotta sit down for this. This is gonna be too complicated to be standing. It's gonna be too complicated to stand, guys. We gotta sit down for this one. Get a glass of water, sit down. Don't be too surprised. Yeah, better sit down, man. This might be dangerous. Time to actually read. God damn it, man. We're getting filtered, guys. What if we can't read? If this is a leak, then my kitchen faucet, the drips, then the firehouse. Okay, guys, are you ready to read? Havoc has like 3 channels. Damn, that's crazy. Okay, let's just try to understand. Added fire damage, here's the first one. I need to lower the music a bit. Or is the music fine like this? I guess it's fine. Okay, so chat, I might need your help to understand what some of these do. So, supported attacks. So this one already doesn't work for spells. Am I correct with that? Attacks. Is this one also working for spells? This is already my first question. It works for spells too. So attacks are also spells? Oh, that's only work with, okay, it only works with attacks. Okay, so it doesn't work for spells. Look at the attacks. Attack, fire. And normally, like something else has a spell tag or what? I don't see anything with a spell tag. Anyway. Okay, I'm already confused, chat. Does it have to have a spell tag to work with a spell or what? None of them have spell tags. Or maybe these are all just melee attacks. Not always. That's not confusing at all. Yeah, first gem I'm already confused. blue text. Okay, boys. Support attacks. So it doesn't work for spells. Causes them to gain fire damage, yes, but deal less cold and lightning. Supported attacks gain 25% of damage as fire damage. Supported attacks deal 50% less cold and lightning. Man, why is the first gem already so complicated? Okay, let's say you have a fire attack. It's gonna add fire damage. And then you don't really care if it does cold or lightning, as long as you're not converting anything. Is this like an increase or does this convert, guys? Holy shit, this is already complicated. How can we be confused by the first gem already? Okay, so you do 100 fire damage. Yeah, there's nothing to do with conversion, right? So then you end up dealing, you're getting 125. Yeah, it says gain. Okay, it doesn't say here. So this text is the most important. Okay, so if we have a physical attack, we're also gonna gain 25 fire damage. If we have 100 physical damage, right? 100 physical damage is also gonna give us 100 physical, 25 fire. Okay, so this one, I mean, it's basically adding, as long as you don't have any of these, it's basically adding damage. Okay, I think then I fully understand this. I think chat's already confused as well. But this doesn't work for spells. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, this is arcane support. Same principle, I guess. Support spells. Okay, yeah, now it is spell, not attack. Track the mana of you spend to cast them. Spending enough mana grants a burst of mana generation and cast speed. Gain Arcane Surge after spending a total of 100% of your maximum mana on supported skill. Okay, track the mana you spent. So we would have to understand what Arcane Surge does. Arcane Surge gives cast speed and mana regen. Yeah, it's clearly, yeah, what Herb says, like, it's clearly that one of them is an attack. Like, this is an attack. And this one is clearly for spells. Okay, that makes sense too then. Okay, this is Ambush. It supports any skill. So in here, I understand it. It can support attacks and spells, right? Because it just says skills. Okay, this works for both. Yeah, if you hit the enemy, making it more likely to critically hit. So critical hit was double damage, right? Baseline. Supported skills have 100% more critical hit chance against enemies that are on full life. Yo, this one seems pretty strong for the start, no? You have a guaranteed crit against full life, so your first hit's gonna be big. Yeah, this seems very good in like AoE scenarios. Hey AG, this is my League PoE launch haircut. Oh no, yeah, sorry, it's not guaranteed. Yeah, 100% more just means it's doubling your crit. If you have 5%, yeah, if you have 5% crit chance, like now you have 10, right? It's this. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I overread it. Like more and increase. Like you gotta really check. Yeah. No, I'm gonna look at them in this video. I know about this website. Like, what do you want me to do there? Like, I'm just rather looking at them exactly how they are in the game. Because I don't know if this information is like fully updated. Okay, next one. Okay, but we're learning a lot, I think, by going through them. I think it makes a lot of sense. Added cold damage. Support attacks. Okay, no spells. Call them to gain cold damage, but deal less fire and lightning. Okay, this one is basically the same as this one. Just another slot. Bursting Plague. Support skills that can poison enemies. Causing poison enemies to gain plague over time. Explored in a plague burst on death. Cannot support the skills of minions. So it doesn't work for minions. Support skills. So this is again attacks and spells that can poison enemies. Causes poisoned enemies to gain plague over time. Explode. Okay, so how much damage is it? Poisoned from support skills also adds 200% as damage per second. Wait, poison from supported skills also adds 200% damage. Second to enemy as plague up to a maximum of 10% of enemy's maximum life. Okay, this is a bit complicated. %200% of damage per second to enemies as plague. But it's capped to 10% of the max life. Yeah, they all have tags. AoE, trigger, physical, chaos. It's now 30, you think? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty strong, but the cap is kind of... But is this doing AoE damage? Explode in a plague burst on death. But is this like spreading poison damage as well? But it doesn't really say that. Ah, because it has the AoE tag. That's how you understand it. Yeah, this seems pretty strong, no? For a poison build. I don't think I have the knowledge to understand your poison build, Kim. But you can share it, maybe somebody else is interested. Holy shit. This link is like 10 lines long. Look at the link here. Bro. This is like Giga Link, man. Look at this. How many fucking characters? It doesn't even work. Look, I click this link, nothing happens. Yeah, unlucky. I mean, the link is too long, man. It gets a 404, dude. It's way too long. This link is like F. Can we get a longer link? Do you have another one that's longer? No, sorry. It's too long, man. I don't know. My browser does not compute. Yeah, we got hacked, man. What the fuck is that link, dude? You're getting failing? Do you think the cost is also scaling usually? There are no levels? You can't level them? Oh, it's only the skill gems that you can level? Okay, sorry. I misunderstood that. Okay, so the skill gems can be leveled. And the support gems can't be leveled. Okay, so you get 40 area of effect and you can't increase the effect. Yeah, more is a multiplier. We know. This is a straight up 40% more. And the cost also stay the same. And, oh, I don't remember. Like, how exactly are you leveling the gems? Like, your skill gems? How do you level the skill gems again? I forgot that. Yeah, 40% is very good. It's a lot. Just level up by killing monsters. Do you need to have the gem equipped as a skill? Like, you need to use the skill? Yeah, and you find uncut ones, yeah. Okay, chat is not in agreement with how it works. I think so many people are still going back to the PoE 1 mechanics. That's why it's confusing. No, gems do not level with XP. You find a new uncut. So they don't level up on monster kills. Holy shit. Chat is lying. Man, people are already like... It's uncut gems. So, but you get those uncut gems from killing monsters. Yeah, I mean, they're not like purposefully lying. They just don't know better sometimes. And Nord Pixel, thank you for the prime, my friend. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Yeah, often quests. Yeah, okay, I remember that. The School of Exiles continues. Yep. Bloodlust. Attack melee physical. Support melee attacks causes them to deal more damage against bleeding enemies, but preventing them from inflicting bleeds. That's pretty cool. So you can use this on like a fire skill, let's say. You have a physical skill and you have a fire skill, because the fire skill wouldn't normally apply bleeds already. So you get 30% multiplicative damage if you use this on a fire skill. But then obviously that skill cannot cause more bleeds. Oh, it's merely physical damage. Okay, yeah, so you can't use it on a fire skill. I see. Okay, so it needs to be on a physical skill then. But you can still trigger bleed with another physical skill. And then use it on another physical skill to make it deal more damage. Now it's only the physical part of the damage that gets multiplied. Okay. Hey, we gotta pay attention with these. Like, it's like these like little details, they matter so much. Yeah, this sounds pretty good though for a melee guy. That's pretty nice. Like, especially for like a Titan, if you do have like big physical hits, you like apply bleed with like, I don't know, like a crappy like skill, and then you do like your big swing, whatever, and you get, yeah, Titan, and you get the 1.3 multiplier. That sounds pretty good. Bleed chance. Support any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to inflict bleeding. Supported skills have a 60% chance to inflict bleeding. Okay. But the tag is physical. Does this mean I can't add it to a fire skill? Because like normally, there's a good chance for my physical skill always to inflict bleeding. But it's just a higher chance. You can put it on a fire skill, but it won't do anything. But is it the physical tag that defines that? So you can't make your fire skills inflict bleedings. I mean, that would be a pretty useful mechanic too, right? Like then your fire skills would inflict the element ignite, and then on top of this they would inflict bleeding. But that won't work. You can make your fire skills inflict bleeding if your 50% of your physical damage is converted to fire. Yeah, that makes sense. But, so this one only works for physical. Okay, I get it. Break endurance. Support any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to gain endurance charge when it fully breaks an enemy's armor. Okay, what does it mean to break an enemy's armor? I mean, I could click this if I was in-game now. 20% chance to get an endurance charge when supported skills full break enemy's armor. So when do you break an armor? How do you have to hit a certain amount of time? It lowers their armor to 0. There's no PhD yet. We can barely read. But are like some skills, are they like guaranteed to break armor? Or does it like have a chance, or how does it work? I mean, armor breaking sounds pretty important for a melee character then, no? It's a new thing, nobody knows exactly how it works. Some skills is guaranteed, okay. Well, and then with endurance charges, like you can enhance some other skills. A mush mind. Thank you so much for the T1 sub, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, thanks for teaching me some stuff, guys. Brutality. Support any skill that deals damage, boosting its physical damage at the expense of all other damage types. Supported skill deals 35 physical. Supported skill can do no chaos. Supported skill deals no elemental. Oof. Okay, this is like a full physical multiplier. I see. Like a big physical multiplier. So this and Bloodlust already pretty strong. Concentrated effect. Support any skill with an area of effect, causing the area to be smaller, but any area it deals to be any area damage deals to be higher. Support any skill with an area of effect, causing the area to be smaller, but any area damage it deals to be higher. 40% more area damage. Okay, more damage, less AoE. So, let's say you can combine this with area of effect, like in theory, and you can almost have no downside, right? But you're gonna lose 2 gems already. So you're gonna have 40% more damage and only 10% less area of effect. Them here. Holy smokes, do I have a lot of stuff open. Yeah, strike skills, okay. Corrosion support. Support any skill that hits enemies. Well, that's like nice. Causing poison, it applies. Okay, to also break enemy armor. So here we have an armor breaker. Cannot support skills that consume fully broken armor. So it can't proc itself. Poison applied by supporting skills also breaks armor equal to 80% of poison damage dealt. Okay. I'm still not understanding how the percentage of the armor break works, because this part makes it look like it's guaranteed to break the armor. But this part makes it sound it's not guaranteed. Do we know which one it is? So this one clearly says poison it applies to break enemy armor. But then this one says poison applied, break armor equal to 80%. So you need to do a specific damage to break the armor, or is it guaranteed? You do 1000 poison damage, you break 800 armor. Yeah, okay, so you just reduce. Yeah, they could just say like it reduce, like instead of breaking, because breaking to me sounds like you completely ignoring it. But a better way, in my opinion, to describe it would be it reduces the armor. It doesn't remove it, it doesn't ignore it, it just reduces it, right? Like if that's how it works. Yeah, break is reduce. But reduce would be way easier. Because break to me, I mean, I'm not a native speaker or anything, but it sounds like it ignores the armor, but it doesn't. Oh yeah, there's fully break. Yeah, fully break, then it would be 0 armor. Okay, but do we know? Okay, this is an important question for party play. Is this a debuff on the monster? So it would work in party? Like you can have someone break the enemy's armor, and then, I don't know, like the warrior that you're teamed up with would benefit. Okay. So that's pretty cool, actually. That's a... Okay, I'm learning a lot. That's a pretty good mechanic. Definitely a lot of potential here for poison builds. Because you can't go like fully support, because if you don't deal any damage, you're not gonna break any armor, so... And I think this is the same with afflicting ailments, right? You always need to have like some damage, at least, to even have a chance, or a higher chance to inflict an ailment. So you can't really go like a full ZDPS that easily, because you're gonna lose a lot of buffs. I think that's a really like elegant, smart solution to avoid this problem of having like full ZDPS character, because like lots of those, I mean, there's gonna be still some stuff that works for like a support character. But mostly, a lot of the stuff here is like prevented like that. I think that's really cool. Hey, it's a very clever way to like circumvent that, or to avoid that outcome. By the way, guys, we are like 20 minutes in. And we're at 14 seconds. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think we'll finish this 3-minute video today, guys. Like, we're not gonna finish this. Well, I mean, we're getting like a hang of the principle. 14 seconds in, man. So it's like 14 out of 180, man. Yeah. We're almost at 10%, guys. Sounds like we're slowly getting out of into school. Yeah, armor break. Well, armor break is basically armor reduction. If you totally break it, then it goes to 0. That's how I understood it. And it's a debuff on the monster. Yeah, 1 week to learn this, but we better get started. Like, that week is not that long anymore, man. Time flies, I'm telling you. Okay, yeah, you might think like, okay, there's a lot of time, but like there really isn't. We get that thing launched. And brain is gonna explode, yeah. Okay, next one here. Chain. Support projectiles. Okay. So a projectile is arranged like an arrow, for example, but a projectile is also a spell. Is a projectile also a thing on the skills? Projectile, okay, but then there's also fireball is also a projectile. Yes. Okay, I understand. And other skills that chain. Ooh. So, is there like a chain lightning, for example? Yeah, okay. Is it also attack? Arc? Okay, let's check arc. I gotta get this on the same thing. Chaining. Okay, it's also just attack, basically. Okay. And this one recalls them to chain additional times. Supported skill chain +1. Supported skill chain 100% more times. Wait. Supported skills deals 50% less damage when it hits. Okay, so you get double. Like, let's say you have 2 chains. Which one applies first? Do you get, let's say you have 2 base. Do you go from 2 to 4 and then +1? Or do you go, which result in +5? Or do you go from 2 to 3 and then ×2 to 6? +1 first, because it is, okay, so you have 2 base, +1, x2, that makes it 6, right? So you would get 6. Okay, yeah, that's important. It's a big difference. Okay, but you still deal less, 50% less damage. So you would still actually end up getting 50% damage because, well, you now have 3 chains. Like, total damage output is still 50% more. Because you're going from 2 base to 6 at half damage. So you're at 3 instead of 2. Okay, it's pretty good. Like, just, yeah, in AoE though. Like, not single target. Yeah. Yeah, it's very bad for the boss. That's true. Okay, buff and persistent. Supports persistent buffs. Okay, what is a persistent buff? Does that mean like a permanent? Causing you to gain increased mana generation while the skill is active. It's like an aura skill. Let's Warcry. Does it have that tag? Okay, it doesn't say persistent. Now, which skill is it? No, not Warcry. Somebody said Warcry. Okay, but Blasphemy is a support thing, no? Like it wouldn't be, it's not a skill. Oh, it is a spell. Persistent, okay, it is attack. Yeah, okay. Socket, and then you can put a socket skill in there. Okay, but how does this work? Like, this is a Metagem. Like, you basically put the Metagem where you would usually put your skill gem, right? And then you put a skill gem into it. Can you have more than one skill gem into a Metagem? Or how does it work? I need to try that in-game. Okay, so Blasphemy can make multiple skill gems into an aura at the same time. Okay, well that's pretty crazy. Oh, you can put like 2 or 3 curses. Yeah, depending on how many well, let's call it links, or how many open sockets that you have. Oh wait, it will say that here, no? So I can put in Blasphemy. Wait, I can put in theory 5. Okay, well, it reserves spirit, so okay. So now what would be a good combination here? Like, let's just put in some curses. Wait, supported curse. Temp chains. Okay, so what will we do now? So we have this Metagem. Socketed curse skills apply in an aura. Curses all enemies in an area, lowering their action speed and making other effects on them extremely more expire more slowly. So you can like keep the debuffs for longer as well. Curse is an active gem? Wait, what? Okay, this gets really complicated. Well, at least for me, for early game. So what would I put in it? Not that? The chains wouldn't, this wouldn't work or what? Socketed curse skill. This is a curse skill. No, this would work. Like it says cursed skill. Why do you say it doesn't work? Yeah, don't get one guide. Listen to Herbst. That's why I learned. Thanks, Herbst. Okay, but now this effect here, because it doesn't give me any concrete values, right? How much is their action speed slowed? But this would now depend on the level of the spell, correct? Yeah, it's a permanent aura, but how much is it slowed? And it's gonna go up. Does the mana... Wait, so now the mana cost is irrelevant, right? Like this 47 mana cost. Like we don't really need it. Because it's just an aura, right? It costs 30 spirit. Yeah, but it's not an active. It costs 30 spirit and it's always up. Okay, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, but it doesn't. Okay, it doesn't spend the spirit. It reserves it. Yeah. Holy smokes! All right, I understand. Okay, where did we get into this? Because of persistent buffs. Okay, wait, one more question, but I can't put any support gems in here, right? If I have a meta gem, like now support gems can't go in here, can they? Oh, you can. Okay, so now I can do like the area increase. This would basically now increase. I'm not saying it makes sense, but this would increase the aura by 40%. Dang. But can I also do it the other way around? This one would work too. Because if I can put a curse now, this wouldn't work. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I was just... Like, is this even possible? Or you're just saying it doesn't work, or does the game not even let you? Read the golden text. Skills can be managed in the skills panel. Meta gems can only go into skills lockets. Okay. Yeah, it's just this tool. How do I remove? Okay, right click. Okay, I understand. Okay, supports persistence buffs, causing you to gain increased mana generation while the skill is active. 20% increased mana generation while the support skill is active. But then would that work? Because this one would work, right? Like if I put clarity now here, we get aura, we get more mana while the aura is there. Okay. So this one I could put like anyway. I mean, like obviously we can only use it once. Oh yeah, like okay. If I remove it there, yeah, this one would work here. Well, no, okay. If it's a persistent buff, yeah, we put it here. Clarity. Yeah, it would only work for a buff. Okay, you're right. You're right. Okay, nice. %20 increased mana generation while supported skill is active. That's probably pretty good if I'm playing that mana build. Like if I... Okay, this is mana generation though. This one is going to be reduced. 30 seconds? Are you crazy? Guys, we're still at 14. What do you mean 20 seconds? We're still 14 seconds into the video, guys. Like I'm playing this at 0.0 something speed. Okay, combo finisher. But I think the like in the end it's gonna go much faster because we understand how everything works. Support melee attacks you use yourself. Okay, use yourself. This basically means if it's triggered by a meta gem, this one doesn't work. Correct? Only works like if your character, well, if you press the button. No minions. So what about meta gems? Meta won't be a melee attack. Okay. Supported skills cannot be used until enough combo has been built up, but deal massively more damage. Cannot support skills with already combo. Okay, what is combo? Nobody knows. Supported skill, lose combo if you generate no combo for 8 seconds. 50% X. 55 combo. Yeah, do we have a definition for combo? Yeah, it's probably pretty tough to figure out. Hand of Chayula is a meta skill. Consecutive melee attacks. Okay. Well, this is pretty strong. 50% more damage. Check for Ice Strike. That's a combo or what? Melee, strike, AoE, cold. Perform a fast icy strike using this attack 3 times in quick succession. Causes a final strike that is slower and more powerful. Using this attack 3 times in quick succession causes a final strike. So this quick succession you think is a combo? Can I just look for combo? No. Combo is anything 5 times. The golden text. Okay. So this is the bell. Build combo by successfully striking enemies with any skill. After building 5 stacks of combo. So you get 5 attacks in, you get combo. You create a bell that can be hit by your skills, creating a damaging shockwave. Elemental ailments applied to the bell causes its shockwave to deal extra damage of the corresponding type. Requires 4 combo to use. Does that mean you have to attack 20 times? No. Yeah, but 4 times 5. 1 bell max. Lose combo if you generate no combo. Okay, but if you don't lose to combo, can you keep doing it? Yeah, if you but okay, but if you use this gem here, well, you can lose it, okay. You need to keep attacking. So a combo would work with the bell or what? A gem wouldn't work? Wait, there's no other combo that we know. Combo finisher makes it so that any skill in the game has combo mechanic on it. Ah, okay. Yeah. It can't support the bell. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that's pretty cool. So you can add this to any melee attack to make it combo. So you probably have to attack 5 times, then you get combo. It's gonna be... It's basically turning the attack into a combo attack. Deals massively more damage. But you need 5 combo stacked. Oh, but this sounds pretty useful for sure. Okay, nice. Yeah, combo is very interesting. Decaying Hex. Support curse skills. Cursed enemies' bodies decay, taking chaos damage over time. Okay, yes. Support skills inflict decay, dealing 30% of intelligence as chaos damage. Oh, this could be like an in-stacking build then, right? Cursed enemies decay, taking chaos damage over time. Okay. That's pretty cool. Controlled destruction. Support spells that hit enemies, boosting their damage, but preventing them from dealing critical hits. So no crits, but 1.4x. But no critical hits. I love this upside downside kind of thing. Try the one with blasphemy. Do you mean decaying? So this one basically inflicts, like if you combine it with blasphemy, it inflicts an aura that deals damage for 30%. That's pretty good. So it's actually like a damage aura in a way. Dot aura. Yeah, but we don't know if it's gonna do enough damage. Yeah, I mean, to get damage, you need to have like a ton of int. Conduction. Supports any skill that hits enemies, making it more likely to shock. Oh, so the shock ailment, guys, is basically increasing a target's damage taken as a debuff. Was it 30% for 2 sec or something? Oh, there's something in my eye. Yeah. So double the chance to shock. That's pretty good. It's not a PoE flyer. I think it's... I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, this one's pretty cool. Corrupting Cry. Okay, this one supports only war cries. Cause them to inflict corrupted blood on enemies. Supported war cries have 30% AoE. Corrupted blood deals 10% of your strength as physical damage every second. Ooh. So that's a strength AoE then. For 5 seconds. And then you need to recast it. That's cool. It's like a bleed, yeah. Maybe we already had these. Go down! Why is he going up? What's happening? You got confused. Okay, this one is new. Wait, no, it's not. I got confused. Oh, we had this one, we had this one, we had this one. Okay, you should have went from here. Elemental Army Minion. Okay, this is big minion resistance, nice. Empowered damage. Skills empowered by supported skills. Wait. Supported spells that can empower skills other than themselves. Causes skills they empower to deal more damage. Okay, what's an example of this? I was thinking Warcry, but I think it's also a debuff, right? What is like an empower skill on Monk? Yeah, the Warcry. There's some empower tech. There is. We need to be some buff, right? The storm empowers your spells with lightning. Okay, so this one would work, for example. What do you mean, like gold text, like here? Yeah, this empower stuff. Yeah, Infernal Cry is here. Performs a war cry, taunting nearby enemies to attack the user probably, and empower subsequent attacks. Yeah, okay, I understand. That can be pretty good. Well, it's only 50% X, so not super crazy. Deep Freeze. Supported skills have 50% increased freeze duration. Yeah, this one is pretty simple. Could be pretty good for cold attacks. 50% freeze duration. Okay. Double barrel. Crossbow ammunition. Supported skills have 30% less reload speed. Nice. And load an additional bolt. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, go down. I don't know if you can craft them. Can you only find them, chat? I'm not quite sure. Probably. Final strike of supported skills can be performed twice in succession. Supports strikes perform a final strike at the end of a combination of attacks, allowing you to use final strike twice. Oh, this is something that the monk has, right? What was the skill? It was like an ice attack. Remember what the attack was? Was it Frost Strike? Oh, Frost Strike like this. No? Is it one word? Maybe was it Ice Strike? Yeah, this one. Performs a fast icy strike. Using this attack 3 times in quick succession causes a final strike. Yeah, so you can combine Ice Strike with Extend combo to do the final strike twice. Slower but more powerful. Nah, I'm just learning how the base mechanic works. Energy barrier, energy shield recharge begins immediately and is not interrupted by damage for 3 seconds. Supports any skill that you can use, causing energy shield recharge to begin immediately if you're stunned while using it. Okay, it could be nice though. Energy shield shot begins immediately and is not interrupted. This is the big part, I think. But only when stunned. This is very situational. Would this work on an aura? Wait, what? Energy shield recharging begins immediately. It's not interrupted. But only when you're stunned, guys. You are stunned very often. Okay. That could be pretty cool. I don't think you can self-stun. Can you self-stun? Probably not. Probably also don't want to like self-stun. What the fuck? How is meditate self-stun? What? I don't think that works. Let's check the next one. Eternal Flame. Support any skills that hits enemies, causing its ignites to be inflicted less often but last longer. Have 100% increased ignite duration on enemies. Okay, you get double the chance. But 25% less chance to proc it. Yeah. Okay. Would the ignite duration also increase the damage? I guess it would, right? Ignite does 90% fire damage over 4 seconds. So if we double the duration, is it going to do 180% over 8 seconds, or is it going to do 90 over the duration? So the DPS, the damage, the total damage done scales with it. Well, it's the same DPS, the same damage per second, but in total it does damage longer, so it does more total damage. Okay. Is this like a base thing that always works like that? Like if you increase a dot's duration, you also increase the total damage output of it. The DPS stays consistent. Like it basically doesn't reduce the DPS. That's probably the best way to say it. Because that would be stupid. Because then it would be a negative thing, right? Instead of doing 80% damage over 4 seconds, you're now doing 80% over 8. Get fucked. Less DPS. Yeah, I also think this gem isn't too good because Ignite can't stack. Yeah. The only one that can stack was poison? No, nothing can stack, right? think there was some misinformation. Like no damage ailment can stack, or can it? Poison can. In PoE 2 it can? I don't think it can. Are you sure? This is a PoE 2 we're talking. Poison can stack in PoE 2. Has a limit. And guys, I don't care how it is in PoE 1. Okay, there's a rumor. I watched a video that said it can't stack no more. But that's at least what I wrote down from that video. Maybe that video was wrong. Okay, we don't know if poison will stack or not. But we know for sure Ignite will not stack. Yeah, maybe with a node you can make it stack. Yeah, base is 1, but you can have effects to make it stack. Okay, so we 100% know it can't stack unless you have special effect. Okay, yeah, that's good to know. Only with Pathfinder then. Empowered Cull. Support skills that can empower skills other than themselves. That again, causing skills they empower to cull enemies. Skills empowered by support skills have cull strike. Okay, so how does this work in a party? It's only one party member that needs cull? Or what? Cull is 20, 15, 10, and 5. Yeah, this Cull is gonna be insane in party then, right? Because the monster has triple HP, but you're still culling the boss at 5. And you only need on one guy. Man, group play is just gonna be insane, dude. Like you just execute, Cull is execute basically from D4. Yeah, he also gets the last hit and can proc something like a monster on kill, like a grant, like a Metagem. Is there a Metagem on kill? I don't know if there is. Can I search it like this? Is there like something that triggers on kill? Killing Palm. Let's see this. I just want to see an example. It is a skill. Type dice. If an enemy dies while afflicted, it and yeah, okay. Yep. So you could trigger something on that supporter then. Yeah, if enemy dies. That's pretty wild. If enemy dies, do X, Y, and Z. Faster projectiles. Supported projectile skills, making those projectiles travel faster. Okay, easy. That's very straightforward gem. Like 2 lines, man. Projectile travel faster. There's no rocket science there. Okay, this one is also a no-brainer. That's pretty decent for like some of the melee stuff. Just attack faster, dude. Supported skills have 30% increased effect of slowing debuffs against enemies. Support any skill causing inflict slows to be more powerful. So what does a slow do? We know what, like slow is just slowing them. It doesn't it doesn't affect their attack rate, attack speed, basically. Because we have this, what was it called? Slow as a chill. Yeah, but is slow reducing the action speed? No. What was reducing the action speed? Which element? Yeah, chill. So chill is reducing action speed. Right? And slow is just normal slow movement. So chill would reduce attack speed and movement speed, while slow only reduces movement speed. Is that correct? Brain is frying. Temp changes action speed. Man. There certainly is a lot. Okay. So supported skills have a 30% increased effect of slowing debuff. Yeah, I don't think that's that good, is it? It's fine, you can use it. Maybe as a ranged character. Maybe as a ranged character. Execute. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to deal more damage against enemies on low life. Low life, is that like 33% or lower? I want the opposite. I want more damage against high life. %? Okay, 50 would be huge. That is would be a 20% damage increase. Okay, so we don't know what low life means. Well, technically we know what it means, but we don't know the exact percentage. It might be 50%. Yeah, 50%, then it would be pretty good. Faster casting. Support spells, cause them to cast faster. Easily. Frozen Vortex. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to create a chill vortex on shattering an enemy. Supported skills create a vortex on shattering an enemy. Vortex deals 30% of overkill damage per second. Vortex chills enemies. Lasts for 3 seconds. Okay, what the frick? So shattering is like the enemy is frozen and then I kill it. I assume. So if I freeze an enemy and then kill it, it creates a vortex that does AoE 30% of the overpower damage, of the overkill damage per second. Look at Cold Snap. Shatters a frozen enemy, dealing a large amount of cold damage in a small area. Can be used on Crossbow to detonate it, causing cold snap to trigger. Can be used on Fireball to detonate. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this should be like big AoE damage if you're playing like a Cold Sword. Frost Nexus supports any skill that hits enemies. Wait, I want to like probably actually think about Shatter for a more second. Oh, God. But it's called Frozen Vortex. But the Vortex also has no cooldown. So it's 30% every second. It lasts for 3, so it's going to do 90% overkill damage per second. In AoE. And it's just going to keep triggering. It's just going to keep triggering every time. Mein Cold Monk lock in. It's not a skill, it's a gem. It's different, right? Your War Crush. Easy stretch. Yeah, wait, but this is already a support skill. So you can't support a support skill. I don't think that works. You can only use support on the original duration. Wait, support skills affect each other? Yeah, is that true? Sometimes. Oh my god. Okay, this is like a big deal though, if it works. If support skills support each other, that's gonna go crazy. When you put Frozen Vortex on a skill, it adds a duration tag. Now duration will affect it. Okay. But if the skill already has duration, and then you do extra duration, will it affect both things? Like the OG skill and this support vortex? This Frozen Vortex? Okay, it's gonna get a bit complicated with that. It should. Okay, that's crazy. That's really crazy. So, but it's not always the case, but oftentimes, if it's logical. Man, that's gonna leave even more possibilities. If supports do supports. Supports can support supports. Damn. Okay, yeah, I understand. That's pretty cool. Frozen Nexus. Support any skill that hits enemies, causing it to create patches of chilled ground around frozen enemies. Supported skills create chilled grounds for 4 seconds. So again, skill chilled ground. I mean, I'm assuming that applies chill. And it's reducing the action speed of the monster when you freeze an enemy. Okay, that's not too crazy. Fists of War. Support slams you use yourself provide a powerful ancestral boost for a few seconds. Attacks with support skills that are ancestrally boosted. Oh. Okay, we don't know what it means. Okay, this one has an ICD. Okay, well, does anybody know what ancestrally boosted means? Probably means they have more damage and more AoE or something. Big hit. It's new. But that could be pretty cool though. Ancestrally boosted sounds like warrior. Mainly. Type of skill at least. Hourglass supports any damage skill that you use yourself, causing it to deal significantly more damage, but with a longer cooldown. So this could be like a big one-shot if you're scaling it. It's a 1.5x. But you gain big cooldown. I could definitely see this on some of the warrior titan skills, right? Because you have like 1 second channel time for like a big slam or something. And then you add some cooldown, but big DPS. Yeah, or cooldown reset with Chronomancer. 50% more damage is crazy. Big slam, why ignites? Maybe. Second wind. Is that a skill or a support gem? Looks like support. Support skills with cooldown, giving them extra use of that cooldown. Okay. Supported skill have 50% less cooldown recovery rate. Is that positive or negative? 50% less cooldown recovery. Why? So 50%, can't they just say 50% longer cooldown? Yeah, okay. Supported skills have twice as many cooldown uses. So that basically means they're getting a charge. Okay, can't they say this easier? That sounds awfully complicated to say. Like 50% less cooldown reduction plus 1 charge. I guess it's not true to the verbiage, but that's basically what it means. It just sounds a little complicated. Yeah, 50% more cooldown. Or 50%, yeah. It sounds more professional. It sounds more complicated, man. That's what it is. It just like makes it sound way more complicated than it needs to be. Oh, it's not +1, it's double. Okay, yeah, true. So some skills, okay, double the charges, sorry. So some skills have like already 2 or 3 charges. Yeah, it should be ×2 charges, basically. Ah, okay, okay. I see. Okay, but I don't know why we skipped to that skill. It doesn't sound that great. Heightened Curse. Supports curse skills, magnifying their power. 20% more effect of supported curses. Oh, that's pretty cool. So, effect. What does that mean? Like efficiency? Higher curse. So it would basically boost 25% more action speed. Like even like 25 lower action speed. Yeah, okay, I understand. That's pretty cool. Gullication supports any skill that hits enemies, making it more effective at freezing enemies. Okay, that's pretty cool. I think I'm gonna do like a cold monk or something. We'll see. Cold or lightning. Fortress Supported skills that create walls in a line, causing them to create in a circle instead. Supported skills that create walls in a line. Who the fuck is doing that? Wait, who is creating walls? Flame wall. Okay, yeah, so normally it's like this, and then it's gonna be... Okay, I see. Well, it's pretty cool. Would this do more DP... Would this, like, result in, like, more DPS or something in a boss? More coverage. Yeah. This doesn't seem that great. Increase limit. Supported skills which can have a limit number of effects active at once. A limited number of effects active at once increases their limit at the cost of their duration. So less duration, more limit. Only applies to restrictions that use the word limit. Yeah, okay, I don't know which skill would be a good example for this. Like you have +1 higher limit, but 50% less duration. Totem has limits. Okay, so it would give it 2 totems, but it would only last for 10 seconds. But this totem doesn't have a cooldown, right? It only costs mana. Is that correct? Like we don't have the mana costs here right now, but this totem would cost, I don't know, like 50 mana or whatever. But it would already have no cooldown? Yeah. Okay, so it would not necessarily, like if you have enough mana, let's say you're only looking at your totem damage. If you don't have mana problems, this basically doubles your damage of totem, right? Like baseline. Because you can only have 1 totem, he does this DPS, and now you could have 2, they last for 10, so you need to recast 2 totems every 10 seconds. So you're basically doubling your damage because you have 2 totems. In a sense. Keystone that makes you have infinite totems. That's even crazier. But there's gotta be a downside to that, right? Flame wall has a limit. We can check. Is it 2 words? Yeah. Doesn't look like it has a limit. Oh, that makes them reserve. Oh yeah, we watched that earlier. Yeah, makes them reserve 100 spirit. Yeah, you're not gonna have that much spirit. No limit. No, the limit is the spirit. I saw that note. It got changed from 50 to 100. Wait. Inspiration. Supports any skill, making it cost less to use. So this one sounds like very cool to have early game. Like you just have a big mana reduction, 40%, bam. That's cool. Ice Bite. Support attack you use yourself. Freezing an enemy with supported skill infuses all of your attacks with cold damage for a short time. Attacks gain 35% off damage as cold damage for 3 seconds. So this is just... So this is basically just converting damage, right? It's not extra. 30% off. Is it extra? Gain 35% off damage. As cold. For 3 seconds. But how do we know by this verbiage that it's extra? It's because it says gain. Gain is extra. Okay, then this is pretty decent. You just need to... Yeah, I guess freeze an enemy. Okay, but if you're putting this on a spell, like, would it support the spell it's socketed in also with 35 damage, right? Like, all attacks, including the skill that this support is socketed in. Yeah, well, let's say, like, Ice Strike. Was it called Ice Strike? Or Frost Strike? Yeah, so if I put this in here... Don't confuse hits with attacks. Yeah, it's an attack. So this Ice Strike would work, right? If I put this in Ice Strike, it'll infuse all my other attacks with cold, including Ice Strike. It would work like... Ice Strike is the trigger, but it also benefits. It only affects Ice Strike. Like, you need to freeze the enemy with the supported skill, but you gain 35% of damage as cold. And to me, this sounds like it's everything. Like, you need the supported skill to trigger the freeze, so you need to put it on a skill that can freeze. But the damage added is for all attacks, right? For 3 seconds. Yeah, it gives you a buff for everything, but Ice Strike has to trigger it. Okay, yeah, I understand. Okay, thank you. That's nice. Innervate. Support attacks you use yourself. Support attacks you use yourself. Killing a shocked enemy with a support skill infuses all of your attacks with lightning damage for a short period of time. Okay, same principle. Are we gonna have fire next? Jagged Ground. Support slam skills, causing them to create patches of jagged ground. Okay, what is jagged ground? It's like the earth is shaken or something? Act 3 gameplay? No, can you link it? I can't even see this. No, I've seen this. This is from GGG, yeah. Okay, I've seen the video. Okay, so I was distracted. Slows the enemy. Okay, jagged ground is the spikes. So it does like some damage as well, I guess. It's a but okay, baseline it doesn't do damage, but you can explode them. I'm leaning towards Monk right now, but I might go Warrior, I don't know yet. Jagged ground erupts in a powerful aftershock after a short duration. Okay. So that's pretty cool. Supports any skill that hits enemies, making it more likely to ignite. Supported skills have 100% more chance to ignite. Wow. That sounds pretty strong. Just double the chance to ignite. That's pretty sick. Support curses skills you cast yourself, causing them to trigger Doom Blast on cursed enemies when the curse expires. Okay, we don't. What do we know? What Doom Blast is? Trigger Doom Blast when curses from supported skills expire. Yeah, you really gotta know what these are. Okay, we don't know what Doom Blast is, I guess. Doom Blast doesn't even have a wiki entry, it seems. Last Airbender. Doom Blast. We still don't see what it does, right? It just does damage or what? Right side. Deal chaos damage in an area. Okay, so this just does chaos damage. Okay. Yeah, that's a weird wiki. Impact Shockwave supports melee strike skills, causing them to create an aftershock or damages enemy. Supported skills create an aftershock when they stun. And deal the same damage to enemies with 1 meter. Supports any skill that hits enemies or inflicts shock, causing its shock to be inflicted less often but last longer. Oh, this is the same we saw earlier for... I think it was Ignite. Life Drain. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing them to recover life when it counts. Okay, life on call, we know what that is. Support skills that create minions, causing minions to fight for a short duration. Minions on the support skill die 4 seconds after their life is reduced to 0. 4 seconds after they have 0 life? What the fuck? Yeah, that sounds pretty crazy. Less duration. Supports any skill that has a duration, making that duration shorter. Okay, why would you want the duration to be shorter? Supported skills have 30% less skill effect duration. But then does it increase DPS? Grenades explode after 3 seconds. Yeah, okay, I can see, yeah, the impending doom, for example, it like causes the explosion faster. I still don't think that's that good, right? Well, it depends. Meat Shield. Minions from supported skills deal 35% less damage and have 50% more life. Okay, big tanky minions. Multiple projectiles. Supports projectile skills, making them fire extra projectiles. Lowering attack and cast speed. Less damage, 2 projectiles. Life tap. I remember this one from Diablo 2. Turning a portion of its mana cost into life cost. Skills cost life instead of 100% of mana costs. Wait, what? It says a portion, but it does 100%? Right. Supports any skill, turning a portion of its mana cost into life. Skills cost life instead of 100% of mana cost. Why is the word portion here? Yeah, it might be like it doesn't, like in this combination doesn't make sense, right? Like it's just 100% of the mana costs are paid with life. Ah, it's because better quality of the gem will reduce the mana cost. Okay, so at some point you might only spend half your life or half of the mana that you would have spent in life. Like it costs 100 mana, now it's only costing 50 life and no mana. Okay, I understand. Then it makes sense. It's because of scaling. Yeah. Thank you very much, David. Yeah, Numlock trick is good. You become 80%. Yeah, okay. Nah, it does make sense, Chad. Yeah, it means all the mana costs will convert to life. Yes. Lockdown. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing any pin. What is pin? Build up it inflicts to be stronger the closer the enemy is to you. Any skill hits enemies, causes any pin build up it inflicts to be stronger. Supporter skills have 120% more pin build up against nearby enemies. Okay. Pin is like root. So it only makes them not move, but they can still attack you. Yeah, if you're in range. I mean, unless it's a melee, a ranged guy, then he can attack you anyways. 120% more build up. Yeah, okay, I don't know if that's good. I need to try a skill like that. Yeah, you have more and you have less duration. But this one wouldn't apply to like a freeze duration or something, right? If you freeze something, does this make it freeze longer? Skill effect is not... It would make it freeze longer. I might check later. Barb Transmog is there finally. Ooh. That gets wild. It would freeze, okay. Multiple charges. Wait, actually, let me... More duration. I might just try and use this one at some point. Okay, support skills that can generate charges, giving them a chance to generate an additional charge when they do so. Supported skills have 50% chance to grant an additional charge. Oh, that's pretty good. Would the charge work for Flicker Strike? Yeah, but is charge like power charge? Or charge is everything? No, charge is everything, right? Endurance charge, power charge. Okay, charge is just a generic thing. Okay, that's pretty cool. Support skills which create minions, cause them to violently explode. Okay, minions, log in. Support damage skills drain the life from your minions. Okay. Drain the life from one of your minions on use in order to boost the skill's damage. Only takes effect if you have a minion with enough life to drain. That's pretty cool. Double 40% more damage. Drain 100 life. Poison chance. Supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to poison enemies. So, if you're using this on a non-poison skill, you still have a chance to inflict poison? I mean, I don't know if that would make any sense. Maybe if you can use the poison for something. And the poison would still be the ailment poison, which is basically doing, what was it? Like 30% damage over 2 seconds. Doesn't stack. Wait, it's gotta be physical damage or poison damage. But how do you know this? Or how would we know this? Like, why does, I don't know, lightning damage not work? Supports any skill that hits. Is it the hits? Six days? Oh, guys, look at this. We're already at 50 seconds. It only took us an hour. Almost at a minute. Basic knowledge. Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe it's gonna be the same. Well, I'm learning a lot. 50 seconds, 1 hour. That's some proper React. Okay, so it might work like this. Okay, there's another pin here. Supports any skill that hits enemies, allowing its physical damage to pin enemies, but making it unable to stun. Okay. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing it to build up stun more quickly. Hits with supported skill causes 80% more stun build up. Hits with supported skill causes 80% more stun build up. So does it mean it's gonna stun like basically 80% faster? Yeah, it goes from 10 to 18, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna stagger them faster. Yeah. But is this stagger bar only there for bosses, or does every monster have this? I don't have time, man. Game of games. Like, oh, timer. I don't really mind if I start PoE 2 and it's not gonna be perfect yet. But I think starting PoE 1 will probably confuse me more than anything. Because there's so much other stuff. It's early access, like, no rush. I mean, I still want to blast, you know, like, play a lot, but I just want to learn. Music is way too intense. Can lower it a bit. It's like some PoE music. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that good to play PoE 1. It's just gonna be more confusing for newer players. More learning music type. Oh, we can have plenty like that. This was too epic. Okay, hits with support spells. Okay, this one is pretty cool then. Big stun. Multiple poisons. Support any skill that hits enemies, allowing it to inflict an extra poison on enemies, but shortening the duration of those poisons. Okay, and less duration. Pierce. Support projectiles make their projectiles pierce but deal less damage. Okay. 30% less damage but pierce. But it only pierces once, yes? Like it will only pierce once. Or can it like keep piercing every enemy? It's additional pierce. Yeah, it's not 100% clear by the description. Okay. Oh my god. Perpetual charge. Support skills that consume power, frenzy, or endurance charges, giving them a chance to not remove each charge while still gaining the benefits of consuming them. This is a flicker strike again, yes? Oh damn, I should have paused them somewhere else. Yeah, minimum 6 months. It's 6 to 12 months, they said, roughly. Precision. Support persistence buffs, which cause them to gain increased accuracy while the skill is active. Okay, that sounds cool. 30% increased. At least you're hitting. Rage. Support melee attacks, causing them to grant rage on hit. Okay, what is rage? Attack speed and movement speed, how much? Yeah, in game we can have it. Yeah, I mean, it's probably like a number per, like let's say 1 attack speed, 1 movement speed per rage. But like, is there a cap or something? Like, I don't know. But can we just have, like, how long does it last? I guess we just have to know the tooltip. Like, how long does it last? Does it stack to infinity? These kind of things. Yeah, I already want to rage. 50 stacks, that's 50 attack speed. Okay, and we'll keep looking. So we have slower projectiles. Travel more slowly. Support skills with cooldown, giving them extra use of that cooldown. Support skills with cooldown, giving them extra use of that cooldown. Oh, we watched this one earlier. So yeah, 50% like slower cooldown recovery and double the uses. Stomping ground, support travel skills, causing your footsteps to crack the earth and emit damage shockwaves when using the skill. That's pretty cool. Ruthless, support attacks causing repeated uses to be more efficient at stunning enemies. 500%. Yo, that's crazy. For like a warrior stun build with Ruthless, 500% more stun build up sounds like a lot. Yeah, support gems can't be leveled up. It's just like weird that it requires levels. But you also have to find the support gems, right? Like they don't just drop, you have to find them. If I understood correctly. You gotta find them, man. So how does it work with the uncut? You find an uncut and then you can choose, or what? You can choose any, or you can choose some. Any skill, any support? Okay, any, that's pretty sick. But so I at least would have to know roughly what I want. Like roughly. Yeah, but so far what I've seen, they all need level 1. Swift Affliction. Support any skill that deals damage, causing it to deal more damage over time, but have a shorter duration. More non-ailment damage. That's pretty good. Die Qual der Wahl, yep. Du hast die Qual der Wahl. Support spells you cast yourself, making their effect reoccur when cast. Cannot support channeling skill. Wait, support spells you cast yourself, making their effect reoccur when cast. Wait, this just provides like another hit? It only supports spells. 50% less damage. It's like an echo. Let's say you take just much simple like fireball. Does it have a cooldown? No. So let's say you take fireball. You add unleash. Gain a seal every 200% of cast time. Supported seals are unsealed. 200% of cast time. How does that work? Cast time 1 second. So every 2 seconds, so every 2 fireballs, you gain a seal. Supported spells are unsealed when cast and their effect reoccurred. Okay, and then so every second time you cast a fireball at 50% less damage. can get more cast speed to release more quickly. Okay, yeah, I understand. I think. Unbreakable. Supports any skill that you can use, making you harder to stun while using it. Okay, 200% threshold. Vitality. Supports persistence buffs, causing you to gain life regeneration while the skill is active. Pretty cool, 1.5% life. Supports channeling skills that have special effects if released. Perfect timing causes them to deal much more damage if released with perfect timing, but reduce the perfect timing window. Support skills deal 50% more damage when released with perfect timing. Okay, wait, what? What is perfect timing? Like you need to like press it at the right time? So which skill is that? It's a snipe skill. Is there like a window you need to like release it or what? It's a bar. Do we have a video of this? Ranger demonstration. It's like a charge up channel, like shoot an arrow or what? And then you have to, I don't know, release it precisely after like 2.5 seconds or something. Is this a video? Yeah, but what's the timestamp though? Okay, does it work on Warrior Slam?
When we started to work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of fast bow gameplay is Legolas, so that's what we wanted to deliver. The starting point is moving while shooting a bow. Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving.
I like this Legolas.
This immediately gives you a lot more freedom on the battlefield. Here, I'm starting each battle with a poison burst arrow to poison groups of enemies, then using a lightning arrow to arc lightning around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve vaulting around the battlefield too.
Yeah, you can also be in the window one. Yeah, it's all old footage. Like every footage that you see anywhere is old footage. That's the nature of a video. Like literally, any video that's not live on YouTube is old footage, especially of PoE, because they have not decided on the final stuff. Maybe by now they have. Like it's a video, dude. It's old footage by definition. Like the video is somebody recorded it sometime in the past. Window of opportunity. So 50% more damage, 25% shorter perfect time window. So it's harder to hit. It's like a skill shot. Like Legolas. Support any skill that you can use, triggering a blast of wind that knocks back enemies if you're stunned while using it. Okay, like these kind of things that revolve on you getting stunned, they have to convince me big time. Withering Touch supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to wither enemies on hit. Supported skills deal a buttload of less damage. Wither enemies on hit. Wither lasts 4 seconds. What is withered? Inflict withered on hit with chaos damage. A chance to wither enemies on hit. More chaos damage taken. Like, so the enemies take more chaos damage. Okay, what's he doing now? Oh, this was only 1/3. So now, level 2 uncut support gems required to engrave skill. Okay, guys, look. 1.5 hours, we made it to 1 minute. Like, the last 90 minutes was only a third of this. Bro. Withered. Yeah, but we still learn. I mean, it's gonna go faster the more we look at. Wither is a debuff that applies 6% increased chaos damage taken. Okay, I see. Base duration 2 seconds. Stacking up to 15 times? Nah, I think it's gonna get simpler going forward. %90 more damage done. Increased, yeah. Channel skills: Volcano, Snipe, Supercharge, Slam, Perfect Strike. Oh, there is quite a lot. It's gonna be lit. Welcome, Exiles. Hey, thank you, Loki, for being so open about that stuff. Yeah, that sounds amazing indeed. Okay, guys, should we do one more? But I gotta get a snack before we do. I ate like 5 hours ago. I'm hungry again. Chat is so much more relaxed. Yeah, where are all the cat gamers, guys? Where was it? Cat W? Yeah, what's this one? There's no more Cat W gamers. They're all gone. All tears or bust. Okay, that means I need a few minutes, guys. We're gonna go through one more, I think, but I need some fuel. Oh, Ben is streaming? Oh, yeah. He going. Yeah, Ben's logging in or what? Also, Cyclone is channeling. Yeah, so I just want to see one example. Yo, just 50% more accuracy. That's pretty big. Support skills triggers an explosion when fully break an enemy's armor. Oh, and then you can click. Does he click it? Oh wait, but he doesn't click it, guys. You think you can click this tooltip and see what the explosion does? That's pretty wild. You can, yeah, okay, he didn't. But okay, you fully break the enemy's armor, you gain big explosion. Another tab though. Auto reload supports crossbow ammunition, causing them to automatically reload when they heavy stun an enemy. Okay, do we know what heavy stunning is? Like a very long stun? Reload automatically. That's pretty wild. Yeah, automatic reload. The stagger bar. We're gonna stagger the boss. Blind enemies. So blind makes them not attack. Yeah, who knows what it means? Nobody knows what it means. They lose accuracy, chance to miss. Okay. So they can still move around and everything, even though when they're blinded. Cursing Current supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to also shock nearer enemies when you shock an enemy. So basically it makes you shock into an AoE. Shock hits from supported skills have a 50% chance to also shock enemies in a 2.5 meter radius. Okay, so how big is a meter? Let's say this is like this, the entire screen, right? So how long is a meter? I guess it's like about a step. So your character is like, I don't know, 1.8 meters. I don't see my character here, but like, it's like maybe like 10% of the screen, 2.5. 2 characters width. Yeah, that makes sense. Like if the character is about 1.8 meters or something, maybe 2 meters, big one. Yeah, I mean, something like this. I think I roughly understand going by the base of a character. Coming soon TM, coming soon TM. Support attacks, causing them to daze when they fully break armor. Okay, and what is daze doing? Probably also makes them unable to attack you. Path of building, I don't have this. I mean, I'm waiting if there's gonna be a new path of building. You guys think it's gonna happen? POB. Daze is only slow? Does it mean they can still attack you? Man, Daze, they're gonna log in, dude. Daze completely new, okay. Okay, what do you want to watch, guys? I'm gonna like be right back a few minutes. It's not gonna be that long. You wanna watch that Ranger gameplay? Keep in mind it's a bit old though. Or you wanna watch some from the recent announcements? Big Booba ASMR, I can't play that. SX, thank you so much. Yo, yo, yo. Big Booba. Yeah, we'll finish some more gems. Campaigning or endgame? I don't know which act this is. Premise going more clock in. No more D4, not right now. Okay guys, I'll be back a few minutes. Can I do like BRB food? This is some cool boss fights and then endgame. Hope it's gonna be good quality. Premium enhanced bitrate.
That's a quick introduction to the witch. But now we're going to show off the mercenary.
True commander. Yeah, this is the mercenary boys. They showed quite a bit.
Oh, actually, wait, no, we did miss something. Sorry about that. Right, so
live
just
presentation,
I want to show you as well is that the witch has a lot of other summoning options, even beyond just the ones that were picked, because she also has things called specters. So basically,
is this going to be a feature that the game has? Like, look at the way the game resumes when he logs back in.
Other summoning options.
Like he logged out exactly in this frame, and then he logs back in, and he doesn't have to go to any town. Like the game, like immediately just resumes. Like you just frozen. I got a snack, guys. I'll finish with the skills. Be back. Or that's gonna be quite a challenge for hardcore characters. But this is really good. You don't have to, like, use a town portal to go out. You can just instantly log out, but you're also starting right where you left.
Even beyond just the ones that were picked, because she also has things called specters. So basically, anytime you kill a monster on the ground, it can be turned into a specter. We've actually created one here from Act 1 called a Cultist Archer. They cost quite a bit of spirit, so we're going to unsummon a couple of the Arsonists and put these this Cultist Archer in. Now, the nice thing is that because lots of monsters in Path of Exile have different interesting abilities, all those abilities can be used by the summoner as well. So this one has the ability to summon these like purple polyp things that both slow monsters and add weakness to chaos damage as well. So she's using it there with those little things that exploded there. Because those are going to make monsters weaker to chaos damage, it'll be a very good part of this build. It's not as many minions, but the nice thing is that it'll actually end up being more DPS, and I think for bosses it probably is better for this build than not. That's what these little polyp things are. All right, so moving on. Let's have a quick look at the Mercenary. So the Mercenary is another ranged character, but this time using crossbows. Now the main difference between a crossbow and a bow is that crossbow...
With WASD, you can play this like a shooter, boys.
Fire instantly, and they also have an ammo mechanic where effectively, you fire until your clip is empty and then you have to reload. So it plays a lot more like an FPS. And we've got lots of type of FPS type weapons as well. I just changed it to WASD here because this character plays a lot better in that way. So if you
exactly. I played the Mercenary a couple of months ago at Gamescom. With WASD, man, it felt really smooth. And I'm not a controller player or anything. But they encouraged me to try it, and I was like very skeptical at first. But then I tried it, and it instantly felt so good, man. Oh, it was great.
Shotgun type weapon. You've got a assault rifle type weapon.
This is the American build, man. Just imagine he has a gun.
And various other types. You've also got attached grenade launchers and things like sniper rifle type weapons and so on. Now, this plays very differently to the other classes, but I think it's really fun. It's just like a whole different sort of feeling of the game. This particular area is called Doyani's Sanctum.
Guns.
He's doing a lot of experiments on humans and is very interested in anatomy and kind of merging them with machines. There's a pretty interesting chest on the wall there that I quite like. If you click on that one. Just... So there's a cadaver on the wall, and it like slices up and it drops.
Like the transmog looks like a crossbow, but it plays like he has a shotgun.
Some items. So,
it's awesome.
We actually originally just had half a person there, but it really just looked like an anatomy diagram. So we needed to do something to show the fact that it was actually a modeled human there. So that was fun.
The mercenaries of Texas.
Yeah. So one of the other things we haven't even talked about, which is another really important character development system in Path of Exile, is of course items. So now, items in Path of Exile work like many other action RPGs, but I think that we do a particularly good job of having, interesting affixes and suffixes. If you have a look at the items on the character, like they generate. We have normal, magic, rare, and uniques. Magic items can have up to 2 mods. Rare items can have up to 6. And effectively, each of the different slots has a pool of mods that's unique to it. But one of
the best thing is that every item can be useful. Even a white item can work as a base that you can craft on, or a magic item you can add more affixes to it. So every item has a use. It's so amazing. It's like in Diablo 2. The current problem in Diablo 4, for example, is that basically white, magic, and rare items are completely useless because you can't do anything with them because a legendary is always better. Not in this game.
The other things that's sort of really important about PoE is crafting items. So here we have different crafting items that allow you to add affixes to items. If you use an Orb of Transmutation, it'll turn this magic item to a 1 mod magic. If you use an Orb of Augmentation, it'll add an extra mod to make it into a 2 mod magic. You've also got Regal Orbs that will turn it into a 3 mod rare, which is normally that I have 4, but if you do it this way you get 3. And then you can use Exalted Orbs to add more mods than that to make up to 6 mods. Now, something in Path of Exile 2 that's very different than PoE 1 is that these currency items to add mods to items are much, much more common than they were before, and you're really going to be expected to use them throughout the campaign. It's like a really important element of player power. We've actually changed the way the scaling works in quite a lot of elements to kind of try and make it so that picking up like new blue items is going to actually be an interesting choice for you. Using Regals and Exalts on them are pretty interesting. And also you get Regals by disenchanting rares as well. So effectively you can get quite a lot of Regals in order to upgrade items to rares relatively easily. So now these crafting items, the other thing that's important about them is you can use them on any base type, not just items you can equip. They're used throughout the game for many different purposes, for the end game as well, and many other things. So you can use them on flasks and charms. There's all sorts of places where you can use them. So it's definitely something that you're going to want to master and play around with. Now the other items, of course, that we have is lots and lots of unique items. There are hundreds of them in PoE 2. There'll be hundreds and hundreds more as we go along. Some of them are pretty interesting. They all do things. They aren't just upgraded rares. They all do something kind of interesting. So for example, here we have a boots called Corpse Wade. If you put that on there and then you walk through a corpse, it'll make them explode and turn into little puffs of green chaos damage there. That's not something you're going to get on a rare item. Another one here is called Sands of...
They truly have unique effects. It's not just a damage multiplier. It like changes the environment, changes the way your character plays. Let's go.
Silk. If you put this one on, what it's going to do is change your dodge roll into a teleport, into a blip that can blink through monsters. Once again, not something you get on a rare, but there's a few others here that are kind of interesting. Next one here is called Couture of Crimson. It makes Life Leech overflow maximum life, so as you attack monsters, you can get like over health above your normal maximum if you're using Life Leech. Another one here, for example, pretty simple. And
you can create a complete new character with just one of these items and just completely change the way your build works. It's so cool.
Some ways is Quill Rain. This thing here just has ridiculous attack speed, but low damage. If you want to make an interesting bow build where you're just making, where you want to hit huge amounts of times, don't necessarily care about the damage dealt, Quill Rain is going to be something for you. Or another one here called the Wailing Wall. This one here disables shield skills, but makes you able to block damage from all hits without having to raise your shield. So effectively, if you want to be able to block a lot of damage, but you don't care about being able to use other shield skills, this could be a good one. So all of these are what we call build enabling. They're interesting things that you might be able to build a character around, do something interesting with, and they're a big part of how the in-game, things that you can find at in-game, things that you're going to be sort of going throughout the game, things that might affect how your character is played.
Oh, it looks like a boss area.
On the eve of the end, the demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me! Kill it, I bear the burden of our future!
Dang.
Pathetic.
This fight looks so cool. The sound design is fantastic. Like, listen to this.
The ends justify the means. Let's see how you handle this. I can't give up. Not now. The cataclysm must be stopped.
Bruh.
So you would take our devices and do us? I think not. I will fight to the...
Listen, I'm just here for the lady. There's no need for all this.
This guy almost looks like the Timbersaw hero from Dota 2.
I've got you now.
It's so fucking badass.
Free! Please! Now! You are within my grasp. Activate the...
This is the Act 6 boss? Okay. Y'all.
I've got you now.
It's not? Yeah, I'm not sure. It's some boss. It's an amazing boss.
It's not over yet.
Dang. That is so freaking cool. Log in. How many more days? What the fuck? With so many different mechanics. Common W. He did it.
All right. So far we've been showing you footage from the campaign. One of the really important things in any action RPG is the end game.
Yo guys, this is just the campaign. This is just the campaign boss, man. The Uber bosses, the Pinnacle bosses, like that's still coming. Nobody has even seen any of those.
Now, something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying there isn't enough end-game content. We really want to make sure that in PoE 2...
There isn't enough end-game content. Let's see it, man. Look at this.
People don't feel that way. And it's something that we actually changed our priorities for as a studio relatively recently. Now, the first 3 acts of PoE 2 take...
How much endgame do you want? Yes. This game has more endgame in the early access than any game on the market right now. Probably. We'll see.
Around 25 hours to complete. This is already longer than many campaigns in other games. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in in-game.
Maybe besides
we realized that
PoE1.
finishing the rest of their campaign for early access instead of working on in-game would actually be a very bad idea. So instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, it's much better for us to concentrate on in-game and make that great. If you're a new player, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with plenty of content. But if you're an existing action RPG player, then what you're going to care about is the in-game challenges that you have to complete.
That's right.
If we'd launched with a double-length campaign and a bad in-game, we'd effectively have to say, hey, trust us, a good in-game is coming later. But if we launch with a 25-hour campaign and a great in-game, then people can easily understand what's coming when we say, oh, yeah, and there's 3 more acts coming really soon. Now, in early access, there are 50 bosses currently and around 400 monster types. Dang. But effectively, the game is going to double in size during early access and to be 6 acts with 100 bosses and around 800 monster types.
And then we doubled it.
Now, the great thing is the rest of the game is like 80% there, and so we'll be adding content very quickly during early access, and so you can expect to see a lot of that coming really quickly.
Guys, there's going to be new league starts in this early access period and more game coming. Oh man, I can't wait.
Now, in order to make the end game happen at the same player level, we've had to add a second difficulty called Cruel difficulty, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses harder, but also better rewards. If you sort of look at it in traditional game terms, you can think of it as a kind of like new game plus type thing, but we've actually made quite a lot of changes to the game throughout as well, which you'll probably enjoy as well. And that'll take you to around level 65, which is where the end game begins. So, let's talk about what the end game is. So in PoE, there are many different in-game grinds. One of the things that's kind of really important is that people feel like they've got a choice between many different types of activities in the in-game. So for PoE 2, at the start of early access, we're going to have 8 primary in-game grinds that you can do, all of which have their own sort of systems for leveling them up, improving them, unique rewards, player power that you can get only from them. And we're going to introduce the first 2 of them right here during the campaign, which are the Ascension Trials. So the Ascension Trials in Path of Exile 2, you do encounter them in the campaign to start with, but then they level up all the way to endgame and they have interesting mechanics. So this first one here is called the Trial of the Sekimas, and it's actually a sequel to Sanctum League from PoE 1.
Here we go.
So we've actually done quite a lot of sequels to leagues from PoE 1 with new mechanics and new stuff, but all of them have new things going on. So, basically, in order to... the Trial of the Sekimas is a place where the Maraketh came to be tested and gain power. In order to gain entry, you need a coin containing the soul of a djinn. And then once you put it in the relic altar there, then you can enter and start playing. Now, the trial is made up of various different rooms, and it works a little bit like a roguelike type encounter system, where effectively you pick each room, and then within each room there's a different challenge. This one is a ritual trial, I think, which has these monster summoners. So they're effectively summoning monsters, and you want to be able to kill those as fast as you can to complete the room. That one was relatively easy. So once you've completed the room, you can go into the next room to get your reward.
It's gonna get harder, boys.
Now in this case, we have a silver key. Keys can be used at the end of the trial to be able to get rewards, but effectively you have to be able to survive the entire trial.
I mean, the lightning, the sound effect, the atmosphere are so sick. Yeah, I mean, doesn't really matter if there's like 7 endgame pinnacles or 8. Like, all of the rest is coming. Like, there's more than enough to do. We were watching some videos from Al-Kaiser earlier, who is a very experienced player. And he said he's probably thinking about like up to 400 hours to just, digest this endgame or to finish it. So, and that's for a blaster like Al-Kaiser. It's probably going to take newer players. Like, there's more than 1,000 hours of endgame content probably, like for like a new player. It's going to be completely nuts. And this is early access. Like, you cannot finish all the endgame. And then there's already new endgame coming, basically. So don't worry about that.
To be able to claim them. Now, this is the map for the trial, and you can effectively pick what type of room you'd like to go to next. There are a few different issues. One of them is that the next room will have a type. So for a type of trial, for example, here's an hourglass trial. And it also has a type of reward, but also some of them have boons or afflictions that might get you. So this one says, for example, when you enter it, that it'll afflict you with blunt sword on entry, which means you and your minions deal 40% less damage. We probably don't want to do that as a minion build, but they have better rewards in exchange for that. So once you've picked your room, you can go and do the next one.
So you can basically juice and modify this system to your liking.
Now this one's a time trial. You have to survive and kill all the monsters. Now, one thing that I didn't mention at the start of this is that unlike in the normal game, if you take hits in this mode, then you're going to lose a resource called honor. If you run out of honor, then you have to leave the trial. So effectively, you want to really try and play these runs as hitless as possible. And that means that all the monsters we've selected usually have to be avoidable in some way, have dodgeable mechanics, and that's sort of why Octavian is playing as safely as he possibly can here. He doesn't want to get too close to the boss or that monster there because he doesn't want to lose honor.
I don't think it's up here either.
Oh, yes, it is. Okay. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay.
That's in the
presentation. So once the trial's complete, once again, you can go and get the reward, which in this case is a bronze key again. Because
I'm not sure where we see the honor.
We'll do one more. So that one's a Sacred Water Fountain, the Chalice Trial. Yeah, sure, let's do it. All right, cool. The next one's called a Chalice Trial. Effectively, there's a blood chalice here, which you need to fill with blood by killing rare monsters in this area. Once you've killed all the rare monsters, you can continue. Now, there are a lot of different rooms in the trial. There are around 70 in level 1, and they're random, what you get each time. So you should expect each run to feel quite different, and the kind of stuff you can expect to find, the kind of boons and afflictions you get,
so sick,
the monsters that you'll face, this kind of thing, all of these are very different. And there's also 4 floors as well. This is just the first floor. Each floor looks different and has different mechanics, rewards, and so on as well. So there's quite a lot of content here. And once again, like I said, there's got to be ways as well for it to sort of expand into endgame, have more... have ways to expand it and ways to make it both more damaging and more rewarding.
Another boss coming.
Where's that other rare? There he is.
It's basically an elite rare harder monster.
Oh, avoid that one.
Death is my power to wield.
All right, so that's this trial complete. And once again, you can get the reward you picked, which I believe was Sacred Water in this case. So Sacred Water is a resource that you can use throughout your run. Effectively, it's a currency that can be used in a shop that you can find throughout the run as well. Water is obviously a very hard resource in the desert. So in the interest of time, what we're going to do now is skip to the last room in this floor of the sanctum.
This is all the creators that attended the LA event, and we are basically watching the presentation that was shown to them exclusively under NDA, and now that NDA has ended.
Which is a boss room.
Formidable. Steel yourself.
All right, so now we have Rattle Cage.
Boss fight, boys. you can see they also kind of added like at least, it's not necessarily a DPS meter, but it's like a damage counter. You see, you already did like 6,000 damage to this boss. So you can kind of see how much damage you're dealing throughout this fight. Look at this. So this cloud is taking him down pretty good. That's a new feature too. Now, but it's not really a DPS meter because it only goes up. DPS meter would also like fluctuate down. It would show you your damage you do per second. This is accumulating damage to at least what I can see here. DPS is damage per second. It can't accumulate like that. It's definitely something like it's accumulating. See, it just only goes up. Yeah, basically how much HP the boss has left, has taken. How much damage the boss has taken. Or has lost, in other words. So this boss has about 40,000 HP.
Infection.
A little bit less. GG. Yo, again, I think Witch seems very strong against the bosses. Like the way she's kiting them and basically have the poison tick down and the minion archers shoot him all the time and basically just like run around while your minions and your poison is dealing with the boss while staying relatively safe.
So that's the boss of the end of the first floor of the Sanctum, but there's lots more bosses in Sanctum to find.
Yeah, look at all those boys here, man. Look at all the guys. Let's go. So many creators here. Full presentation. This is Jonathan on stage, the game director.
As I said, there's multiple floors. They each have interesting things. Now, at the end of each floor, you'll get the ability to pick from
You guys probably like gonna recognize a lot of these. I might recognize this guy.
Various different chests. The keys that drop give the ability to open these caches here. Chests.
Yeah, it's like
they each have interesting things.
you can tell instantly.
Now, at the end of each floor, you'll get the ability to pick from various different chests. The keys that drop give the ability to open these caches here. So you want to pick which one because each of them have different types.
I was invited, but it didn't line up with my time. And you gotta understand, like I'm from Germany. It's gonna be quite a big trip over, and I've just been to Los Angeles a couple weeks prior to that already for a trip.
Types of rewards in them. Now, the other thing that you get to do here is use the Altar of Ascendancy.
I'll see, hopefully the next one.
Now, unfortunately,
I was at the event at Gamescom from Path of Exile. I was invited to their booth. I have some footage here as well. I posted this on X2. Like we were invited to the Path of Exile booth, and we had a great time over there in Cologne. Just a couple weeks after this, I think it was after the LA event took place. And we had a great time playing over there. Yeah, this was me playing Path of Exile at the booth, pretty much, like rocking the game. Here you see, and here I think they still had like 5 flasks basically going on. Oh, yeah, it was a ton of fun. It was a ton of fun for sure.
Or that monster there, because he doesn't want to lose honor. So in the interest of time, what we're going to do now is skip to the last.
So he was the boss.
So that's the boss of the end of the first floor of the Sanctum, but there's lots more bosses in Sanctum to find. As I said, there's multiple floors. They each have interesting things. Now, at the end of each floor, you'll get the ability to pick from various different chests. The keys that drop give the ability to open these caches here. So you want to pick which one because each of them have different types of rewards in them. Now, the other thing that you get to do here is use the Altar of Ascendancy. Now, unfortunately, we forgot to reset the Ascendancy class, so you're not going to be able to see the list there when we did the thing before. But effectively, once you've, the first time you use the Altar of Ascendancy, you get to pick between 3 different Ascendancy classes. In early access, there's only going to be 2 available for each class, and we're going to be adding the rest later. And those give you interesting things that are only available to your class, because no other class gets those things on the passive tree. Now, with Ascendancy classes in PoE2, we've really tried to do a lot better in terms of how interesting the things are. For example, this particular class, and because I can't see the name on the screen, I forgot what it's called. Infernalist, right? It's got some pretty interesting abilities. One of them here is called the Hellhound. So,
Summons. I found it here. This was found my fellow Diablo for Nephilim while testing Path of Exile 2. So this was in August. You might recognize a few here. This was at the Path of Exile 2 booth at Gamescom. So I didn't go to the LA event because I visited this event that happened like in my home country, in Germany. So I don't have to fly 15 hours across the globe to Los Angeles again. But maybe in the future, I'm hoping to be invited to some of these. Maybe for the release, or maybe we'll go to ExileCon. I don't know, but this is basically, well, you might know who this guy is. And then there is Jesse Rocks. He's a very big German creator, also playing a lot of D4. Then Vudijo and Anna Cake. Was a ton of fun. Yeah, maybe we'll go ExileCon. So yeah, I already had plenty of opportunity to play the game. I mean, just a few hours, guys. I only played PoE2 just a few hours, and I'm like a beginning player in Path of Exile. Like I didn't really play much PoE1, but yeah, we had a great time. It was cool, and they were very friendly and super informative.
This one gives the ability to summon a Hellhound. When you summon it, it has a few abilities. One of them is that it sets everything next to it on fire. It's a minion, so because we're a minion class, this can be really useful. But also it takes damage for you. Every time you take damage, it gets transferred to the Hellhound. So, he's a really good boy. Another one that's really interesting is that, if we just respec quickly away from that, is turning into a called demon form. So when you use demon form, you turn into a demon. While you're a demon, you lose life constantly, but you also have much higher spell damage and much faster cast speed.
Dude.
The longer you survive...
Look how fast... you're basically transforming into Lilith herself. Look how fast...
spell damage and much faster cast speed. The longer you survive, the higher those numbers get. So, but you're going to continuously take damage. So you're probably, if you're going to use this, you probably want to do a build that involves getting high life regeneration in some manner, so you can survive.
This might not be recommended for hardcore players, but this is going to be the big DPS, high risk, high reward build.
As long as possible and do a large amount of damage.
Dang.
So that's an example, just 2 nodes from the Infernalist. But of course, there's lots of interesting nodes there, and you're going to want to get more points by doing more Ascension trials.
I'm not saying it's not hardcore viable, but it's going to be pretty challenging.
Continue to get more player
You need
power.
like life wreck.
Now in PoE2, you actually, all of the Ascension trials, oh, that's right, sorry, we haven't even finished this one yet. All right, hang on, where was I? All right, that's right, okay, so let's talk about how this extends into Endgame. So effectively, as you go through this trial, you might find items called relics. And relics are these items here, which can be crafted. You can see an example of a blue one here. This one says monsters have a 4% chance to drop double Sacred Water and gain 16 Sacred Water at the start of the trial. Now, these are ways that you can effectively improve your odds as you go through, but there's some pretty interesting ones as well. Let's have another look at another couple. Bosses deal 4% reduced damage. These ones are very low level and simple, but they can get quite powerful. If you click on the relic altar before you start your run, put a coin in, then you've got these slots here that you can put the relics in, and you can also unlock more slots by doing more, by doing this more in order to be able to put more in. There are also unique relics, like for example this one here that says that the boss at the end of the entire trial will drop a specific unique item, but your maximum honor is 1, which means you can take exactly 1 hit, which means that you need to do a hitless run in order to be able to get that unique. So there are lots of other interesting unique relics that do other things. The ability to extend this and get into endgame is pretty high. And one of the reasons you're going to want to do that is because like all of these different endgame mechanics, there's unique player power that only comes from it. So in this particular case, we have jewels. Jewels are coming back in PoE2 as well.
It's like, you think the passive skill tree is massive? There are sockets in the skill tree where you can put extra jewels to unlock new effects. Like you see how many there are. There's like these connecting gates where you can basically choose a different like primary stat, whichever one you want, and then you can add like sockets. Here you can make your way to a socket and you can customize even more.
So in this particular case, we have jewels.
There's only 1,500 nodes. Just.
Jewels are coming back in PoE 2 as well. You can see an example of one of them here. These are things that you can socket into your passive tree to be able to get more stats. So this one says 15% increased maximum energy shield, and minions have plus 7% to all elemental resistances. Now, because of the fact that you can roll these yourself and stack them, there's some pretty interesting things you can do with jewels. And there's also jewels that have other kind of random and weird effects. Like, for example, this one here says says that 25% increased effect of small passive skills and radius. So this one actually modifies the other skills on the passive tree to improve them. With some interesting things and some interesting overlaps, you can do some pretty cool stuff with those as well. There are, of course, unique jewels and other things going on. And I won't go too much into it, but effectively, this does scale all the way in game, has uniques, has ways to scale it, and a lot of interesting things you can do. The next trial we're going to talk about is the Trial of the Chaos God. Now, unlike in PoE 1, every time you want to get more Ascendancy points, there's a new trial that you have to do to do that.
It's going to get harder.
So this is the second trial that you can do, and once again, it's also an in-game mechanic that that can be expanded upon. So we're going to use the Mercenary for this one. Now, this is the one you're going to encounter in Act 3 for the first time, but as I said, it extends to in-game as well. Finishing the Ascension trial was kind of an ancient rite for the Varl that conveyed power and respect. Entry requires a token from a strange entity called the Trial Master. And this is actually a sequel to a league from PoE 1 called Ultimatum, but it works very differently. So to start with, he's going to offer the trial.
This is only the beginning, guys. They have so many years and years of leaks. They can potentially like rework, optimize, and put into Path of Exile 2. People, leaks that were very much liked by the community and all these kinds of things, man. Oh, it's going to be so exciting, dude. There's years of content coming.
And then you can walk in.
Years and years of content.
Now, before you enter each room in the Trial of the Chaos God, you're going to have to pick from one of the downsides that's going to affect you for the entire rest of the trial. So the Trial Master is here, and he's going to offer you an item to start with. Here's the item that you're going to get if you complete this room. And he's also going to say, pick one of these 3 things that's going to potentially hurt you. In this case, we're going to pick blood globules, which will one of the easier ones. And what that's going to do is mean that these blood balls are going to appear above your head and slam down periodically.
Are you ready, Challenger?
As you walk into the room, he's going to summon a bunch of these monsters. Now, each of the rooms has different mechanics. This one's very simple. You just have to kill all the monsters.
Not today.
That's what we're like, man. This is a simple room. Just kill all the enemies. Easy. I love it.
That's that.
Wait, what the fuck is that? You think he's going to explain it? Look at this.
That's that blood globule I talked about earlier.
Hell yeah. See.
Now, the blood globule may not seem very threatening right now, but as you go through each room, you're going to add more and more mechanics that are going to hurt you, and so it can get quite intense by the time you've gotten to the end.
That's the mechanic, man.
Who's next?
We're going hard. Oh, yes. And look at the streaming times already, boys.
So we've defeated all the monsters in this
We're
room,
gonna
and we
log
can
in.
move on to the next one.
Continuously logging in.
So as we move to the next room, once again, the Trial Master is going to give us a choice. Basically, sort of double or nothing. Do you want to take another reward and make the game harder again, or do you want to take the rewards you've already received so far and leave with your ill-gotten gains? In this case, obviously, like most players, you're probably going to want to pick another reward and keep going. So there's the existing one, blood globules, and that'll keep stacking up. But we're also going to have shocking turrets here, which are going to add turrets through the.
It's going to get harder and harder, boys.
As well. Now, this one is a trial that requires, it's a timed encounter type trial.
Live.
As you can see, there's those lightning turrets there now, which you also have to deal with, and it's going to spawn a lot of monsters that you have to survive. You don't have to actually kill all of them. If the time runs out, then they're all going to go away, so yeah, you can, you just have to survive. And the Vaal had a culture of risk-taking, so all these kind of risk versus reward mechanics very much work for them. The way they crafted and a bunch of other things like that all sort of relate to this kind of risk-taking behavior.
Sick. It's room 2 out of 10, yeah.
He's stuck. Uh-oh.
He's already dying.
You've only got 4 seconds. Just survive for 4 seconds.
Go, go, go. Oh.
There we go. Okay.
He's like,
managed to flask through it, so it's okay.
It's like room 2, man. How much harder is it gonna get? And guys, this is like one of the devs playing. Like, they certainly know what they're doing. Yeah, he was panic rolling, man. I mean, we would have probably died there. Like, this is a guy who really knows what he's doing already. I'm telling you, this game is hard AF. It's tough. And there are no difficult modes. Like, you start the game on the same difficulty as anybody else. Like, there's no easy mode. It's always hard. Yeah, Octavian.
So as you get towards the end game, there'll be a very significant number of rooms you can do in a row. I mean, you can just keep on making it harder and harder. In this first version of it, you're going to... in this first version of it, you only have to do 4 rooms to be able to ascend. But once again, if you can't do them all in a row in one go without dying, then you'll lose your entry ticket, so you'll have to get another one to get in. So once again, like the other challenge, you'll want to be make sure that you're ready before you do this trial. Now this particular one involves pushing this idol forward. When you're near the idol, it moves forward. When you're, as you get further away, it falls down and doesn't move anymore. So ideally, you can get close to it. Now, as you move it forward, it's also going to spawn these, trigger these monster elevators with monsters that are going to come down as well.
Not dinner.
Look at them filming in the audience. In this live event.
Hey,
All right, finally. That one dragged a little bit, but it's okay. We finally got there in the end. All right. So just like in Sanctum, there are also bosses that you can get as you go through here. The order of them is random, and so they can be very hard or relatively easy depending on when you encounter them and what things that you've picked beforehand. Before the boss, once again, the Trial Master will ask you to pick, do you want to bail now or do you want to pick something else? That looks okay.
Right. Protect them.
So here's one of the bosses you can find in the Trial of the Chaos God.
Chaos will bring you to your end.
So many cool bosses. Look at the guy. Pom 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 pom. Sound effect. Dude, that thing is dangerous. And that blood thing chasing.
That tornado has killed him the most times in practices, by the way. It's lethal.
You practice this, yes? I think as a first-time player, you cannot expect to kill these first try. It's not gonna work. Look at how much he has to dodge. Maybe these boss fights will be a bit Souls-like, to quote the tweet.
downfall.
So that's as far as we're going to go in this trial for now, at this low level. And of course, once again, you'd be able to ascend here if this is as far as you can get during the campaign. But there's a lot more stuff you can get. So the Trial Master now is going to give you the rewards that you've earned throughout the trial. And there are a lot of rewards that are unique just to this trial. So let's go through a few of these that we've got here. Now, the first thing he's going to offer, one of the things we've got here is an item with a socket in it. Now, we removed...
Guys, this is just one endgame activity, man.
Gem sockets from PoE 2, but we've actually re-added back sockets in a much more traditional way as things that you can put items in to get extra mods. So if you have a look down the left there, you can see a thing called a Soul Core. This is a Soul Core of Thunder. If you put it in a weapon, you get lightning damage. If you put it in a shield, then, an armor, you're going to get 10% lightning resistance. Now this is player power. You can't get any other way than sockets, and it's only unlocked through content that you can get through here. Now, if you want to be able to actually add sockets to existing gear as opposed to using the sockets that are on gear that you get from here, you're going to have to use these things called Vile Orbs. Vile Orbs modify things unpredictably, and they work a little bit differently than they used to in PoE 1.
Who is the Val of Wall Street?
Now, the first thing I want to mention is the fact that these corrupt items, and what that means is that after you've used this, you can't use it on another item again. So that's the last thing you want to do in your crafting step. This particular one here rolled with it got an extra mod. It got 14 to 20 chaos damage as an extra mod, as well as getting corrupted. But they can also do other things. So we'll use it on some of our gear here. You can equip it. I think you can leave it equipped. Yeah. So we're going to use it on his bow here. Okay, so that one gave him a socket. Excellent. So now he'll be able to upgrade his bow with a soul core to get an extra mod. So that's really valuable. Probably wouldn't have picked that one, but that's fine. That's what he had. Then we've also got, let's see in some other results. That one, okay, so that one just modified random mods on the item. So probably not good, not what you wanted. That's a bad outcome. On the other hand here, all right, added another mod, 25% increased armor evasion.
Guys, for the crafting, like it's a completely new PhD to understand it fully.
That's a very good roll.
We're not there yet.
So effectively the theme with these things is that you're going to get random results. You don't probably want to use them
probably
on the items that you've got equipped because they're likely to potentially damage them or make them worse.
They're likely to brick it, guys. Brick Nation.
But there's player power that you can get from this that you can't get any other way. So it's something that you're definitely going to want to be able to do as you go through the game. Now, of course, because we got to the end here, we can also ascend. For this particular one, we might as well just ascend this character. So there's the Witch Hunter, which you could pick, and might as well just pick a simple node. I mean, there's a basic one.
This is just a thing to do, guys, to unlock your class, yes? Like, this is like to, well, you have your class, but the real class is basically the Ascendancy. To go into like more specialized stuff. And they showcased already 12 Ascendancies. Every class is going to have 2 Ascendancies. And you need to do this stuff to get to your Ascendancy.
One that's just Culling Strike, you might as well put that. We didn't actually plan to show
it's
this
basically your class quest.
Doing here, so just, ascending while we're at it.
And it's already going to be hard.
Right there, you also see there's an entrance to the Trial Master's Tower. That's like a special endgame thing, which we're not going to show you, but effectively that's the Pinnacle boss for this particular endgame grind.
We haven't even seen those Pinnacle bosses. These were just normal bosses, guys. Well, yeah, in the end game, like once the game fully releases, free to play, by the way, I still can't believe this game is free, but next year, most likely, they said minimum 6 months of this early access where we have these 6 classes available with 2 Ascendancy each for 12 total different ones. But on launch, on the free-to-play launch, hopefully next year, we're going to have 6 more. So it's going to be 12 classes, and every class is going to have 3 Ascendancies. So basically 36 like different characters that you can play. I can't believe this game is free. Free to play.
But let's talk a little bit about how you're going to expand on this. So if you go back to the start of the area, the keys not only have let you get into the trial, but they also going to have mods on them as well that allow you to do different things. And just like the Val always have, we want to make sure that there's things that have both bonuses and downsides, that they're very double or nothing type culture. So this one here says sacrifice up to 10 exalted orbs to receive double that on trial completion. So effectively, you can go double or nothing on currency as well. But it also has minus 25% to maximum player resistances, which is a pretty nasty downside. You can roll these things and they have some pretty interesting mods on them. So yeah, it's once again, it's one of those things you can specialize into in-game. Now, of course, there's also uniques only available here and various other things available here. So yeah, you're going to want to do that. So those are the two trials that extend into in-game that are during the campaign. But now we want to show you how the actual in-game, sort of primary in-game system itself works.
Okay,
so,
let's
we're
see
gonna have
it,
to get
guys.
a higher level monk to be able to show.
We haven't really like seen this fully, so he's gonna like show this for the first time. So this is the new Path of Exile 2 Endgame coming in.
Show you that. Now, I'm not going to get too much into the plot of this, but this is where you're going to start in the in-game. And just like in PoE 1, we have a thing called the map device that you're going to be using to travel around. But what you actually get when you click on the map device is going to be quite different.
Let's see it.
Now, the storyline here effectively is that there's corruption from
It's infinitely expanding.
the beast is spread across the land, and you're going to need to try and cleanse it. Now, this is actually an infinitely scrolling map that goes in all directions and contains all areas you can go to. You can go to each map only one time, so you're going to want to, you're going to try and want to find, like, you know, interesting places to go. Now, this is the primary thing to explore after you finish the campaign, and there's all sorts of things to find on here. There's bosses, there's towers, there's beast corruption, there's rare areas with interesting mechanics, all sorts of in-game content that you can see these icons for around the place, and hideouts, roving merchants, and even cities. Now, effectively, in order to travel to one of these, what you're going to do is click on it, and then you can travel to it using a waystone. Now, these waystones effectively work like maps did in Path of Exile 1. You can craft them and so on as well. Once you've gone to the map, then what you're going to find is a randomly generated... Oh, okay, he immediately clicked the portal back. Classic mistake. So what you're going to find here is a randomly generated area, and we've really ramped the random generation up to 11 for this. Obviously, all the monsters here are also going to be random, and one thing I will mention is that the variety of monsters in PoE 2 is a lot higher, and they have a lot more interesting abilities, which means that interesting combinations of them in maps can really produce interesting results. These particular ones that were randomly picked here seem to be relatively simple, so I guess that point isn't that well made today, but that's all right. Now, this monk is effectively the same kind of build that we were doing before, but it's a lot faster for in-game. What we're going to do is
So next to the warrior that we saw earlier, this might be... Like, I'm basically like deciding between monk and warrior right now. Unless something drastically changes, I'm going to go monk or warrior. I don't know which one yet.
Amp it up a little bit further just to sort of see some of the kind of things that you can...
Look how fast he
is.
is.
Faster for in-game. But what we're going to do is amp it up a little bit further just to sort of see some of the kind of things that you can do in in-game as well. So after we've finished clearing this pack, then we'll...
melee, let's go.
Do that. So let's open up this, and what we're going to do is this is a character that frees a lot of things, so we're going to add a cast on freeze gem here. And what that's going to mean is every time you freeze a monster, it has the ability to... cast whatever spell of your choice. In this case, we're going to cast Frost Wall. And we're going to add Fortress and reduce cooldown to that so that we can cast them all of the time. And they're going to go in a circle around the monster that got frozen. So effectively, because it's going to create a lot more frozen objects around the monster, when you use your Glacial Cascade, they're going to do a lot more damage and explode for a huge amount of damage as well.
Yo.
So the goal here is to cleanse the corruption on the map, and you do that by killing all the rares, and if there's a map boss, then killing the map boss as well. Now, there are map bosses that can spawn in every map, but we've actually decided to not have a map boss every time you go to them, and instead you can see which areas have map bosses on the main map. What that means is that we've got the ability to have the map bosses be a lot more challenging, but also drop a lot more items as well, because you don't encounter them quite so frequently. And you can also choose, you know, do I want to do bossing, or do I want to just grind maps and do other things? So it kind of gives the player that choice. So once you've completed the map, it'll be green on the in this area, and then effectively allows you to continue to explore. Now, this map is kind of somewhat randomly explored, so you know, don't concentrate too much on that. But effectively, you're going to be expanding outwards from the center. Now, of course, the other thing you can do is craft maps with currency items. So if we get a an Orb of Transmutation here, we can use that on there to get a mod on the item. Now, the prefixes are benefits to you, and the suffixes are negatives to you. So this is something that we'll change a little bit how it works. So that means that you can just get a map that's just a straight up boon to you if you do a single. If you turn it into a magic with only one mod, but of course if you turn it into a rare, you're going to get a variety of downsides and upsides, and all of them can have different effects. So Once you've cleansed corruption from maps, then you can start to unlock the Atlas tree, which allows you to further upgrade
maps.
your progression system for this thing. So here's the Atlas tree here. Now I've actually made...
This is basically... The Atlas tree is basically another like tree where you make choices, and this is like where you kind of focus on what you want to farm. But previously you needed to like, you know, decide on like 1 or 2 or maybe maximum 3 like different activities to juice, to farm. But now, as you keep playing the game, you can essentially almost max everything the way I understood it. So you can, if you play the end game enough and the different activities, you actually will eventually have almost all the bonuses unlocked. So no matter which end game you do in the end, you're always going to have the maximum rewards. Rather than in PoE 1, you really had to choose which end game you want to like, you know, focus on. So that's another cool
what
change.
What we've actually done here is all the different types of content have their own trees. Each one of them is kind of like an Ascendancy class, and then for that content. But there's also a primary tree that you get just for killing maps. So there's a tree here for cleansing maps. There's also a tree for killing bosses, and then trees for doing other content on the Atlas as well. So you can kind of you don't have to choose between, or rather, you can choose to do a piece of content, but you're not going to be losing anything from any of the other pieces of content when you decide to do them later.
Exactly, that's so
effectively,
good.
They all have their own kind of scaling in that way.
So
a random example here, 20% increased magic monsters in your maps.
We're going to get there, guys.
Another random example.
I'll help you.
I don't know, 20% increased quantity of waystones found on your maps. But there's also like keystones here, like rare and unique monsters in your maps have 1 to 2 additional modifiers. It also adds extra bonuses to drops as well. So these are the kinds of things that you can get on the tree, and that's one of the progression systems as well, effectively, as I'm going through the Atlas tree here. But it's also kind of the gateway to a lot of the other mechanics. So for example, here we see a map that's got this little hand icon, and that means that there is a breach in this map. There's also the boss icon there, which indicates there's a boss there as well. So we know there's a breach in there. You know, if you're looking for breaches, this is where you want to go. You can effectively always see the content that you're going to be able to face in maps as you look around the.
They also have the monster
tree.
level 78.
And there's also going to be mechanics for adding more of them later, which we'll talk about as well. So at the start, you'll just have to find them randomly, but later on, you can add them to maps too. So let's have a look at this.
Okay, let's see it. And it automatically ports you there. You don't have to walk there or anything.
All right. So breaches. So Breach is another one of the League sequels that we've done for Path of Exile 2, and it's also one of the sort of Pinnacle like in-game content grinds that you'll be able to progress through. Breaches are effectively small fissures in reality that let you see into an alternate plane where demons roam free. And touching a breach will cause it to expand and reveal all the demons there that are lurking on that plane. So we're going to have to walk, unfortunately, directly there, which is going to trigger immediately, so you won't get to see what it looks like before you trigger it. But Octavian can do that now. So when you trigger it, and this is a horrible location for it, when you trigger it, all of these demons will start to come out of the other plane. Now, as you kill the demons,
dude, look at the density.
If you're a very good player, and you can
look at the amount of monsters.
Extend the amount of time. If you're a very good player and you can kill demons very quickly, you can keep this going for a very long
Somebody earlier in the chat was saying looks kind of empty. What do you say now?
Time and like cover like half the map with it. If you're not as good, or maybe your build just isn't as strong, then you're not necessarily going to be able to do that. So it's very hectic. Cool. Oh yeah, there we go. So it's ended already. So effectively, you have to try, if you're very fast at kill speed, you're going to be able to take very good advantage of this particular mechanic.
Dang.
Now, breaches, of course, have their own rewards, which is why you're going to want to do them. Let's just have a look on the ground to see if we can find any. If you go back and have a look.
Dude.
Did it drop any? Breach splinter. Right. So one of the so there's a couple of things that they drop. So one of them is catalysts, and the other one is splinters. So which one should we talk about first? How about the catalysts? So catalysts are a reward you can get only from Breach, and effectively what they do is increase the quality of specific modifiers on jewelry. So this one here says, adds quality that enhances life modifiers on rings and amulets. So effectively, this is going to allow him, if you use that on your ring or amulet, it'll allow you to increase the, it'll add life quality. It'll make the life roll on that amulet go up. This is an area of player power that sort of seems relatively subtle, but there's actually quite a lot to this that you can do. Breach also drops Breach rings that are one of the best ring-based types because they allow quality to go up to 50, which means that you can use those as base types to create some really crazy rings for the end game as well. So that's one of the forms of player power you get from only from Breach. The other thing you're going to find in Breach that will sort of unlock the Pinnacle boss are these Breach splinters. So if you collect 300 breach splinters, it'll allow you to make a breach stone that will allow you to go to the breach domain where you can fight one of the pinnacle bosses. Now we're actually going to show you this pinnacle boss for this particular league mechanic, just because it's nice to see one. But we're not going to show you any of the other pinnacle bosses in this demo.
Here's the
but
pinnacle
all the
boss.
different types of league, all the different types of content that we have here,
The
all
new
have their own
Endgame boys.
bosses that we can do. Now,
Let's go.
this is effectively a map that's a single large breach, and you're going to have to be able to race through the entire map in the amount of time to be able to get there and finish it.
Pinnacle boss LFG.
Assault!
Okay, let's watch this.
Now, this is the domain where the demons actually live, and you can see the kind of creepy hand stuff they've got going on as their theme there. That's as it gets revealed.
Dang. Monk looking good. Almost died. This is Flicker Strike. Holy shit, dude. Yo, he's almost running out of time. Get him. 1 second. He did it. So stressful.
Crush! Looks like he did it. All right, so now keep going.
He had like 1 second.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. She of storming cruelty.
Dang.
I need mana.
Run. The fury of the hive.
He needs mana leech.
She is Ish.
He gaming. He's gaming.
His message burns within our grasp.
You can do it, Octavian.
The fury of the hive. Hear the great winds. We watch. We wait. We dream. The red fire blooms. Fate realize truth. She of vortent motion.
Dude.
Within our grasp. The creeping dark of unburdened thought. We call, we command.
Run. Look at the dodging he has to do.
Thought by thought, destiny unwinds. They fight once more.
Crush!
The curse of a broken sun.
The voice lines are keys for when you need to dodge. Acceleration. Basically, there's a voice line cue for some of his mechanics, so you know what you need to do. Else you can't dodge it. Let's log in. I wanna log in. Look, man, one hit is like 80% dead. He gets a debuff stack or he doesn't dodge, he's instantly dead in one shot. Imagine this in hardcore. This is crazy.
The creeping dark of unburdened thought.
Yeah, 10%! 10% life, man.
Wisdom and action.
And this is the easiest. This is the easiest of the bosses. There's 3 more difficult stages. Damn, dude. We did it, Octavian, let's go.
We that fail.
Dude, look at the animation. Dang, what a
All right, so
fight.
that's an example of a Pinnacle boss, and we're not going to show you the rest of them, but that's just kind of give you a flavor for what an in-game Pinnacle boss might be like.
Shit.
But just like all of the Pinnacle bosses, when you defeat them, you're going to get points for the Ascendancy tree, sorry, not Ascendancy tree, for the Atlas tree for that particular content. So this is the Breach one here. Now the idea is that you kill the boss, you make the whole league more difficult, and then you can beat the boss again at a higher difficulty and get more points. So the first point here you're going to see is +1 to Twisted Domain difficulty, which is going to effectively make Breach harder. It says here difficulty causes monsters to have increased damage and toughness, as well as making them grant more experience to drop better items. But there's also effectively specific nodes that will give you interesting changes to that league mechanic. So for example, classed hands in your maps have a 25%.
So you're basically farming a certain endgame activity to then juice it to make it even more rewarding to farm that activity. Dude.
Chance to be guarded by a pack of magic monsters. Breaches in your maps have 50% more classed hands. Those things are effectively like breach chests that you find as the breach expands there. So that's like a bonus that you might choose to pick. There's lots of other ones here that you could pick as well. And as I said, each of the different types of content all have their own trees here that you can do your own stuff with. So that is, actually wait, there's one more thing that we forgot to tell you about, and this is kind of important, which is tablets. Okay, right, I should have gone over that earlier, so we'll just do it now.
Crazy.
So effectively, right, when you do a breach in your maps, one of the things that you might find, and this is kind of important, are tablets. Now tablets are items in your inventory that you can use with these towers. If you open your inventory there and we have a look at a...
we have a lot to learn.
So when you play breaches, you might find these breach tablets. And what this does is effectively adds more breaches to maps in the vicinity. So this says add 8 maps in range, 8 maps in range contain breaches, and breaches in your map spawn an additional rare monster. So if you open a tower, it gives you this interface. You can put the tablet in there, and then when you use it, it affects the local area and adds a bunch of breaches around the place. So what that means is that all the content is self-reinforcing. If you want to play breaches, then you're going to...
Dude, man, this endgame is going to be 1,000 hours plus easy. Like, what do you mean?
Then you're going to find these tablets. You're going to use those to add more breaches to maps in the area and also boost what the breaches are doing, which will get you more tablets, which will get you more and more and so on. So it's effectively a way to, if you're choosing breach is the thing I want to be doing, then that means that you can effectively self-sustain breach for as long as you want to.
This is one mechanic.
And sort of effectively turn your map into that. This is the true for all the different mechanics that you can find on the Atlas. You know, you've got ones here for Ritual and Expedition and Delirium right there. So, all right, so that's kind of important. So what we've covered here effectively is, okay, obviously, actually, one thing I, of course, failed to mention is that, you know, there are uniques you only get from that Pinnacle boss, of course, and so on. There are uniques you only get once you get to the difficulty of that Pinnacle boss up to a certain level. So, of course, once again, each endgame grind has to have a way to expand it, a way to make it more difficult, a way to specialize into it, a way to, get rewards that are specific to that. So, next. Let's talk about Expedition. So once again, we've done another
Juicy
sequel to a League from
rewards.
Here We Won. This one's Expedition.
How
Man,
crazy
this
do
is
you
gonna
want
be
it
a
to
next
be?
endgame activity. Dude,
Yes.
this was just like one endgame activity, basically. How to juice it, how to farm the boss. Oh my god, this is gonna be so crazy. Let's go. Guys, it gets way too crazy, doesn't it? That is too many activities. This is the video if you want to check it. Now, there's a few minutes left here. But dang, it's absolutely insane, isn't it? Yo, Plat, man. Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving, dude. We were checking out all these support gems. But man, it's difficult. Yeah, dude, we get hella excited. There's a couple new bosses here as well. Yo, dude, we got the haircut ready to not go outside for the next 2 months, basically. There's a big timer up here, guys. Soon, TM, we're gonna get that thing launched. Matt Maxis, what's up? Yeah. The haircut's good, so we don't have to cut it, don't have to leave the house. Next 2 months. Well, I mean, I'm gonna go out for Christmas. But basically, yeah. Oh man, we have so much blasting to do. What supporter pack are you getting? It doesn't really matter which one you get. I would, if you're unsure which one to get, start out with the $30 one, and you can always upgrade later. You don't lose anything. There's no fear of missing out. You can just get the base one, $30, and then if you like the game and you want to have more perks and support the game's development, you can always upgrade to a bigger pack. But I personally, I went full in. I got the 480 one. I got the biggest one there is, man. Yeah. You want to play a solo plop? We might have. We might want to do a group. I mean, some people want to play solo, but I don't think I'm going to play solo too much. Like, we want to make a clan. And maybe we call it the clan, the D4 Refugees. We're going to party. Yeah, maybe, let's chat next days. Maybe let's chat. So you might be mercenary. Can't play without a group. No, I mean, you can, but I don't like playing online games without a group. Or, like, without people. Like, I mean, if you want to play, like, solo, like, you can play a single-player game. That's fine as well. I mean, whatever you want. Like, you play anything you want. Yeah, because it looks like I'm going to be playing melee. I'll see. It would be nice to get some tips from some veteran players. I mean, we also don't have to group all the time, right? We can just do like that and that. But I want to like kind of also see, because group play is definitely the main activity. I mean, I group in Diablo 4 every time. HP stacking Blood Mage. Well, that sounds cool too. Yeah, thinking of going Monk or Titan, so that's already pretty cool combos. We have Herbst and Preem, like there's a Mercenary and then maybe like a... Oh, we'll see. Like there's no big commitment to anything anyways. Like I'm gonna be here all day, every day, but no big commitment. Apart from that, I think we're all gonna be blasting anyways. Have you played D4 recently? I'll be playing D4 on Tuesday when the PTR of Season 7 is coming out. I already made a couple of builds for that. If you're interested in those, it's !Earthquake. This is like a barbarian build I made. But you know, not too crazy stuff needed. Yo, look at this here, man. 3-header. Exclusive PoE livestream. But is this for real? Is this for like for real? Yeah, I don't know, man. It says it starts in 30 minutes. So what does this say? It's not bait. Access Showcase. Path of Exile. Access Celebration. Oh, they're having a Q&A section with Jonathan. Is this legit? It's the official PoE page. It might be.
Sure.
This in half an hour. I mean, it looks pretty legit. Dude, this is a crazy time. Yeah, okay, I mean, like, we're gonna check that then. Thank you very much. Can anyone confirm, is this the official account? Yeah, we on Holy, guys. Check out Holy. Sugar-free, big blood. Okay, in 30 minutes, guys, apparently there's an interview with Jonathan Rogers. I didn't know. Thanks for telling me about this. Yeah, that's pretty dope. The interviews are always sick. Yeah, look at these, man. This is the monk. That's the one. What time is the launch? There's a timer right here. It says it's 11 a.m. Pacific or 8 p.m. Europe CET. Yeah, we were just looking at support gems. Do you want to see the video from Ziggy D?
G'day, folks.
I'm not sure. He made something about the classes. We can check. Path of Exile Ascendancy explained.
Ziggy D here. In Path of Exile 2, you will actually have 3 choices for trials to get your Ascendancy class. The first one to become available is the trial
Apparently
of
there's
the
an interview.
Secondus,
I'm not sure if
part of
it's
the way
legit.
through
We'll
Act
see.
2.
Maybe it's recorded.
And I was able to get some hands-on experience with this trial on a mercenary on my recent trip to Grinding Gear Games Studios. Now, for the new Exiles
So this is Ziggy D, guys. He did the Q&A. Here's his video. So he has exclusive footage.
Ascendancies are your subclass, or a prestige class, if you will. And each character, like the mercenary, monk, or witch, has a choice of 3 ascendancy classes unique to that character. There'll be 2 at the beginning of the beta for each, with a 3rd one being added later on. Ascendancies open up an extra passive tree, inside your passive tree, with impactful nodes that you can spend 8 points in. These ascendancies provide a lot of power, but also a major way to flavor and change how your build plays. Like, for example, empowering your witch with blood magic as a blood mage, or, alternatively, demonic fire as an infernalist. But whichever route you go, to unlock your ascendancy and to gain the additional passive points to spend in its tree, you must first complete your choice of trials of
There's
ascendancy.
actually a lot of like traps
like the one I'm
and
showcasing
levers you have
here,
to
the
click.
trial of the Sycamas in Act 2.
I have movement in the dark. Lots of movement.
Yeah, that's great from Ziggy D.
Whilst progressing through another quest in Act 2, you'll find yourself climbing through the spider-infested tunnels of the Traitor's Passage, and you may just come across someone who was supposed to remain locked away.
Gotta be something valuable behind those doors.
The imprisoning wards burned, the Jinn Balbala demands you release them, and this is Path of Exile, so through combat, naturally.
Release me! Jingaka!
This boss is quite challenging, employing a lot of roguish tricks, disappearing in smoke clouds,
Dang,
summoning
yeah, he's like a
ethereal
melee guy.
daggers, and using high mobility hit-and-run tactics. This boss has quite a few tricks up their sleeves, such as hiding in plain sight and flooding the arena with toxic gas, which it took me embarrassingly long to realize that it would only recede once you actually found them. They have a few more ways to test your worth as the fight progresses, but I'll leave those for you to discover on your own. So proving yourself worthy here will take some cunning, but
Hard
if you do
boss.
so, you'll
Orby,
be given
what's
your
up?
path to ascension.
Welcome in.
Yes, a coin.
Yeah, we do. I think we do a clan for all the Diablo 4 refugees, guys. So I don't know what's the clan size in PoE. I think we're gonna fill it pretty fast. We'll see. Call it D4 refugees.
Allow me to
Something like that. Yeah, I'll join. Okay, 250.
With
That's quite
support
some.
gained, you're able to take on the trial of the Sycamas, where the Jinn's coin can be placed on the relic altar. Balbala will also give you your first relic to get you started, which will
D4
provide you with some
fugitives.
buffs in the upcoming trial. These are craftable should you have the currency to do so, and with a spare augment I was able to get not only increased life, but also a chance to get double sacred water from enemies, an important resource
that.
within the trial. This is a reasonable starting point, but we can certainly find more relics inside of the trials to empower us for future attempts.
This better be worth it.
So here's how the Trial of the Sycamas works.
We will
Each
make
room
some
you
name.
choose on the trial map has a special theme to it, something like a trap gauntlet that you have to run and
D4-like.
make it to the other side, a challenging fight for you to survive or overcome,
we'll check on the
or a
names.
time
We have some
trial
good
or
ideas.
something like that. At the end of each room, you'll gain a reward, which you will know ahead of time when selecting that
Just
room from the
Diablo-like.
map. So this might be something like a key for treasure at the very end of the trial. It might be restoring lost honor, more about the honor system later. gaining the resource Sacred Water to spend in the future, or even then spending that Sacred Water on boons to make your trial easier. There's a map at the end of each room that lets you select your path forwards, and you can see a couple of steps ahead as well. You'll be able to see the reward for each path and also the room type, like for example the Gauntlet trial where you must navigate traps and enemies to just reach the other side, hopefully while avoiding taking too much damage in the process. Another example is the Chalice trials where you must kill all rare monsters in a room to fill a blood chalice. And then there's one that I rather enjoyed, the Escape trial, where you touch a death crystal and then have to disable as many crystals as you can before the time runs out, where each crystal you fail to disable will deal a certain amount of damage to you. There is, of course, treasure and enemies to distract you in the process. As you play, you'll be able to learn over time which rooms are more challenging for you or for your build, so that you can make those risk versus reward decisions better. The map can also show you purple afflictions on some of the rooms. These cursed rooms debuff you, making things harder in some way, so you obviously just want to avoid those where you can. Sometimes, however, they may be on a room that has a really good reward, or on a path that leads to really good rewards, in which case you'll have to weigh up those risk versus reward assessments. Sure, double damage taken on low life is pretty deadly, yeah, but what if I just don't get hit? Then it's fine, right?
Just don't get hit, guys. It's so easy, yes? Come on.
Some rooms will also offer boons as their reward. These are powerful buffs that aid you in the trial. Sometimes these boons can also come as a package deal with other afflictions, like in the Pledge to Kochai reward. These pledges can be hugely run-shaping, like for example trading off all of your armor for a huge buff to movement speed, which could really help with that whole don't get hit strategy for those afflicted with the increased damage taken. Yes, I'm sure that will play out just fine. You can also play the lottery and take a random affliction for a random boon that you don't know what either of those is going to be, or you can remove a potentially awful affliction from one of your previous poor choices, just like that, at the cost of one of your boons. In the Merchant reward rooms, you'll meet Barbala again, and you can spend larger sums of Sacred Water that you've acquired via monster kills or from the reward rooms that give you a bunch of Sacred Water to buy things like boons or even relics, which you can use on all future Trial of the Sekima runs. So while a boon might help you right now, you might decide this run's going quite well and to get a relic that will be able to help you in future runs. So in this initial Trial of the Sekimas, to ascend, you need to move simply from the leftmost room on the map to the rightmost room on the map and defeat...
I mean, it's gonna be like many maps you have to clear before you unlock the right to ascend.
The final boss of this level without losing all of your honor. The choices you make along the way and the boons or afflictions you receive will all make that either easier or harder, or increase the amount of bonus loot rewards you get at the end. You could do a pretty easy run through, taking very little risks and getting few treasure keys, and thus not much loot at the end to just simply ensure that you safely ascend. Or you could take a bit of a risk and come out with a bunch of jewels and currency. In my run, I aimed to get some Sacred Water early on in one of the rooms, so that when I met a merchant, I would be prepared to buy anything really good that they had. And indeed that did pay off, as I was able to get a nice boon to make the enemies slower. And I also went for one of the Pledges of Kochai, hoping to get myself an amazing boon with a downside that I could handle, and indeed that also paid off, as I did get that huge boon to movement speed. This powerful combo of making the enemies slower and me faster really helped to secure a win on my first attempt. So this first floor is pretty short and forgiving if you take it slow, I think. Your honor only has to make it through 7 rooms and a boss, which took me about 20 minutes at a slow and careful pace. Future higher level trials that you run will have additional floors after the first, and that will make your early choices more meaningful. You'll want to stockpile Sacred Water to make sure that you have currency to spend at the merchants later on, and some of those afflictions that you maybe take on the first floor that don't really seem like they'll matter might start to cost you a lot more on the third floor. But for initially gaining your Ascendancy here in Act 2, things are relatively simple and straightforward, and you don't have to live with the consequences of your poor choices.
And that spider teleporting
you can employ a much more short-term strategy when there's only one floor to contend with.
I don't know if there's going to be better
So I'll
classes.
explain how failing and reattempts works now, but I do want to mention one thing, that the UI in this recording is not finished. Jonathan mentioned to me that there would be a special UI, maybe in the center bottom, that will show the trial's special honor resource. It's shown on my health globe, but it's really not obvious enough. The amount of honor that you have is just the combination of your life and energy shield. And just like your life and energy shield, it's also protected by your armor and evasion, as well as any other defenses you might have. Each time you take damage, you also take some damage to your honor. and lose all of your honor, and you will be ejected from the trial, even if you didn't necessarily die.
What? But doesn't that give like a huge advantage to ranged characters? Like you just don't get hit and you win.
I guess this is one of those situations where disgrace is take some damage to your honor and lose all of your honor, and you will be ejected from the trial, even if you didn't necessarily die.
And you get fucked as a melee.
I guess this is one of those situations where disgrace is worse than death. The good news is that
just don't get hit, but how are you going to do damage?
In this first attempt at the trial of the Sekimas, where you seek those initial 2 points of your Ascendancy, and to select that Ascendancy class, it's easy to simply try again. Barbala will just let you keep reattempting until you find your success. That first entry token is a quest item and given to you freely. In later, higher level runs and at endgame, it will become more serious, as you will likely lose the coin which granted you access, and those may hold some value and be more of a finite resource.
I didn't know about this honor system.
And this same system should be true for each of the trials. Easy reattempts when you first want to ascend there, but more serious stakes later on in the game. Now, if you're wondering why the Trial of the Sekimas has this honor system instead of just using life and energy shield, since they're based on those anyway, then the answer is down to recovery. Life and energy shield are designed to be easily recovered. Flasks, leech, regen, and recharge on the energy shield, for example. These all allow you to get hit by a trap or an enemy and heal before the next one is a problem. Honor, however, is harder to restore. Generally, you'll only get honor back through special encounters, things that specifically heal it, or buffs obtained during the course of the trial. Maybe something that restores honor on killing a boss, for example. Honor is a resource to be more carefully managed as such. Maybe, for example, if you've taken a lot of damage to your honor and things are looking a little shaky, you might decide to forego that more difficult treasure room and instead take an easier room with a chance to recover some of your honor at the end. You know, just so that you can make it through. This, combined with the choice-based map layout, gives the Trial of the Sekimas its roguelike gameplay, that more carefully risk versus reward assessed gameplay.
But it's just like
so it's
heavily
offering a
favors
different
ranged.
experience to what the rest of the game typically throws at you. It's a gameplay that some of you will love and some of you may not, and that's why the fact that you can choose another trial instead is a great choice for Path of Exile 2. Don't like honor or traps? The Trial of Chaos has neither of those things, in favor of a modifier wager combat system. Now, before we lock ourselves away in the Path of Exile 2 beta for weeks on end with nary a glimpse of sunlight, it's a good final chance to say some goodbyes and spend some good quality social time with friends and loved ones away from our computer. But the outside world is kind of
I love this.
scary. I mean, what do you even do out there with other people?
There's sun, man. Look, he's already taking burn damage. You see this? Like, he already taking burn damage massively.
World is kind of scary. I mean, what do you even do out there with other people? Do you just watch ducks together? Is that a thing people do? Do you try and catch the ducks?
Watch ducks?
Do you battle each other's ducks?
Maybe you're gonna eat the duck.
Ducks. Do you create synergistic duck teams with
They're eating
elaborate
the
builds in an
ducks.
ever-evolving meta? But where are you going to keep them, and what do they even eat? Grapes? It's all, quite frankly, too much. Thankfully, there's my sponsor, Magic the Gathering, and their newest set, Foundations. It's the perfect time for you and a friend to get into the game with a solid foundation. Known in exotic
GG
Germany
Ed.
as Grundstein, this set has the beginner's box and starter collection that you need. Fantastic options for new or returning players, whether you want to start building your own decks or even just have a box of Magic to learn to play casually from the safety of your own home. You can check out my very own guide video to getting into Magic the Gathering in current year to learn more. And I guarantee you, there are no ducks. Right? Right? Oh, that's a relief. So check out my video in the description below before you seal yourself away in a tomb forever. Anyway, back to the video. So once you finish your journey across the map from left to right, your final trial is the liquid hot magma boss, Rattlecage, the Earthbreaker.
Rapid fire!
Cat W approved.
This spicy boy is a big lumbering rock with some big explosions and heavy slams, each of which are very avoidable. It's kind of slow. You have plenty of space to move around initially, but Rattlecage does have a few tricks. They have some area denial abilities where slams can place these lava-spewing mini volcanoes that last quite a long time. These will end up
like the
around
druid
the edges of
volcano.
the arena so that you'll have to move in a bit closer to the boss
Dude,
to
is this
avoid
the
them.
Rue Shed?
But a well-timed dodge roll can see you through their embers safely, or slipping around behind rattles to easily dodge their slams still.
So many cats.
As a very large and slow target, freeze, stuns, and slows and other similar crowd control effects.
Yeah, you're
are
gonna get fucked. If
very
you're melee,
useful
don't
against
even
Rattle
try
Cage.
this one.
And you can potentially chain different
This
types
is
of these
mercenary.
control effects together fairly
Mercenary class.
effectively. I use a lot of stun and freeze in this. Rattles has a huge life pool to match their size, and they're pretty heavily armored, as well as being resistant to fire and lightning damage. But it is notable that they are vulnerable to cold damage. I'm mostly dealing fire and physical here with just a small amount of high freeze effect cold damage, so while I'm freezing well, I'm not doing a ton of damage here. I didn't really think at the time to go for the armor breaker route here, so Rattles does tank my damage quite well. Stripping their armor or using more cold damage is going to speed things along quite a
armor
bit.
breaker is
So take
cool.
advantage of those things where you can to help the pressure of the area denial that builds up over the course of the fight. As long as you get the pacing of avoiding the large, well-telegraphed slams in the early parts of the fight, most of the fight should be pretty straightforward. However, Rattles does get a little bit angry when their health drops low, and will do a big slam that will begin a rain of magma from the ceiling, and these
Whoa.
hit pretty hard, so that last 30% of the fight is quite tricky. It'll likely be the greatest challenge on the first floor for some of you. You can go for the quick kill here,
It's just the first floor.
just to try and get that dangerous portion over with quickly if you've got a nice little buffer of honor. Or you can be a bit more careful and patient, and that's a viable strategy because it doesn't last forever. Eventually, the magma rain will stop.
Dude, how are you gonna do this as a melee character, man? The fuck?
Need more time.
Damn, dude.
Enough of you!
I gotta use freeze.
However you decide to manage it, whether you take a more careful and slow approach, or whether you try and rush down the boss, as long as you get through the fight with your honor at least partially intact, even just barely, then you can loot the boss, which may include some relics as well, and then enter the final room to claim your prize. Keys that you gather during the course of the run from various reward rooms are shown on the UI, and here your risks pay off. The different chests in bronze, silver, and gold, with obviously scaling impressiveness of reward amounts, are also labeled with different reward types. Like for example the Royal Cache, which contain the Marraketh Trials specialty items, jewels, including the special Time Lost jewels only available here. Now while regular jewels are a custom craftable passive node that you can slot into your tree, the Time Lost jewels alter an entire area of your passive tree's nodes with new effects. Well-crafted jewels of both types are going to be very sought after for just about every build, because most will end up getting at least one or two of these.
The range
And
is
the
pretty
good news
big.
is that jewels obtained even in low-level trials here could still be quite...
Wait.
And the good news is that...
The jewel, is this a... This is one of the keystone ones, no? Like it even looks to be buffing the keystone.
Jewels obtained even in low-level trials here could still be quite valuable long-term. But of course, the reason you came here in the first place was for that altar of Ascendancy. From here, you can examine your Ascendancy options and make your
No, it
choice.
doesn't.
And once you've decided, you'll also
Look
be
like
granted
it.
your first 2 Ascendancy passive points to spend right away. That's enough to get one of the initial notable passives. Like for example, I picked the Witch Hunter's chance to explode enemies on kill, which was immensely satisfying.
So this is
Now don't feel bad if you're a
trial.
bit confused on the idea of the fact that you have the choices between these different trials, of being able to choose where you ascend and get your points. I'll explain that now. There will be 3 distinct and separate trials. The Trial of the
Might need to
Secumas in
rewatch
Act
this.
2, that Sanctum-inspired roguelike dungeon we covered here. Then there's an Ultimatum-inspired Trial of Chaos in Act 3. This will focus on a more risk-reward combat encounters
I don't know what
style
the
with
hell a
stacking
timeless
challenge
one is.
modifiers. And then finally, there will be a 3rd trial that is yet to be revealed, available in Act 4. This will be added to the game later in beta, because obviously Act 4 doesn't exist at the launch of beta, it'll be Acts 1 through 3. You'll be able to choose to take your Ascendancy by completing the initial level of any of these 3 trials. So when beta launches, you can choose to get your Ascendancy either through the Trial of Chaos or the Trial of the Sekhmers. So that initial run in any of the 3 to get your Ascendancy is pretty straightforward, so you can just choose which one. But things get a bit more confusing in how you get your additional Ascendancy passive points. So here's how that works. Each trial has 4 difficulties. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, call them
4 difficulties, man, and we only saw the first one.
Difficulty 1, 2, 3, and 4. In the Trial of the Sekhmer, for example, difficulty 1 just has 1 flaw, but in higher difficulties, it will have additional flaws and more bosses for you to do before you beat a run. Doing any single trial at difficulty 1 will give you your first 2 passive points and unlock your Ascendancy. Once you've done any trial at difficulty 1, you will not be able to get more points from doing another trial at difficulty 1, because you've already beaten that difficulty. To get passive points 3 and 4 then, you need to do any trial of your choice at difficulty 2. Then points 5 and 6, you do any trial once again at difficulty 3. And of course, to get points 7 and 8, you do, once again, any trial at difficulty 4, the endgame difficulty. So you can do all 4 difficulties in Trial of the Sekhmers only if you want, and get all of your 8 passive points in your Ascendancy, or you can mix and match them. Quite simply, you'll get 2 new passives each time you beat a new difficulty tier for the first time, regardless of where it is. What might end up confusing people, I think, especially coming from Path of Exile 1, is if you do the Trial of Sekhmers in Act 2 and get your first 2 points, and then you do the Trial of Chaos for the first time at difficulty 1 as well, expecting 2 more points. But you've already done that kind of first tier, right?
So that doesn't work.
You just did it in Trial of Sekhmers already.
So what's the reward for doing it? I mean, there's like some of the stuff that you get for the keys.
In order to get those additional points, you'll need to, at a higher level, get a special key to access a higher level difficulty 2 version of one of those trials. Now, the nuances of how to min-max this progression and what is the best strategy for different builds, etc., is for us to discover when we play. I'm not going to try and guess at that here, but I will suggest this. On your first character, when you play Path of Exile 2 for the first time, just do all of them, all of these things at every difficulty. Try all of that new content and get all of the loot. That way you'll be able to find out what you like, what works well for your characters, but you'll also get to experience all this cool new content. Try not to go in with too many assumptions from Path of Exile 1 about how something worked there versus how it's going to work here, because it's quite a different game in the end. On future characters and later runs, you can cherry pick your favorites and do speedrun leveling strats and all of that, but it'll be simplest and most straightforwards, and I think most fun, to just do them all the first time around, whether you're getting passive points for each individual run or not. Most builds that are feeling pretty confident mid-Act 2 will be pretty capable of handling the challenges offered in the Trial of the Sekhmer's first floor, especially if you're playing it safe with your risk-reward choices on the map and just trying to get through it. If you have any form of extra mobility, or the ability to stun, slow, electrocute, freeze enemies and so on, it's going to be a good deal easier.
Yeah.
The final boss may well be the biggest hurdle for some players with its spicy fire rain, but it's also very susceptible to crowd control effects like stun and freeze. And if you do manage to score a boon that slows enemies down or speeds you up, then it'll become a lot easier.
This boss looks pretty tough.
The enemies I encountered each had well-signaled attacks, often
especially if you just can't get hit and then you lose all your honor, like you get screwed over.
Big wind-ups or slower projectiles, giving you lots of room to dodge. It seems that they aren't really individually designed to hit you, but rather to pressure you so that you then make a mistake and get hit by a trap or get into a bad position where another enemy does hit you. This is good. I like this idea that the enemies are kind of trying to pressure you more so than individually cheat you out of your honor. It plays quite well with that honor system. Things do get a little bit spicier when you encounter a rare monster with extra abilities, but even then I think the pacing and improved moment-to-moment combat of Path of Exile 2 makes this system work a lot better here than it did in Path of Exile 1 with Sanctum. I also never had more than a few enemies to contend with at once, even in the wave survivals that are designed to swarm you with enemies. Though I imagine if you're struggling to keep up with killing those, then you might eventually get overwhelmed. That's kind of the design of those rooms. If you're in that position, obviously you would try to avoid those rooms. Sticking to things like the trap gauntlets would allow you to run through rooms without necessarily needing to kill things. So overall, it was quite manageable to keep noticing enemies' signaled attacks even when there was a few of them around, and avoiding most damage with careful play always felt possible. I certainly did get hit and made mistakes, but I felt like I could have done things to avoid them.
Who's next?
Having access to stuns and freeze was also really amazing in here. Any crowd control that you get allows you to disrupt those like slower, more signaled enemies quite effectively. I think the only thing that stood out to me that I think could be improved was a bit better signaling of the falling magma rocks in the final boss fight. An indicator on the ground, maybe some extra drips or something like that that's going to show you where they're going to land would be nice, as they do hit quite hard and are a little hard to see. Ultimately, I think the fact that you have a lot of choices here is also a really helpful factor in making this whole thing feel more fair. If you struggle in the Trial of Sekhmet, you could reattempt and try and find a better path and take more boons and healing, for example. Or you could just go progress through the campaign a little bit more, get some more levels, get 1 or 2 gear upgrades, and come back way more equipped to be able to do it. I managed to do it successfully right as I found it. I was probably a little bit over leveled due to exploring the zones, but if I did like another zone or two, I definitely would have been overqualified. And then there's always the choice of just foregoing it entirely if you're just struggling and not enjoying it, and going for one of the other trials. I think this is a big step up from the Labyrinth and Path of Exile 1, that's for sure. Long term, I think the allure of well-rolled jewels is going to be a strong motivator for endgame Sekhmet farming. Jewels will likely be in demand for basically any build, and the Radius jewels in particular look like they have strong potential. Being able to somewhat deterministically farm item types like jewelry through treasure chests as well also looks very promising. Even low-level well-rolled jewelry is probably going to be quite valuable. So I definitely recommend trying your hand at the early levels of the Trial of the Sekhmet, because if you find yourself really enjoying it, or that your build is really well suited to it, then you'll have a very attractive option for farming at endgame, I think. And that's just based on the limited look we have at the rewards right now, of course. We'll see how it plays at endgame, but I'm feeling pretty optimistic after my experience with it. I'm certainly interested to see what the Pinnacle boss loot looks like and how those rewards scale up. That's all I have for you today, but if you want to see more about my Grenadier Mercenary, I'll be putting together a video on that soon. Spoiler alert, it was a blast! I'm thinking of starting with a build like this, a beta launch, but that's hard to say. We'll see.
But he also calls it a beta.
I'm thinking of starting with a build like this, a beta launch, but that's hard to say.
I'm not sure like what they consider it now. Is it like a beta? Is it not a beta? Because it was called beta many times. But it's mostly early access now, like when you purchase the thing. It's in beta. It's technically a beta. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. Man, that boss fight was fantastic. It's a beta in GGG's eyes because their standards are so high. But definitely check out the video, man. Yeah, I think that's an excellent breakdown. I'm gonna make a quick post. I'm gonna link his video. So yeah, I would say yeah, I didn't. Did you guys notice that you have to do the high ones? I had no idea. Are you guys new? This was news to me. Yeah, it makes sense, but I thought you can complete one of them. And then even on difficulty 1, you do another, and then you get them. So you think it's obvious to people? Maybe I'm the only one that it wasn't obvious to. Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah, it makes sense looking at it like this for sure. Okay, is this Jonathan interview real? It looks like it.
What other empire do you think about?
Kiaro, Korean official.
It really.
People make AI interviews. It looks to be real. Okay, I'll probably restart the stream on YouTube, guys. If this is real. You can watch me on Twitch. Yeah, I'll restart my YouTube stream. It's gonna be lit. Or I'll just change the title. I don't really know how the algorithm is on YouTube, because we're already live for like 10 hours. It always like fucks things up. Yeah, I don't even know. Will this be in English? I mean, Jonathan cannot talk Korean, so he might answer in English and then there's going to be subtitles or translation, but we'll definitely be able to understand. Or Japanese, Korean. I don't know, like, yeah, you can't speak Korean. Well, if this is real, I'm gonna restart it, guys. Thanks for watching over there. You can wait a second and we'll be live again on YouTube. I want to try this. I've never tried this before.